Patrick Bailey walk-off grand slam, and count them, two Ryan Walker saves. Well, Patrick Bailey was traded to the Cleveland Guardians, and Ryan Walker has been optioned to Sacramento. So how are you feeling about this upcoming series and the roster moves ahead of the Dodgers?
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Jeez, Marcus and I were just joking during the break. Like, with everything going on, we almost forgot that they're playing the Dodgers. We booked Alden last week. We're like, Giants, Dodgers. It was like, yo, man, now it's Patrick Bailey and Ryan Walker and Buster Posey and all these things. And, they're playing the Dodgers tonight for 4, which is pretty daunting. Although the Dodgers are not playing their best. Well, Alden can tell us all about it. They just lost 2 of 3 to the Braves at home. They did lose 2 of 3 in St. Louis last weekend. So they've lost 2 of their last 3 series. They did lose 2 of 3 to the Giants, too. So I don't know. They're still the freaking Dodgers, and they still have Roki Sasaki, Yamamoto, Otani, and Emmett Sheehan going in the next 4 games. So let's get into it with Alden Gonzalez of ESPN. Alden, great to have you on with Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Always good to catch up with you, Alden. How you doing?
Hey, Alden.
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. How are the Dodgers?
Not as great. They're fine, sorta. They're kind of hanging in. It's interesting. Their record, at least to me, watching them up close consistently, is a lot better than what I'm seeing. Sometimes they just have an ability to eke out wins. It's kind of like muscle memory. But there are a lot of parts of this team that are not working great. Their offense in particular. Shohei Otani is in the midst of one of his worst slumps ever. Mookie Betts will be back from the IL today. He's not going to play. Yeah. They're going to ease him in, though. He just got back from an oblique, but they've been missing him for several weeks. Kyle Tucker's not really hitting yet. Freddie Freeman's just kind of there. Just in short, their offense is just not performing to its full capabilities, and that's been obvious for the last few weeks now.
Alden, you've seen a lot of matchups between the Giants and Dodgers, and as recently as a couple weeks ago, we saw Patrick Bailey with a walk-off grand slam. Well, this weekend, Patrick Bailey was traded. Yeah. Alden, what was your reaction, and what was your kind of breakdown of Buster Posey making this trade?
Stunned. I mean, stunned in general because you don't see, well, I guess the Giants did this in June last year, but you don't really see trades like that this early in the season with so many weeks left before the trade deadline. I don't know. You guys might know more about this dynamic than I do. I got to imagine that it's really difficult to be a catcher for Buster Posey. Just because of the expectations that he set at that position. And, Patrick Bailey's he's probably the best defensive catcher in baseball. But he wasn't hitting at all. And one thing the Giants sorely need right now is somebody to produce offensively. But even still, for Buster Posey to walk away from somebody who was, this is the foundational piece on your team. Bringing superior defense at a premium position like that. And that's just, to me, what has defined, and this is an obvious statement, but still, it's worth emphasizing, what has defined the Buster Posey era as president of baseball operations is just how boldly he has acted on stuff. Trading for Rafael Devers and taking on that contract was a bold move. Hiring Tony Vitello was a bold move. Trading away Patrick Bailey, maybe not to this level, but still a bold move, and you could tack on a bunch of other stuff to it. It hasn't really worked yet, but I think it's fascinating that somebody with his reputation in that city, would have the courage to make moves like this, that if they go poorly, they're going to land directly on him, and they could go very poorly because of how bold they were.
Yeah, it's great observation from down in L.A. You are correct. This franchise icon is out here just overturning apple carts, man. And you're right. It's 16-24. It ain't working right now, but who knows? I imagine their ownership's going to give him a fairly long leash for a few years, and we'll see what happens here. Alden Gonzalez. Alden, to go from the big picture of the Giants back to sort of the micro of the Dodgers, the last time the Giants played the Dodgers, a new character emerged in the drama named Dalton Rushing. He's, whether or not he said what they thought he said, blank him or whatever with Jung-Hoo Lee, and then Logan Webb drilled him. And then there was an incident, I think, where he said something else about an Astros player. And there's just stories are being written about this guy, about he's kind of he's a spark plug. He's maybe the Draymond Green of the Dodgers. I don't know. You tell me. Hitting .302 with 1,038 OPS. What's the Dalton Rushing update? And should the Giants and Dalton Rushing get ready to hate each other for the next 4 nights?
Well, he is not the Draymond Green, because a big difference here is that Draymond Green is a very willing participant in this narrative, and he sort of embraces that role. I don't think Dalton Rushing embraces being that guy or having that label. I think he hates it, honestly, and I think a lot of that is because he's young in the game, and he understands that, he's not even an everyday player on the Dodgers. He is the backup catcher who will get the H at-bats when the Dodgers feel like sitting Shohei Otani. So, yes, he's a fiery guy. He former football player. He's talked about how he still carries that with him. And then, awkwardly, sometimes it'll just spill out on him in ways that it should not. And so he has talked about trying to temper that. And I think he is trying to temper that. So he does not want to be a villain. I will say, his Dodgers teammates do like him and do appreciate that, but they do recognize the fact that he can't be doing that stuff, because that's not a label you want to carry around. That's a very heavy burden, especially for someone who's young and trying to establish himself. So I don't expect anything else to happen here unless Dalton Rushing provokes it in some way. And I would guess that he's going to try really hard not to.
Alden, you mentioned Shohei Otani and his struggles at the plate, but one place he's not struggling right now is on the bump. As a pitcher, he's putting up Cy Young type numbers in the first 40 games of the season. And I know earlier on they were experimenting with not letting him hit on days he pitches. Is that still the case for Shohei Otani, or what do you think the game plan is when he faces off against the Giants this week?
I think that's very much in play. And it's kind of like a week-by-week thing. They sort of read and react. I think it was a week or two ago, last week, when they were in Houston, the plan was for him to hit on his start day. And then Dave Roberts saw how that game played out, and they decided to sit him on his start day. So they're still trying to figure this out. I think there's a thought within the Dodgers, too. In the macro here is that they need Shohei Otani for what they hope is a 7-month season when you add the playoffs. They need him to be hitting and pitching at full tilt. He hasn't done this full time for 3 years. He's 32 years old now. He's going to be 32 years old. And so they need to try to find ways to give him a break here and there. And so these are kind of half days when he's sort of pitching and not hitting. And I think, too, he's not hitting. He's not really hitting to the Shohei Otani levels that we're used to. So I think they're going to try to be even more aggressive about this. I just don't know. I don't know that they've figured out what's the best course in terms of what frees him up more. Is it sitting him the day before starts, the day after, the day of? I think they're just sort of still playing around with that. But more importantly, for as well as Shohei Otani is pitching, and you're right, I mean, he wants to win a Cy Young. Just like in 2024 when he wasn't going to pitch, he wanted to steal more bases than ever, and he ended up going 50-50. He sees this as probably his best opportunity ever to win the Cy Young Award. Now, is that the reason why his offense has slid? Maybe, but it's something to watch.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation. Oh, by the way, 2-2 record. 0.97 ERA. Bob Gibson called. He's jealous with a 0.81 whip. So, he's putting himself in good position early to win that Cy Young. Before I let you go, I'll just a little bit on the tonight starter. Roki Sasaki was a big name signing, but the numbers aren't there for him. His ERA is 5.97. His whip is 1.67. Players are hitting 287 off him. Is there any feeling like he's not found himself this year? Or what are the Dodgers saying about Roki Sasaki, tonight's starter?
I mean, I can tell you that's the prevailing thought in Los Angeles. He's been one of the biggest storylines. And, as you remember, like the Giants were like very, very interested in Roki Sasaki when he became available. It's interesting. We're now in his second year now as a major league starter, and he just hasn't found himself. There's been a lot of questions that he is trying to wrestle, whether it's that his four-seam fastball is a little bit too flat. So, like, it might be 100 miles an hour, but it's kind of hittable for a 100-mile-per-hour pitch. It's that, like, his splitter, he doesn't really throw it for strikes consistently. So until he establishes that, he can't be successful, is what others have said. Some have said that he needs to incorporate a third pitch. So, spring training and even into the season, he was, working with a slider or a gyro slider or a cutter. And then recently he tried to throw a splitter a little harder because that splitter of his is almost like a knuckleball in that, like, you can't predict, like, where it's going to go. So he thought that maybe if he threw it harder, he could command it for strikes more. But I think this all goes back to, like, he's still trying to figure out who he is. And I think it's interesting that the bar has been lowered for him in that if he can get through a start, if he can get through 5 innings and keep the Dodgers in the game, that's a win. And that was not the expectation when he got here. And I'll give him some grace. He's still young. He's still trying to figure himself out. But when he got here, it was, this guy is Paul Skeens. This guy has that kind of arsenal, and he's going to dominate the league in that way, and that just has not been the case.
Alden, last question for me is just getting your thoughts on Tony Vitello, 40 games into his first season as a big league manager. Obviously not the record that he would want, 15-23. There have been a couple incidents this year where maybe umpires were chirping him about pom-poms and rah-rahs in the dugouts. So just your thoughts and the national thought, or maybe the perspective of Tony V from the outside looking in.
He's just a fascinating character. I think he's one of the most fascinating characters in baseball this year. And my big thing going in was, that he's a really fiery guy. He's intense. And I think that's something that Buster Posey wanted to inject in that clubhouse. But the season is 162 games. And he's never been through a season that long. And for as bad as it might look for the Giants right now, there are 5 months left in the season. And I was always curious about how he was going to handle that. That was my bigger concern or my bigger question, more so than just relating to major league players. Like I found out pretty quickly that, like, Tony Vitello is known throughout the game and respected by players throughout the game, even though he was just a college coach, because, like, he's coached so many of these guys. He's tried to recruit so many of these guys over the years. So I thought that was going to be okay. It was, how do you pace for yourself for the type of marathon that you've never experienced before? And I think it's showing itself now. Like, the Giants are really struggling, but there are 4.5 to 5 months left in this season. How is he going to handle the rest? And I'm really fascinated by this whole experiment.
It is, and it's his first trip to Dodger Stadium. And geez, I would imagine, as always, the crowd is always gigantic there. But with Ice Cube lowrider bobblehead night tomorrow night, I got to imagine it's standing room only tomorrow night, huh?
Oh, I forgot about that. I'm glad I'm going. I need one.
I was just looking at
bobblehead. I'll keep that one though.
I was looking at the MLB schedule. I saw they have like a replica trophy night tonight and the replica jersey night
it's
Wednesday.
Something every night, man.
But tomorrow night, I have to imagine the Ice Cube lowrider bobblehead is going to be like lines up out the door. They're going to be hours in advance. They're going to be lined up. So.
Not as much as a Shohei Otani bobblehead, I guarantee you that.
Oh,
That's
dude,
true,
that's
yeah.
for sure. And he's pitching Wednesday for sure. So, Alden, it's always great having a good conversation with you, good baseball conversation. We love reading you, and we appreciate you hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Alden.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Yeah, Alden Gonzalez, good dude, good baseball writer for ESPN.com, knows what he's talking about. He's interested in Vitello. I mean, listen, I told you guys, they got to ride this thing out, man. This can't be a one and done thing. This has to be a long-term thing. I mean, listen, you think about this. I mean, this is not an apples to apples because Bruce Bochy was a dude who played in the big leagues. He rode the buses and got the Padres to the 98 World Series. But his first 2 years there were bad, 07 and 08. Now, again, not apples to apples because he's not controversially maybe signaling to the bullpen or not signaling to the bullpen and all this stuff. But, sometimes guys are going to need a little bit of runway. And, I think ownership's doing the same with Buster. As long as he wants to do this job, he's going to be making these crazy things. And Alden's commenting, too, like, man, Buster's out here just Dude, Buster walks into the building, you start like looking around like, damn, who's he going to get today? You know what I mean?
I'm worried about the next time we interview him.
I was actually, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You guys are gone, by the
sorry,
way.
yeah, Murph and Marcus, you're done.
And by the way, when Bailey said, I heard from Buster, you know, I mean, can you imagine Buster's just got this very plain way of doing it? Yeah, we're trading you. Mm-hmm. He just walks up to you, we're trading you.
Mm-hmm. Hand over your pitch comm.
I have to wonder, and one of my questions, and we can do this on the other side, I wonder if he's talking to Brian Sabian at all about all this stuff. He and Sabes are very close. Mm-hmm. I know Sabes works for the Yankees.
With the Yankees right now, yeah.
So I know it's like, you know, privileged information or competitive information. I don't know. Maybe you don't. But certainly I feel like there's a Sabian influence.
Yeah, there was at least a discussion with Sabian about trading for a guy like Jesus Rodriguez last year. I can tell you that.
Okay, There you go. All right, well, last half hour, man, 808 KMBR is the phone number. Line them up, man. It has been a day of reaction. You guys are really interested in this stuff, as am I. God, yesterday's win was so huge because if they had lost that one, and they came back 3 different times.
Yeah, and it felt like they were trying to lose with not being able to score a damn ghost runner in extra innings.
And after the Saturday night disaster,
they needed
if they doubled down with a loss on Sunday, dude, with the bad base running and all that.
If Ramos gets thrown out of home and then they lose. Dude. It would have been a different show today.
Yeah, but they won the ball game.
Yes, they
808 KMBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, it's a guy that we've watched now, I guess, for 4 years, 3 and some change, I guess, and continue to work on his craft. I mean, to be lauded as a supreme defensive catcher early on as he was, he kept working at it, and he's continuing to work at it. And somebody that I think at a young age that, like we're hoping for Rodriguez and Sasaki, can gain the confidence of the pitching staff. And I'm sure he would tell you too, he knows there's more in there offensively.
Wow, Buster Posey, man. And he said all this stuff about him. Yeah, he's this, he's that, he's this and that. Oh, and I'm trading his ass to Cleveland. So Saturday morning, man, he was considered sort of part of the nucleus, I think. People thought that's why the shock. Homegrown kid, first-round draft pick, Farhan Zaidi's guy. Maybe there's your answer right there, Farhan Zaidi's guy. 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We've been talking about it all morning. I get it, man. Buster's very, very, very bold. Very bold. We just talked to Alden Gonzalez from ESPN. He was like, look at what Buster's done since he got in here, man. We haven't even thrown in, you mentioned it earlier today. We talk about the Devers trade. We talk about firing Melvin. Talk about hiring Vitello. Now we're talking about trading Pat Bailey. Last summer, selling Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers.
Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall, and the guy who had the walk-off, and one of the guys that has now taken at least part of the job from Patrick Bailey is Jesus Rodriguez, who was involved in that Camilo Duvall trade last year.
Tons of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Listen, my first reaction when the trade came down was like, man, I like the action, and I like how Buster's just not going to stand idly by and let this thing sink. And I also like him identifying Sasaki as a talent who's ready to go and take this job. I do like all that stuff. That said, Andy Bagley said to us this morning, and he's right, there's a lot of inexperience that defines the Giants right now. Buster Posey is an inexperienced president of baseball ops. Tony Vitello is a wildly inexperienced manager. There's controversy now as to whether he signaled to the bullpen or not on Saturday. It's bad optics when the Pirates broadcast and now MLB Network, we were just watching this morning, had Joe Madden on, and they're showing the clips, and it's just, it doesn't even matter, because Mike Krukow is defending Vitello. He says he called for the lefty. The umpire didn't make the right call. He goes, we have the video to prove it. You know what? And Mike might be right, but it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Because it's optics and perception, and optics and perception is killing Vitello.
Oh, and when he got Willie Adames throwing up the left arm and the bullpen being confused and Jesse Chavez throwing his arms up, not knowing who's coming into the game, regardless of how that all played out, it's a bad look for the Giants.
Yeah. That said, they bounced back and won the game yesterday, which, man, they were up against. I'm out there yesterday doing all sorts of stuff for Mother's Day. I look at my phone, they're down 2-0. It's like, and I see them tie 2-2.
Yeah.
Then I look at my phone and they're down 4-2. I was like, and then they tie it 4-4. And then I look at my phone and they're down 6-4. And now that's the death blow. It's over, right? Spencer frickin' Horwitz with a 2-run double.
Kyle Harr and his mom are leaving the stadium thinking the game's over.
They split. And then they come back on Willie Adames with a 2-out knock, man.
Dude, how about Willie with the 2-out knock and then also the double play that he made in the very next top of the inning?
Lots to react to here. 916 says, did you guys see FP on his podcast with Sluss confirm that the splitters in Philly were all Pat Bailey? That was interesting, FP. You always hear these things now after the trades are done.
Yeah, because we are so confused about the 7 straight pitches or the 9 straight fastballs that he threw in game 1 of the doubleheader. And we were like, what the hell? That doesn't sound like Patrick Bailey. Then we were trying to decipher the comments from Tony V about whether or not it was Justin Message or Patrick Bailey calling the pitches. Sounds like Buster Posey was not a fan of the way that sequence played out. And then next thing you know, we're looking at 3 straight games where Patrick Bailey's on the bench. Eric Haas and Jesus Rodriguez got 3 straight starts.
925 says, one thing that hasn't crossed my mind this year is, man, we'd be better with Bob Melvin. That's interesting. Still taking shots at Melvin there. 209 says, oh, man, I called the Ryan Walker move. Guys, Ryan Walker move by Buster is yet another proactive thing where he's like, I've had it. You're out. I mean, this is like fans react. So Saturday night, I was at at Albert Field in San Rafael. Good old Albert, man. That old 1940s covered bleachers and the grass diamond and the lights and all that fun stuff. And the Giants were getting killed. And we were watching it on a YouTube TV. Shout out Coach John setting up the YouTube, and we were doing our thing. And we were like, what's going on here? And then Ryan Walker came in. My sister was at the game, and she's a visceral fan. Ryan Walker. And I was like, yeah, it's okay. Just calm down. Ryan Walker. Dude, Buster felt the same way. He blew him out Sunday morning. In my head, by the time they blew out Ryan Walker, my head started to spin. I was like, Buster is just wrecking shop, dude. It's the Godfather. He's settling all family business.
Now,
I don't think there's a fan out there that disagreed with the Ryan Walker move. Is there?
No, I think most fans wanted to see Patrick Bailey and Ryan Walker off the roster, which they got their wish this weekend.
We have a digital kid who launched a jihad against Patrick Bailey.
Anti-Bailey.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a hypothetical. And yes, this might sound stupid, but we're talking hypotheticals on Sports Talk Radio. If the Giants were 23-15 instead of 15-23, do they still trade away Patrick Bailey?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
And that's kind of my take that I had earlier this morning. Like, Patrick Bailey is so good defensively, and yes, he has his issues offensively, despite coming through clutch in multiple moments against the Dodgers, the inside the park, or against the Phillies. Like, this guy has that clutch gene. The problem is the offense wasn't good enough to warrant being in this lineup. If you are 23-15. If you are the Dodgers, the Braves, the Cubs, the Yankees, one of these top lineups in baseball, then you can afford to have a defensive first catcher like Patrick Bailey in the lineup. So when you look at the overall offensive struggles, I 100% believe that Rafael Devers struggles, Willie Adames struggles, Matt Chapman struggles. All of these struggles led to the trading of Patrick Bailey. Whether that's fair or not, life's not fair. Grab a helmet. Life's tough. Sorry, Patrick Bailey. You're still going to be a major league catcher because of what you do defensively. They just couldn't afford to have that liability offensively on the worst offense in baseball.
It's funny you say that, and we react live. And then sometimes I think it's like when young Tony used to ask us questions, and I think of my best answers later. As you were saying all that, my mind started to churn a little bit. And you say, if they're 24-16, does he make the trade? And I said no. But then I started thinking, Daniel Susak, they went and got him, and he was performing, and fans were clamoring for him. And then they went and got Jesus Rodriguez last year. They didn't know for sure if he was going to hit, but then they liked what they had. Maybe at some point Buster was going to make this move anyway. I don't know. I'm sort of waffling on that a little bit. Like maybe, dude, there was going to get to a point where Susak was going to come back from the nerve issue, the elbow issue. He hit the 2 bombs last week, and fans were going to start to say, "Where's Dan Susak?" Right? Mm-hmm. So let me modify my answer to you. Maybe he would have. Maybe he would have traded Pat Bailey.
It's possible, but
because,
it's also
because of the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
That they went and got 2 catchers in the last year, Jesus Rodriguez and Dan Susak. And if you're Pat Bailey, it's like I always joke about, like, hey, did you hear Mike Kohler? He just hired 2 new morning hosts, but they're just going to sit out there in the bullpen. Don't worry about them.
Which, hey,
don't worry about those guys.
Cumulus has done before.
But whatever they do, he won't put him on before Saturday at 3 on a day Pat Bailey gets traded.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So,
also, can we talk about the fact real quick, just to slide this nugget in? The day that they traded away Patrick Bailey because he didn't provide enough offense, Joey Bart shows up and has 4 hits on Saturday.
That said, Joey's numbers are not tremendous, but yes.
I know. Just the timing of it all.
Saturday was a day we'd all like to forget.
Yes,
dude.
Joey.
Bruce, let's see. Brian in Modesto. Our last couple calls before we get out of here on this busy day. Brian in Modesto is on the leader with Murph and Marcus. Good morning, Brian.
Hey, what's up, Brian?
What's up, guys? How's it going? I just wanted to weigh in on the Patrick Bailey thing. And Marcus, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I feel like he's essentially most valuable on an offensive-minded team. And when you're not producing that offense, then I like Buster looking for other ways. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, you guys. Happy Monday. Appreciate it.
All right, Brian. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
Solid call from Brian. And I did want to mention this, too, before we break, just because I mentioned the name Joey Bart. At least we didn't get to a situation where they played this out with Patrick Bailey, where they were doing the shuffle, sending him down to Sacramento. Then he runs out of options, and you get absolutely squat for him, like we saw with guys like Joey Bart, like Marco Luciano, like all these prospects that have kind of fizzled out, at least they cut ties and were able to get a first-round draft pick and one of the top pitching prospects also from the Cleveland Guardians.
Dude, the Giants have had 2 first-round picks at catcher in the last 6 years and have blown both of them out. The last 8 years, I should say.
Yeah.
They've blown both of them out. I heard their third catching prospect was named Trey Lance, but they didn't want him either.
Yeah.
Dude, it feels like Trey.
I mean-
James Wiseman in the crouch, dude. Throw on the shin guards, James
geez,
Wiseman.
we riff so much about the Warriors and the 49ers missing on draft picks. Go look at the last 10 years of first-round draft picks for the San Francisco Giants.
No, don't.
Elliot Ramos,
Don't look,
the
bro.
only guy hanging
Don't
around.
look. And Kerry Crowley threw out the list the other day. By the way, shout out Kerry Crowley. We had fun at the Penny Pitch on Friday at St. Anthony's Penny Pitch at North Beach in front of the Italian Athletic Club. I was back again. Dude, Kerry's first go-around with me, that kid is a dynamo. I couldn't stop him. I just stepped back and let him roll,
Let
man.
him go.
Football mentality. He grabbed the mic and was screaming at people. I was like, you go, kid.
That's that gunner mentality.
I was
he had.
I was the wise elder. He was he was on the punt coverage team.
Dude, he was one of Paul Tonelli's favorite all-time gunners.
No, I said, Joe, look. I said, he's like, ah! He was screaming at people, get online, no footfalls, let's go, let's raise some money, feed the hungry, get up here.
All right, Kerry.
Bruce in Palo Alto is next. Bruce, good morning. You're on the leader with Murph and Marcus.
Hey, morning, Bruce.
Hey, Murph, Marcus. Just a couple things real quick. I was in favor of the Patrick Bailey move. I think he's going to a team that's perfect for him. He's working with Stephen Vogt, a defensive-minded team that has only one big slugger in Ramirez, and it's good. I think it's going to work out for him. But I wonder, and by the way, I noticed that player, Tugboat, the lefty they got, reminds me, I don't know about you guys, so much of David Wells.
Yeah, good
I
call.
mean, he just has that
Good call.
look about
Yeah.
him, right?
He definitely has a Wells vibe to him. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Here's the reason I called. I heard your sound early this morning from Buster. I hadn't heard it, where he was real down, naturally. But he said he saw the handwriting on the wall. And I just wonder, and I'm only speculating, this is not a conspiracy, speculating, did he possibly consider going with those 9 straight fastballs? Because, frankly, he was tired of all the bad press and tension going on.
Man, that is a deep. Well, you calling sabotage? You going Beastie Boys on me?
Well, I wonder. No, not necessarily. Not because who knows? Maybe after the third pitch, the guy's out. But I just wonder. You've got to believe that he has contacts. I mean, he talks to people in baseball, even around that organization. And Ken Rosenthal listed a bunch of people today who thought it was a great move for Cleveland. You know, the former bullpen coach with the Giants was mentioned. I'm trying to think of his name.
Craig Albernaz is the Orioles manager. Yes.
Albernaz. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, take a look at that in the Athletic. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just kind of interesting that I never would have thought about it. When you go back and listen to the sound of his voice, and I don't think
you're going conspiracy. You're going conspiracy, Bruce. You're like Marcus over here. Hey, I appreciate the call, man. We got to go. We're up against the clock, but thanks for calling and listening. Appreciate
Murph,
you.
and you know I love a good conspiracy. Essentially, anytime there's like inside the building sabotage, like earlier this morning in our digital team taking down our YouTube stream. Maybe a little sabotage, but those sabotage riffs are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
I have to tell you, there was a brief Beastie Boys digression Saturday night at the 14U doubleheader at Albert, and Coach John, the same guy who provided the YouTube, declared himself the biggest Beastie Boys fan in the world. And I just reminded me, Damon Hack and I, and then even old Paulie Mack and I, you used to laugh so much anytime we got to sabotage. I'm a sucker. Just when somebody goes, can't stand it, I know you planned it, I just have to start laughing. It just makes me laugh. The video's funny. The concept of the song is funny. The line, can't stand it, I know you planned it, is one of my favorite bars in all of
yes, Kyle.
in all of it. Where are you with the Beasties?
Oh, dude, who's not down with the Beastie Boys?
Just give me the can't stand it. Because you know what? Because there's people in your life. I know you planned it. I know you did. That's Bailey. That's Pat Bailey calling the Splitters.
Y'all, it's sabotage.
All right, let's get out of here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All time. Rejoin this anytime, baby. The legendary line. Can't stand it. I know you planned it. All right. Was Pat Bailey sabotaging the Giants? I don't think so. We have 2 minutes. We got to squeeze this in. As good as that rejoin is, Y2 Kyle.
Want to know.
Yeah.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
What did Waterboy learn today?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
That's such a great rejoin there, buddy. Okay, Tom Petty, I need to know, kid. Dial it up. We were learning all sorts of stuff today. You learned about the new AA lefty the Giants got, Matt Wilkinson, when I broke the news to you that he had pitched for Team Canada in the Little League World Series.
AKA Tugboat. I remember him pitching for Team Canada in the World Baseball Classic. But
My name
Murph,
is Matt Wilkinson, and my favorite baseball player is Clayton Kershaw.
there it was. Matt Wilkinson barging in. I'm telling all y'all, it's sabotaged by Kyle Harr. That was the clip we were setting up from the intros. Here it is again. Matthew Wilkinson, a.k.a. Tugboat, representing Canada in the Little League World Series.
Wilkinson, and my favorite baseball player is Clayton Kershaw.
Unbelievable.
And he names Clayton Kershaw as his favorite player.
First of all, we're going to forgive him because he's a lefty, and they're all lefties. All lefties hang together. Second of all, you got words for Clayton Kershaw.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
There we go. So Matt Wilkinson, Little League World Series kid. Cute little kid there. That's when he earned his nickname Tugboat. I think the dad said, one of the dads said, when they watched him run around the base, he said, he looks like a tugboat out there. So pretty good, man. Shout out tugboats everywhere, and you know they'll be in the Cove, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, good find on that. Little League World Series, Matt Wilkinson. We all learned that today. All right, good job, everybody, today. Y2 Kyle doing his thing back there, juggling plates. John Joe Curley doing not much at all. Hey, that was all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right. Greg Silver, who may or may not have had an inkling about Steve Kerr. All right. They'll settle it all. Papa and Silver is next. JD filling in for Papa. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Love you, buddy. I'm not going to make fun of you because you're violent.
You got to get home. You got to get home.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours. 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Eldridge leads off for the Giants and hits a high fly ball to right field. Going deep, way back there, still going. Adios! That ball bounces out into San Francisco Bay. The first big league home run for Bryce Eldridge.
Bases loaded, 1 out. The pitch. He hits a little bloop into right. It's going to get down. Ramos went back to third, and the throw comes home late. Ramos scores, and the Giants win it. Oh, my goodness. That was almost a disaster in 10. Instead, it turns into a celebration. Rodriguez comes through with a base hit, and the Giants in 12 beat the Pirates 7-6.
It's a 2-year contract for Steve Kerr to return as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Sources tell me that it makes him and keeps him the highest paid coach in the NBA moving forward. And for this 13th season and beyond with the Warriors, but Steve Kerr did contemplate stepping away after a legendary 4-championship run over the course of 12 years so far in Golden State. But I'm told Kerr met with Joe Lacob, the Warriors owner, multiple times over the last 3 weeks, face to face. And the conclusion was Steve Kerr wanted to coach. Joe Lacob and the Warriors welcomed him, wanted him back.
Burton flips it over to Williams for 3. Oh, yes! Happy Mother's Day!
Happy
Happy Mother's Day indeed to all the moms out there yesterday. I know Kyle Haar was out at the yard with his mother in a 12-inning madness. Wow, this weekend had a little bit of everything. Of course, the Steve Kerr extension. We will get into that throughout the week. The Valkyries are off to a hot start, 2-0. Ball Hollow was back and rocking on Mother's Day. And the Giants between Friday afternoon into Monday morning gave us a whole bunch of drama, which included a trade that went down on Saturday morning. So, JD, it is good to be with you. We're still waiting on Walt. My understanding is that there's all sorts of madness going on the bridge today. So if anyone is out there in the car, hope we can provide a little bit of company for you on this commute. And everybody stay safe out there on the roads. But happy Monday, my friend. Good to be with you.
Yeah, happy Monday. And I was intending on being with you myself this morning in studio, and I left at about 8:15 from the East Bay, and all of a sudden I got going, and it popped up on the maps, an hour and 47 minutes. And I thought, well, that can't be real, because that would mean I'm getting there right about now. But I'm like, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going a little bit. So I keep going, get to about Orinda, and it keeps getting worse. I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to make the show even leave it at 8:15, so I'm going to turn around and head back to the home studio here in the East Bay. Probably the safest course of action. Not sure what's going on out there, but it is brutal, especially for a Monday. So everything's good to go, on time. We wish Walt and everybody the best out there as they chug away to try to get into the city. But yeah, weird and strange and rough traffic morning even on a Monday here.
Yeah, but you know what? We also got a lot of answers between Friday and Monday. So, hey, again, if you're stuck in car, if you're stuck in traffic, like, hey, we got you on a whole bunch of content. I mean, Friday night, the Giants ends up winning a game. And I know I was with Krug on Friday. One of the listeners was like, stop being a therapist and be a sports talk host, because I said that I didn't think the Giants would get swept. Well, didn't end up happening. And Friday, they were actually getting hits. Devers was finding his stride somewhat, and then still don't have a closer. So my no closer/no closer statement of the 2 words from last Monday still rings true. Stay tuned for my 2 words coming up for this weekend. Then on Saturday, that was about as disgusting of a game, except for the fact that it was kind of your ultimate rebuild game. Bryce Eldridge finally gets a homer for the first time in his career. And then Sunday, for it to be this back and forth and everything from Ryan O'Hearn not getting it on his glove with the Chapman double to Elliot Ramos driving us crazy running the bases. After all that, the Giants get a walk-off for the first time this year. It was Jesus Rodriguez, and they take a series, and we're going to see a lot more of Jesus Rodriguez as well as Daniel Susac when he's done rehabbing moving forward, because, as we learned Saturday morning, Patrick Bailey, the 2-time Gold Glove defensive catcher, was traded to Cleveland.
Yeah, and the Giants continuing to shake things up as much as anything. We knew about and discussed the shakeup from last week off of the 0-6 trip and coming home, and Bryce Eldridge and Rodriguez coming up, and they lose that series to the Padres to dip to 9 under. They touched that 9 under mark again on Saturday night, and which was an ugly game. But the big takeaway from the weekend, the shakeups aren't done. And you could kind of wonder, and we talked about it last week, where are the Giants going with this thing in terms of, guys that maybe don't fit into the future plans, whether it was some of the big-time contracts that the Giants signed or traded for, who potentially could you get out from under if you wanted to? And the writing was kind of on the wall, as Patrick Bailey mentioned in his opening press conference with the Guardians after the trade. The writing felt on the wall with the fact that Jesus Rodriguez came up immediately and was productive at the plate, but immediately was catching in those first couple of games. That, to me, was a little bit of a tell. We know Susac's going to be coming back at some point here in the next week or so, but that, to me, was a tell that if Bailey was not going to be catching semi-regularly, then what the heck was he doing on the roster? I know we debated, could they actually trade him? Incredibly, I think the Giants got a pretty good deal for trading Patrick Bailey, although I know it is a polarizing discussion for some, considering the level of defense that Bailey played. But the one thing that became abundantly clear, and we knew this, I think, within the first 2-3 weeks of the season, not even getting into May, the Giants top to bottom were just not good enough offensively to carry Patrick Bailey playing regularly at the bottom of the lineup. So is it his fault? Well, sure, partly because he was historically bad offensively and nowhere near good enough offensively, in my opinion. And I said this to warrant him continuing to be out there regularly defensively, but nowhere near on this specific team with so many other underachieving and non-performing players to begin this season. So the trade makes a lot of sense. It infused some energy and some offense into that position because you may be harder pressed to move on from some of the other guys that you've acquired at some of the other positions. And Patrick Bailey winds up being a Cleveland Guardian.
And then you get Matt Tugboat Wilkinson coming the other way, as well as a comp pick, number 29 overall, and that gives him a little bit of money flexibility, and that's all into the weeds of everything. But in the short term, it's about what you gave up in Patrick Bailey and also giving the keys to Sasaki, who's going to come back in about a week. And then Jesus Rodriguez, who was 0 for 5 yesterday, but I got to tell you, JD, he's got the shooter's mentality because you know what he goes up to the plate with his funky stance, 0-5. He's thinking, yeah, well, I'm going to get the next one. And he did just that to send Elliot Ramos home. Never easy for the Giants when they're able to take games like that, but they do get 2 of 3. And speaking of shooter's mentality, the other story, we expected it, I think, at a certain point, although once the Warriors season ended, we were thinking, hey, maybe Steve Kerr's not coming back. Maybe that was goodbye, and the last dance happened right in front of our eyes. Couple of meetings, a lot of negotiations, and as we got the other member of Dubs OT, Kyle was, I was Kyle before Kyle. I'm just going to claim that right now. But no, you and Kyle talked a lot about it, and Steve Kerr did re-sign on a 2-year deal, so we're getting at least a 13th season, and I think that this answers a lot of questions about what the offseason could end up being. Now the real work is going to start for a team that, yeah, they got their coach back, but guess what? They also won 37 games, and they're not getting any younger.
And no lottery luck as well for the Warriors. I thought there was far too much made of the potential to move up. I know anytime it kind of popped up, I would always say, well, they're probably going to end up 11th. Like, people do know there's, like, whatever it was, a 90% chance they wind up with the 11th pick or 87 or whatever the heck it was. So Steve Kerr comes back. It's been trending that way really for the last 2 weeks. We talked about it after the initial meetings and the reports leaking out of the initial meetings, which I think were 2 weeks ago today, between Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. And so it has been progressively trickling toward Kerr's return. It's a big deal. I'm interested in the coming days here, now that we know where the Warriors are going to pick in the draft, what the conversations were. And at some point there's going to be a press conference, I would imagine, toward the back end of this week, where Steve and Mike will address the season and the offseason. But I'm interested to hear what comes out in terms of what the discussions between Kerr and the ownership group and front office led to in terms of the direction of this franchise in what truly is a pivotal offseason. I don't think Steve Kerr necessarily comes back if they're going to do the full rebuild around Steph Curry. So I think, and there's already been some reports about the Warriors continuing, as they always try to be, or at least project to be, extremely aggressive and looking to add to the roster. So the offseason officially, I think, started for the Golden State Warriors with the news on Saturday night. And then with the news of the lottery selection, as the Warriors ended up with their slot pick at number 11 overall.
Well, hey, you know what, though? With people saying, hey, maybe they're going to move into the top 4. I mean, we've seen some lottery funkiness the last couple of years, and I know that the Zachary Reese-Shea draft, when Atlanta got the number 1 pick, wasn't a very sexy draft, but Atlanta had very slim odds to move all the way up, and then obviously Dallas
Chicago
last year.
Moved up.
Yeah, Chicago
moved up.
Very anticlimactic lottery, except for the fact that the Kings just got absolutely screwed and fell all the way to 7. So I feel for our NorCal counterparts.
The King, I don't, and honestly, I mean, they got what they kind of. I feel my initial thought. I'm not going to go off on a tangent on this, I promise. Yeah. When they decided to keep Doug Christie for another year, to me, that was the karmic fate that sealed them ending up moving down a couple of spots to 7. Doug Christie deserves the 7 pick. I don't know if everybody else in Sacramento necessarily, given the trials and tribulations, did, but Doug Christie earned that 7th pick. But yeah, the Kings, Brooklyn, and Indiana, the 3 big losers on lottery day. but the Warriors end up standing pat at number 11.
All right, so much to get into. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number. What do you think of the Patrick Bailey trade? Was this the right time? Why or why not? We have hit that marker of 40 games that often gets talked about. 16-24 is their record. And my 2 words last Monday were no closer / no closer. I got another 2 words for you. When we come on back, I'll tell you all about it on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Rodriguez and Daniel Sasaki, and just the strides that we feel like as an organization they've made defensively. Both of them swinging the bat well. As you noted, not necessarily only Patty, who's been off to a slow start offensively this year, but just as a whole, trying to find ways to get more runs on the board.
I got 2 words for you. Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Must-see TV.
That's more than 2 words.
And I got a phone number for you as well, 415-808-5627. That's where you join the conversation. Weigh in on the Patrick Bailey trade. Do you like the trade? Do you like the timing of the trade? And I do have 2 words for you as well, JD. I mean, I was thinking about it while the game was going on yesterday. Was I going to go bad optics? Was Andy Baggerly wrote a big column about that? Was I just going to go more shakeups thinking? And then I ended up just with the wild 12-inning affair. My 2 words are, what else? This weekend had everything. I'm talking about Friday night. They finally got their hits. The offense came to life. Devers is looking more like the Rafael Devers you hoped to come to San Francisco when he was acquired from Boston. But they still don't have a closer, and it's good that they had a 5-1 lead going into the bottom of the ninth because, yes, that is still an issue. Then Saturday, I call it the quintessential rebuild game because Bryce Eldridge hit a home run. It was his first career one. It was great. And it was 13-1, ended up being 13-3. Hey, they drew some walks, but we've seen a handful of bad games over the past few years. That one was among the very worst. Then you also had the trade of Patrick Bailey earlier that morning. That's a major topic, and the shakeups continue. And then Sunday, you're trying to make sense of what it would all mean with the weekend. Do they take the series? Do they lose the series? All sorts of drama up and down leads to Jesus Rodriguez, walk-off single. Giants get the win. They get the series, and just what else is on the docket for Buster Posey, too, moving forward? That one was far from a must-win, but it certainly felt like a can't-lose. Like, could you imagine they lose that one yesterday with a 3-hour and 51-minute game that goes down? Then they would have hit another low mark of 10 under. You would have made another trade, and we would have been waving our arms up in the air saying, gosh, JD, what else can they do from here? And, yes, that question still holds true. But at least they held afloat for one weekend, and the shakeups continue to come down the road.
Yeah, and I think the 2 of 3 this weekend is relatively insignificant. And you're right, it is better than the alternative. And given the way that they would have lost the game, whether it had been prior to extra innings or in extra innings, they did show some fight, and it ends up being a 3-3 week. Overall after the changes and with more changes. I mean, Ryan Walker sent down as well after another poor performance in the game on Saturday. So, yeah, the weekend is not, the bullpen now is much more even a rebuilding bullpen, let's see what you got, that of a rebuilding team than even it was now at the beginning of the season. So they're giving some guys some opportunities. And then, of course, the Patrick Bailey trade and all of that. So the result of the weekend, while, yes, it would literally be another rock bottom had they lost yesterday and dropped another series, I don't think that the 2 out of 3 win necessarily is all that significant, except for the fact that it provides a little bit of a good vibe for a clubhouse that's now got to go down and start a really, really difficult trip against the Dodgers and the A's, and then the Diamondbacks coming up, a three-city lengthy trip. So that being said, I do think it's really more about the fact that the Giants are shuffling the deck. And we saw them do it last week with the moves that they made. We saw them do it on Saturday with the Bailey trade, and then even with the Ryan Walker being sent down as well. And it sort of makes you wonder at this point. And I do think Buster Posey it's twofold, right? It can't be any worse. So let's see if you can't shuffle the deck and bring some of these guys up and get them some opportunities. And maybe it does start to spark this team to get back a little bit closer to 500 and maybe make a run in that vein. But the big overarching theme for me among all the shakeups is the question about, are the Giants maybe closer to really going into more of a full rebuild earlier in this season than I think anybody would have maybe anticipated.
And that's why I ask what else. Because, yes, there was the immediate what else of, gosh, this weekend gave us a whole bunch of content and drama. But then there's also the, hey, we saw the shakeup with Eldridge and Rodriguez coming up. We saw what playing time was looking like between Sasaki and Bailey. Now we see continued moves with Bailey actually being on the move over to Cleveland. And you have to wonder, with all the reporting of Bob Nightingale coming up, there's word out there that the Giants would love to offload some more of their expensive contracts. And so it makes you think, what else is in store for this team that is now at 16-24? And again, I laugh at how it's a lot of times you try to be patient at the start of a season and you think, hey, 40 games, that's the mark of just under 25% where we're going to make some evaluations. Well, if you're Buster Posey, that's not how it's been. Now, some of it is it started way worse than anybody's expectations would have been for this group. But yeah, you were 9 under 500 at your lowest point. You're still 8 below at 16-24. So by the time we even get to 40 games, we've already had a whole slew of moves, and it makes you wonder what might be coming next now that Patrick Bailey was traded. So yes, part of it is what do you make of this trade, but also just in general, what do you make of Buster Posey and his philosophy? You could say you love it. You could say you hate it. It's clear that some of the big swings he's taken haven't worked out to this point just yet. But Buster Posey, one thing that is for certain, he's not just going to sit back and do nothing. He is not afraid to take big swings. The question is, will they stand the test of time? And for some of them, like the Devers trade right now, the answer is no.
Well, he doesn't really have a choice. And I agree his nature as the president of baseball operations has been to be aggressive and look to make moves and look to make big moves. But his original plan for this season was failing miserably. And so I think you can look in the mirror, and I do give Buster Posey credit for that at least, looking in the mirror as things had become so dreadfully bad a week ago plus, and really other than that 7-3 stretch, it's been catastrophically bad baseball, really, in a number of different levels. And so I do give Buster Posey credit for looking in the mirror and saying, hey, the team that I put together with the manager I hired has been a disaster. And again, I'm going back to a week ago. It's time to make some moves. It's time to shuffle the deck. So I think, being unafraid to do that, basically acknowledging your own failures to a certain extent and saying, hey, I'm not going to sit here and be patient, because the longer I'm patient, the worse it looks for me unless I do something, because I built this team and I hired that manager. So in some ways it's kind of a, well, duh, like who would just sit back and let this team continue to flounder and continue to fail without making some level of changes? And here's the other thing the changes do. They do ignite a little bit of energy into a fan base that's been extremely frustrated. And over the weekend on Saturday, despite the fact the Giants did end up taking 2 out of 3, I mean, they were getting booed on Saturday night. And so I think, Buster Posey is reading the room in terms of an extremely frustrated fan base that had a ton of optimism coming into this season. And he's thinking, I got to give these people that are paying the money and that are supporting this team, I got to give them a little change of pace. I got to give them a little bit of a different look. So it's bring up the number one prospect. It's bring up an alternative option for a maligned player in Patrick Bailey by having Jesus Rodriguez come up and immediately start a couple of games as the catcher. They reduced Ryan Walker's role, and then Ryan Walker didn't pitch better. In a couple of opportunities as a behind guy. So you send him down. And basically, among the maligned, Bailey and Walker, and I think Adames, to a lesser extent Devers, have been the most maligned, and Adames with the big hit yesterday. But so he kind of, at least for a couple of days, maybe stems the tide with his own play. But it's basically Buster Posey, to me, Greg, looking in the mirror and saying, hey, I got to change it up because the longer I ride with this team, the worse it looks for me because this is the team I built and I wanted and I signed off on and the manager I hired and all of that. And so, at some point you have to look to shuffle the deck and maybe it turns toward a path of rebuild. Maybe it turns toward a path of getting this season ignited and having this team become closer to what Buster Posey originally envisioned it being, which certainly is not, a team that's 8 under this early into the season.
Well, and you talk about one path potentially could be rebuild. You look at names like Robbie Ray or Luis Ariz, and maybe they end up getting traded before the deadline is all said and done. But you also look at the reason behind the shakeup, and particularly the Eldridge and Rodriguez. That was to ignite the players who were wildly underperforming that you expected to contribute to this team that was fighting for a playoff spot. That was the vision going into the season. Rafael Devers has woken up a little bit. Adames finally had his moment, and it was like, welcome to the 2026 season. Chapman has been wildly frustrating to a lot of fans, but he's been putting together a couple of hits after starting like 0 for 19 or something in the month of May. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We will pick this up. We want to take your calls, read your texts, and we got some really good ones on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line to revisit when we come on back. It's Papa and Silver with JD, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I got the information after the game yesterday from Buster, and a little bit surprised, but at the same time, you can kind of see the writing on the wall a little bit there with my time. I just felt like I was losing opportunities, losing at bats, and obviously Jesus and Suzak have been playing really well. Yeah, I mean, you kind of get an idea of you stop playing, you get a feel for what's going on.
That was Patrick Bailey wearing a Cleveland Guardians hat in his first comments on Saturday after the trade that was broken Saturday morning by Jeff Passan of ESPN. It is Papa and Silver. JD hanging out with us from 10 to 2. Busy weekend full of a lot of content, and talked all about it in the opening segment. Now with the Bailey trade, the theme is what else? What else might be in store, and how are we comparing the Buster Posey style of being someone willing to make decisions when he sees a need for change? 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation. And I'll go out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 408, JD says, I definitely don't like the product Buster has provided this season so far, but at least he's not going the Farhan route and never making significant trades. Adames Endeavor's acquisitions have been big flops, but I suppose he is at least going for it. So that's a fair point, right? Buster Posey, one thing we can all say is he has a track record in his short time as president of baseball operations to be willing to shake things up. You can look back to last June when he brought up Dominic Smith and said it's time to go. You can look at trading for Rafael Devers midseason. You can look at trading away Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval right before the trade deadline. That was another instance. Now we're talking about calling up Eldridge and Rodriguez, and now he continues the Buster Posey theme by trading away a 2-time Gold Glove starting catcher because this team has been so putrid offensively that you can look at the defense all you want, but the way Susak and Rodriguez have been able to come in and hit, it feels like you don't really have a choice, and Buster saw us fit to go and do so.
Well, here, a couple of things. I mean, is the Patrick Bailey trade really controversial? Like, is it really polarizing? Like, I mean, the 2-time Gold Glove, like, he can't hit. And so you look at, that part of it, number one, right? And the Giants don't have, as I mentioned in the opening segment, a near good enough lineup. I think even if their guys were producing at closer to the levels that are, their career norms, I don't think the Giants would still have enough hitting to carry Patrick Bailey basically, batting ninth every night and playing Gold Glove caliber defense, which he really hadn't, by the way, to this point early in the season either. He had kind of had a down start to the year, I think, in terms of his overall defense. So that's the first thing. Like it's his inability to hit, and then you look at, well, what can they get in return? And I'll be honest with you, Greg, I am stunned that they got as much as they did, being able to get the 29th pick and what, slot money and Tugboat Wilkinson. That's cute. Maybe that becomes a thing at some point down the line. But that, just on the surface, is more than I would have believed they could get for him in a trade. And I would have thought, I mean, we said it last week, like, what can they realistically get? Maybe they would look to move Bailey if Rodriguez proves he can come up and hit, and Susak. Like, we were on it last week, but said, well, what are they really, like, I'm stunned that they could get that much. But it does go to show at the level at which the rest of the league does value his ability to be a defender, and that there are other teams in the major leagues that believe that they can create and generate enough offense and production to where they can carry him as a starting level catcher. So all of those things, number one, but I don't see the controversy. Like, to me, he was a maligned player, right? The fan base was frustrated with him. I got to think Buster Posey had probably grown frustrated with him. I think you look at the ability to net what they did back and to me, it feels like it's kind of a no-brainer. And you open the door for Rodriguez and Susak now to get opportunities to be able to produce more offensively at the plate, and that's what this Giants team was going to need. It always came down to do the Giants need more hitting at the position for the team that they have? And I think the answer to that question is just an unequivocal yes. So to look to move on, like I don't know. And maybe I'm a little bit off base. Like I just don't think this is all that controversial. I think it's kind of a no-brainer because it really in a bunch of different. It gives those young guys an opportunity. It moves on from a player, and not that presidents of baseball operations are thinking like this, although I do think you could look at some of Buster Posey's moves, as we've said, and think that maybe they're done a little bit to appease the fans. Well, I think you check that box, whether that was the main reason or a secondary reason or whatever. Bailey's an incredibly frustrating player to the fan base, so you move on from him. So you make the fan base, I think, a little bit happier. And you give others an opportunity, and you inject a little bit of life or shake-up among the guys that have been around in your clubhouse. So I don't know. To me, it's just a no-brainer that you would make that move.
Well, what do we always say, too? In order to make a move or make a change, you have to have a viable alternative ready to go. And it became clear that there wasn't just one, there was two, because during Susak's time on the IL, Rodriguez came up and proved to be somebody that could hit consistently, even more so than the guys you're paying way much more money to do so.
I'll say this. I like you've seen the flashes from Susak and even this week from Jesus Rodriguez, and he's able to just the game winner yesterday is just the difference in a lot of ways between the Rodriguez approach and the Patrick Bailey approach. Like it's just the ability to just knuckle one out into right field, just dunk one in. Like the Giants have not done a lot of that, early this year. And so it's just dunk one in a big spot and win a game, or dunk one in a big spot and score 2 runs with a couple of guys on base. So but it's the difference in approach, I think, for somebody like Rodriguez that's on full display. I will say this though, Greg. I want to get your take.
Yeah,
I think it does feel a little telling and or premature that you would think, oh yeah, Susak, given what we've seen from Susak to this point. I mean, we're talking about a week of Rodriguez, and how many at-bats did Susak have? 20? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm making up a number here. I didn't look it up, but we're already that much of the belief that those guys, giving them the opportunities are worth it. So I think it's fair to say Rodriguez and Susak haven't necessarily shown enough to this point just because they haven't played enough to show it. But I think that in and of itself, Greg, is an indicator of just how much Patrick Bailey had fallen out of favor. Look, both those guys look like they're better hitters than Bailey for already. I'm not going to lie. But they still have done it in an extremely small sample size to believe that they're going to be the answer. To me, it's just can't get worse. These guys have injected a little bit of life when they've gotten the opportunity. We're moving on. I think there's almost an addition by subtraction view of Patrick Bailey just kind of being his style of play, his demeanor, style of play at the plate, his demeanor. He's kind of an energy sucker, like just from a fan base. Like he's just kind of a guy that he's just kind of blasé. Rodriguez and Susak have been the anti-blasé, and so you want to get a little bit more of that, especially Greg, if, and I'm not saying this is 100% true because I don't think Buster Posey believes it yet, but especially if you're becoming more comfortable with the notion that this team isn't going to have a realistic shot at the postseason, and maybe you are going to have to, earlier rather than later, start to focus more on development and younger players, at least at some of the positions where you have some guys knocking on the door.
Okay, it's funny you bring this up, and you went to some of the areas I was going to go with my answer. You're right that I'm not taking what we've seen in a short amount of time from Susak and Rodriguez as the long-term truth, and that's how it's going to be. But you also have 3 guys that can play catcher behind the plate. Patrick Bailey is by far the worst hitter, and rather than making it about the sample size we have seen from either Susak or Rodriguez, I'm thinking about the sample size that we saw from Patrick Bailey, and I was looking for a note over the weekend to kind of illustrate what I was going to make the point on. I finally found the one I was looking for. Since the trade deadline in 2024, we're talking nearly 2 whole calendar years, Patrick Bailey has a .539 OPS. That is 23 points lower than any other hitter in the big leagues. So we're talking 2 sustained years now where this isn't just a slump. This is a guy who has not been able to provide offense as good and effective as he is defensively for you. He is not giving you not just enough offense, he's hardly giving you any offense, and you can't have an OPS that starts with a 3, even if we've seen just a little bit of Rodriguez and Susak. Do you think Patrick Bailey would have gotten the knock that Rodriguez got yesterday? I mean, I think the answer is we have seen him be clutch. That has been his calling card for what he's been able to give you offensively. But Jesus Rodriguez, I think they just wanted to see, like, can he hang in there at a major league level? Can he hit major league pitching? And we already have that answer in this short amount of time.
I think you can make the case that we do have the answer that Susak's going to be a better hitter. Like again, given the sample, it makes you wonder. But it certainly is bold. But I think, and Buster said it in the clip that we played. Their advancements defensively have given them the confidence that they're going to get, I think, enough defensively to where you take the hitting. And again, it goes back to the rest of the lineup in terms of, are you good enough to be able to carry that guy that just isn't going to hit for you, aside from a couple of clutch hits, per year, 3 to 5 big clutch hits to win you a game, per year. Are you? Well, Rodriguez just got you one, of those, right? So now, I just think when you look at it, it's bold, but it's not crazy to think that even if you do think it's a small sample size, it's kind of a why not? Let's give these younger guys an opportunity and move on from somebody that's become, that's become so maligned that he's just kind of fallen out of favor completely with the organization and the fan base.
All right, got a couple of calls waiting on the line, so hang tight. We will get to you and open up the phones when we come on back. Do you like the trade, and do you like the fact that Buster Posey is willing to make moves, even if the returns on some of them have been more negative than positive? Buster Posey, not the type to sit on his hands, sit back, and just let it all play out. It's Papa and Silver with JD on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Seventh inning, the pitch. Bailey, high drive, left field. It is gone! Patrick Bailey pummels one into the night and puts the Giants ahead 3-0.
It truly is odd when you think about it, JD, that Patrick Bailey, for as little as he provided offensively at the plate, both from the left side and the right side as a switch hitter. If you think about the best moments in the last calendar year, I mean, he had a freaking walk-off inside the park home run. He had a walk-off grand slam against the Dodgers, and then he had the one you heard right there from Dave Fleming, 3-run homer to end up clinching a series win against the Dodgers. So he did have a knack for the big moments despite how maligned he was offensively. But I think we had a texter that said, after that game, oh, this is bad because now Bailey's going to buy himself another 2 months of bad hitting. And I was like, I don't think it's going to be that simple. And he did not, because at the 40-game mark, he has been traded away to the Cleveland Guardians. Michael is in the South at Gilroy. Let's go out to the phones. Says trading Patrick Bailey will prove to be a mistake. I want to hear your take on this. What's up, Michael?
Hi, how you doing? Yeah, I called Friday talking about Patrick Bailey, and you guys were talking about a possible trade, and you were saying it was way too early. And look at the weekend, look what happened. But I feel it's a huge mistake on Buster's part. I know Bailey's not hitting the ball. You got two young catchers coming up that can hit the ball. Why can't we pitch hit for Bailey? These catchers, what I've seen in the short time that they play, they can't throw to second base. I think teams thought twice about stealing second base when Patrick was in. Now teams are going to run like crazy on us. The other thing is I talked about Bailey's hitting. We know he has power, but he's not a power hitter. Change him to a slap hitter. Did the hitting coaches work with him to, hey, man, we just need 240, 250 out of him. I don't think we have any players that are batting 240 right now on the team. I don't know. I just think.
Well, you got Luis Rise, you got Casey Schmidt, you got guys hitting above the 240 mark. But I hear you, the larger lineup has been underproducing on the season. Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah. Well, again, when I talked to you guys on Friday, I said, hey, have Luis Rise work with Patrick Bailey, make him a slap hitter, but it's too late now. So. Here we go.
Hey, appreciate the call, Michael. 808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. I mean, hey, look, we're going to get a variety of opinions on this one today. But, I mean, look, Patrick Bailey is – you can't – I get it. He is the best defensive catcher. Every pitcher would choose Bailey as their pitcher to pitch to between him, Susak, Rodriguez, the experience, etc. This lineup as a whole is not nearly good enough offensively to have the luxury of a guy – hitting as poor as Bailey. And I'm not even talking about this year. I'm talking about when he's had decent stretches in some of the recent years. It's not just OPS of 396. If your OPS was 557, this would still be a conversation and it would be a disaster at the plate.
Yeah, I just for all the things that, Buster Posey can be maligned for, and I think he's coming to the realization here in the last week especially that there are a bunch of things as he kind of looks in the mirror. I don't get the impression Buster Posey's shaking in his boots thinking the Patrick Bailey trade is going to burn him. I just don't. A future Hall of Fame catcher, making a decision on the impact of, the catching position. Like, I'm going to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Not even kind of. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. I just don't see this massive downside. And you know what? If you take some lumps in terms of teams running wild on you a little bit, then you know what? The guys that you have are going to have to improve. They're going to have to get better if they're going to be. It's basically an audition at this point. I mean, not really, because the guys, Rodriguez and Susak are going to split the time and have the job. But it really is. We've talked about this as far as the bullpen. Like right now, the bullpen to me feels like it's just a complete open audition with Walker going down and Eric Miller hurt. It's just a bunch of young guys and kind of journeyman vets and figure it out. and the bullpen of basically a rebuilding team. I think the Giants are making the catching position now the catching position of a rebuilding team. And you know what? That's fine because you give the young guys a chance and you get better at the position offensively. And you know what? Maybe that takes a little pressure off the guys throughout the lineup that are more unmovable, at least for the time being. So Bailey was movable. And, yeah, we talked about it Friday in thinking that it was too early to go the drastic route. But a big part of the reason why was because I would not have anticipated that the Giants could have got what they did in return for Bailey. I mean, first-round pick, and slot money, but a first-round pick, back into the first round, like that's absurd, honestly, to me. Plus another pitcher in the lefty Wilkinson. Again, maybe I'm crazy out of line there. I just don't think. And look, nobody's been more honest and to the point, and I think accurate in the assessment of Buster Posey as I have been. But I just don't look at this one like it's something that anybody should lose a lot of sleep over.
I mean, the word that's gotten tossed around a little bit is rebuild. Is this pointing toward a rebuild? And I'm not going to go there yet. I'm not going there right now just based on the move of trading Patrick Bailey. They still got Ray. They still got Arise. And, of course, the contracts that they have that are very, very hard to trade if they were to do it of Adames, Chapman, Devers, make that a conversation where we're not exactly in that territory. That being said, to your point about positions being up for grabs and a very unproven bullpen with a lot of young arms, and on top of that, a new young manager that's trying to get to know his players and figure this whole thing out, that does point to a team that is maybe a little bit more accepting with not being a playoff contender. And I think you have to confront that philosophy when you start the season at 16-24. Doesn't mean that things can't turn. You still have Devers, who's on a 10-game hitting streak, right? Like, you still got your guys that are there and being paid to carry this lineup. But what we're seeing with the handful of moves right now, and particularly another one in trading Bailey, now another position up for grabs, is, yeah, you're maybe committing a little bit more to figuring out what you got and who wants to go and earn a role, who wants to go and take it by the horns.
Well, you look to move the guys you can. And I think Buster also has to look at this as if shuffling the deck can't make it worse, considering the way the first 40 games have gone. And it also might make it better. And that doesn't mean that you're going to morph yourself into a playoff contender, but it might make it better in the short term and certainly can't make it worse. And you know what? If it did make it worse, you were cooked anyway, right? Like that's the truth. The truth is, if the moves if you look at where this team is at right now at 16-24, if these moves do make it worse, then it like, what does that really ultimately matter? Because if they had stayed the same and continued down this trajectory and had more patience with the roster that he put together, it was a wrap to begin with. So you're at least, I think, in some ways giving yourself a chance. There's a why not vibe. And if you're going to have a why not element to this thing, it might as well be playing more young guys because it gives them the opportunity. It might make you a little bit better. And if it does make you worse, who cares? Because, again, at that point, you look at where they were with the team that he originally put together, and that team wasn't going anywhere anyway.
808 KNBR, let's continue with the phones. Dino in Pacheco says he loves the Bailey trade and likes the way Buster has been making a lot of moves during his time. What's up, Dino? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Good talking to you real quick. And first of all, I just want to say my prayers go out to Greg Papa, however he's doing. I don't know how he's doing, but I hope he's doing great. Okay, I just want to say that the best announcer, the best voice, the most distinctive voice in all of announcing. So anyway, I want to get that out of the way. And one other thing, I want to just make my point, and then I'll get off the phone. Okay, yeah. JD, take a breath for a minute, please. So I just want to make a point real fast. The facts are, this just didn't start the season. Actually,
Hey, Dino.
What? Come on now. Hey, it's not personal.
You're done. You're done.
Talk.
Bye. See you, Dino.
All right. Hey.
See ya.
All right. Anyway,
you're gone.
As far as liking the Bailey trade part of it is, I think it's not so much like when I see Buster, if I see the description of Buster going after it, I don't necessarily take this as Buster is going after it. Like, going after it was going to get Devers when you were, at the time, 11 games over 500, 12 games over 500 last year, 41-29 being your high point. It was right around there when you made the trade for Devers. That was going after it, where you're like, hey, this is a team. We're like right there neck and neck with the Dodgers who are playing in a series. Let's go and try to take the NL West. Didn't work out that way. We understand that. I think this one is more.
I'm taking a breath. So go ahead.
We're an hour in on a Monday. We got 19 more to go. We got 19 more to go for the week. We'll be all right. And no short shows this week, by the way, because they're all 7:10 first pitches as they're taking on the Dodgers on the road here. But
that's my breath. I'm going to take my breath while you get hung up on. Night.
I see this one as more about Buster Posey setting a bar of what's acceptable. And the way they've been playing baseball, particularly offensively, has been far from acceptable. So while if Patrick Bailey alone was hitting better, that might not change the trajectory of this team's start. We're seeing continued shakeups because he's trying to hold accountability on everybody in this lineup. The shakeups of bringing up Eldridge and Rodriguez, I think, was also much more about the veterans and how badly they were underperforming. And I think the message he's sending is, look, it doesn't matter how you might be able to do certain things so well, like we talk about with Bailey and the 2-time Gold Gloves. I agree with you, JD, that getting that package was a pleasant surprise when it was announced on Saturday morning. But it's also, you can't have an OPS that starts in the 3. You can't be hitting below 150 and expect to be an everyday or a 2 out of 3 catcher for a starting team that does want to compete, even if you understand right now you're far from thinking about any kind of wild card or playoffs. There's still a standard that needs to be upheld, and I think Buster Posey's sending that message to everybody in a trade like this one.
I mean, when I saw the email of the announcement and what the Giants received, my first reaction was, and not in some dramatic way like they got this massive haul, but my first thought was short and sweet and to the point. Wow, that's more than I thought. Had to do that, especially with Rodriguez and potentially Daniel Susak coming back at some point. It just initial reaction made sense to me.
I would agree with that. Let's keep it going on the phones because we got them coming in at a fast pace. Let's go to Sarge Major, not Bob Sargent. Sarge Major on I-5. What's up, Sarge? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. So bullpen is a mess right now.
Yeah.
Walker obviously is a gas can, and he needed to go down. Well, my question is, what did Spencer Bivens do to Buster's Wheaties? Why is he in Sacramento? Why is he still in Sacramento? I mean, he's not Cy Young, but he's a solid major league reliever, and they're wasting him in Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Sarge, because we have seen the experience on Bivens, but the way I look at a move like that is that's not the difference between the team being close to 500 or not right now. And I think the larger issue with the bullpen is they didn't invest enough in it in the offseason, and unfortunately, even though some of these younger arms have proven to be more productive than we might have expected going into the season, this was the most unpredictable element of the Giants struggling as a team. The offense and the bats and the way their best players started so slowly through March and April, maybe not so much. The bullpen and having so many question marks with a 1-run lead, that was something we all could have forecast well into the winter.
I have a theory on it. My theory is I think they know what Spencer Bivens can do, and they want to see what Gregory Santos, who came up and then got sent down, could do. They want to see Peguero more. Who is a wild card if he can throw strikes. He's got great stuff, and we saw that even in the game yesterday. They want to look at Dylan Smith, who kind of looked a little like Peguero in terms of, he's got the fastball, but the command. And then, of course, Killian and Wynn are the two young guys that I think that at this point they're projecting to grow into, at a minimum, setup roles, at least giving them the opportunity to set up and or close, obviously, at this point. So I think it's more they know what they have in Spencer Bivens, and they want to get an opportunity to look at some of the other guys at the big league level that they have because they believe that the stuff on those guys projects to be better if they can get the command. It's more developmental, I feel like, of a mindset than, hey, let's just get the best guys right now that are necessarily going to help us win. And that's not to say Bivens would, because I think we saw enough from Bivens up and down at different times to where, at times he was pretty good, at times he was pretty hittable. So to your point, I don't think Spencer Bivens isn't necessarily saving this thing right now at the expense of getting a look at some of these other guys.
And you have no choice but to see what you got, which is kind of like with the closer role. We're seeing a whole bunch of experiments, and they still don't have that nailed down, even though Killian has been a pleasant surprise, and Keaton Wynn has looked at times like he could be that guy. But, yeah, I mean, what was it, 5-1 going into the 9th inning on Friday night? And that was not exactly the easiest finish right there. So that's one thing that they still got to have. And so,
you know what?
Yeah,
I liked Friday night, by the way, not to get off on another tangent.
Yeah.
I liked the fact that, and I don't necessarily put a bunch of stock in the fact that, he got out of it and that's all that meaningful. But I was thinking about this in real time. I liked the fact that Killian struggled because it kind of put him in a position that he had to get out of. And again, that I think is more beneficial than maybe coming in and just having a quick 3-up, 3-down inning in terms of the development. Now you need success to breed confidence and all of that, but I don't know. It was just kind of a random thing, but it just a small thing. I like the fact that he had to battle through his own struggles a little bit.
Like you're saying, it was a way of taking some of those growing pains without having the actual end result be catastrophic, where the fan base was going to light him on fire.
Well, yes, but again, it's like this season is at a point where I do think, look, I'm not saying by any means that it's over, and I certainly don't think Buster Posey thinks it's over in terms of the ability to get back to 500 and eventually contend. But I just, to me, it was better for Killian's development to get out there in a spot where it wasn't maybe the most pressure-packed spot initially. He made it such, and then had to work your way out of it and get out. And like I'm in that moment not even I'm not even really worried about the result and if people hate him because he blows a 4-run lead, and then I think that's kind of insignificant at this point. I get it, the fan base is in a froth, but to me his ability to kind of work through some trouble is like, I don't know, I kind of liked that. I just and obviously you want to see him be able to get out of it to make it worth it. But, to me, there's been too many of those games where guys have come in with that 3-4-run lead and just pitched well, and we've accounted for that as, oh, they're good. And then they get thrown into some other situations, more pressure-packed, and they haven't been good. So to me, it's like it's an opportunity to kind of get into a situation where mentally the thing's getting away from you, and you hold it together and finish the job.
Yeah, I hear you. And by the way, yesterday, a little bit of that as well. I was riffing with Copes on Saturday night because we got the quick succession of all his best friends coming out of the bullpen of Walker and Brubaker and Baraki. But then Baraki getting the job done, the advertised lefty killer actually getting the first win yesterday. So, hey, we'll take it in a win. Again, it wasn't as much about needing the win as much as that loss would have really, really stung in a lot of ways, and they would have been 10 under. So, 808 KNBR, we'll continue with your calls when we come on back. Ty is in Davis. We'll get to you first. There's a couple others, so hang tight. And we're just hanging out in Davis yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful weather over the Mother's Day weekend. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Ty?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, that weekend gave us a lot, and let's talk about everything today. On the Giants front, they took 2 out of 3 against the Pirates. Dramatic game yesterday. a complete meltdown the night before, but Bryce Eldridge got his first career home run. And on Saturday morning, we learned that they traded away two-time Gold Glove catcher Patrick Bailey. So this is that 40-game mark that gets widely talked about. Let's evaluate the moves and the state of the Giants season at 16-24.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Nice, Walter. Little changes, Tupac. Remember when we played this one time? And I think we were with Krug, and I was talking about Bruce Hornsby, and I was like, one of the most random samples ever. And then someone was like, Bruce Hornsby was a Grammy winner and a nominee. And I was like, I know. I'm not trying to actually disrespect all my musicians out there. But the reason we're coming in with this is because there have been changes. 40 games is where we're at. 16-24 are your San Francisco Giants. And we got a big change on Saturday morning. Patrick Bailey traded to Cleveland in addition for the number 29 pick in this draft. Giants, of course, already have number 4, and they get pitching prospect Matt Tugboat Wilkinson. Based on the nickname alone, I think I'm in. I like my lefties, Tugboat. Let's go out to the phones. Ty is in Davis and says the Patrick Bailey trade is not just good, it is great. Talk to us, Ty. You're on the Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been getting tired of, watching these veterans fail night after night. And, I thought, Tony V would be the perfect guy to oversee a total rebuild. And I wouldn't mind seeing the Giants trade all the veterans. I love Webb. He's one of my favorite Giants ever. But, he deserves to pitch for a contender, get a bunch of prospects, Ray, as many of those bloated contracts we can get rid of somehow. I would love to see a bunch of young guys, a total rebuild. I think it'd be totally exciting, and I think Tony V is the perfect guy to oversee it.
All right, interesting thought, Ty, and hang on there for a second, because I think that if this team gets to that point where we're looking at an honest rebuild and they can offload some of the big contracts, I actually think Tony Vitello would be well-suited to handle that situation. But it goes back to something we've talked about a lot, JD, where typically if you're coming in with the expectation of, we got these guys, we're paying a lot of money, we're trying to compete for a wild card spot, then typically Tony Vitello isn't the type of manager you would hire in that situation, regardless of what you think of him, good or bad so far.
I would give him a much better chance at overseeing a rebuild than the team that they believe they had coming into this season. Now, I think we have to question, how many of the veteran guys can they realistically move off of, because I think that's a much more difficult question. Although, as we did talk about last week, in baseball, you can find your problem for my problem types of deals. And so maybe if the Giants are financially committed to the money that they have on the books currently, then maybe you look to flip, somebody that's underperforming for you to another team that has a player of a similar contract that's underperforming for them, and you look to shake things up in that way. So that's one thing that I think you could maybe see as we get closer to, if this team continues to struggle, the trade deadline. But as far as the point about Tony Vitello being the leader as the manager of a rebuilding team, I think he's got a much better chance at being a quality big league manager in that situation than the situation that he was at least initially put in.
All right, so Ty, if we still got you, I wanted to hold you because I want to ask you, you said you wouldn't mind seeing a total rebuild. Tell me why that is. Is it because of Tony Vitello and believing he could be a great guy for that? Is it just wanting clarity on this front office to pick a lane? Like, what makes you say this would be the time where I just want to see a total rebuild, even if it means accepting more losing for not just this year, probably next couple at least?
A couple of reasons. One, I do think Tony V is the right guy to oversee that kind of rebuild. And in the back of my mind, I think maybe that's one of the reasons they hired him. Secondly, I don't think anyone's beating the Dodgers anytime soon. And also in the back of my mind is this collective bargaining agreement that's going to be renegotiated. What is that going to do for teams? So I just think this is a good time to a rebuild, because the Dodgers are a juggernaut that are seemingly unbeatable, and there's this collective bargaining agreement hanging out there, and you got Tony V. So the Sharks this year were super exciting. They're like super young and not winning, but they're, you see the potential, and that is exciting to see, you got these young guys, they're building up to something. I think that's really exciting, so other than, watching these veterans disappoint us year after year,
No, I hear you, Ty, and I appreciate the call on the Sports Leader. We talk about the difference between where the Giants are at and where the Warriors are at, and we'll get into some of that Warriors stuff a little bit later now that we know Steve Kerr's coming back. but it's different in the sense that you still see what Steph Curry and Draymond Green and, when healthy, Jimmy Butler, what they're capable of doing on a given night. But the Giants this year, it's been a different story where Devers, until very recently, Adames finally joined the party yesterday, and Chapman, who was ice cold in the month of May until this weekend, when they weren't contributing, it's like, okay, well, now let's pick a lane. And we're going to get more into Giants-Dodgers with that series going on this week. But the Giants-Dodgers rivalry is at one of the lower points on the Giants front, certainly of my lifetime. And part of that is because don't you think it would be easier for a lot of fans to swallow, JD, if the Giants were committed to Tony Vitello is going to lead us through a youth movement and somewhat of a rebuild, and the Dodgers, this is their time. It sucks, but it is what it is. It's different when it's like, now we're paying Rafael Devers all this money, and we're still barely above the worst record in baseball. So we're trying to win, and you're the two-time World Series champions, and we're playing you at home, and this is all bad.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm going to say optionality, but it feels like maybe the Giants have a little optionality built in. And now again, you're not getting off these guys though. That's the one thing. I just don't see like who's. So I don't know. I think they hired Tony Vitello initially, as I've said, because they believed that he was going to help them win on the margins. That to this point has not happened. Now, is it more because of that than the performance of the guys that they've signed to the big money contracts? No, it's more because of the players that they've signed to the big money contracts that have underperformed. And I think the overall roster composition, as you've been all over since the beginning of the season, going back to the roundtable at 58 Social. So, yeah, I think, we've talked. There was the weird expectation of, trying to compete while also maybe keeping the door open internally. I think the caller could be onto something that comes to fruition in terms of if things continue down the path that they've been on to this point, that maybe the Giants believe there is an easier path toward hitting the reset or the rebuild button for the remainder of this season at some point.
Let's keep it moving with Benjamin in SoCal. Wants to talk Bailey trade, the Walker recall, and says he likes overall what Buster is doing. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Benjamin. Happy Monday. You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, so my take on this is that when I saw the news about both of these deals, I'm like, I like these moves. And the reason being was he said to the media not that long ago, like maybe like a week or so ago, that if you're not producing, that you'll find someone else to bring up who can produce in the place of the players that are not producing. And what I think this does, both of these moves does, because both those guys were on the team for like the last 2-3 years from what I remember. I think it holds just the entire team accountable and shows that he's not fooling around when he said, if you don't produce, then I'll find someone who will.
Yeah, I hear you. There's a standard to be upheld, right? So even if you're 16-24, you could be 500. You could be 2 games over 500. Maybe it would change how quick you are to make certain moves, but ultimately, Buster is trying to set a standard of the losing baseball they have been playing, not just the record, but the eye test is showing something unacceptable.
Correct. That's
Gotta do it.
Yeah. Okay, and you say you like what Buster is doing overall. Tell me why you're in favor of making moves in quick succession as he has, even if we can look at the returns on some of them so far and say, hasn't worked out to the best for the Giants standpoint.
Well, I think because it's been a 40-game sample size, that kind of tells us enough about, we need to change things up. And you can't just sit and wait around after this point in the season. That moves do need to be made to get this thing on the right track. That's how I kind of look at it.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Benjamin. It's interesting, right? Like results, anything in sports with a front office or a coach or ownership or a player, it's going to be results oriented. I'm not spewing some newfound truth. This is something we've known forever. But it is interesting how we look back on it in hindsight. And I think about particularly with football, Jed York has gotten a lot of praise in his case because he had 2 one-and-done coaches that clearly were not the right guys, Tom Sula and Kelly. And then Shanahan, that was a roster that needed to rebuild, and he showed some patience with it, and it ended up paying some dividends. we talk about other owners in the past, like David Tepper or Jimmy Haslam. And if they're quick triggered and they make quick decisions in rapid fire, a lot of times that's seen as impulsive and not ever having the patience to truly reset. But Buster Posey, I think by making some of these decisions and also being willing to do it this early in the season, it does take me right back to the word you just laid out earlier in the segment. Perhaps it presents a kind of optionality that wasn't there before.
I also think maybe you're giving him a little too much credit. And I say that respectfully. Like, I think he is not – he has the ability to look in the mirror. And I think any GM that looks in the mirror – and looks at the team that they put together, even in year two, with the manager that they hired, right, and has been as bad as this team has been for whatever reason, I actually think it's relatively easy to say I have to do things. And he had already proven up until this point that he's been willing to make the bold moves. I think that's absolutely fair. But this in some ways just feels – it just feels like, well, yeah, like, duh, like I have to. Like if I let this team ride and it continues down the path that it's on, it's only going to look worse for me as the president of baseball operations. Like I do think there's survival is probably too strong because I don't get the impression that Buster Posey's going anywhere. And I know we've talked about the fact that ultimately he may be judged by the guys who come up from the low A level over the next few years and the guys that they draft and develop over that span. But I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of like if you're sitting in every day that you stand on this team, the way that they've played just makes Buster Posey, the president of baseball operations, look worse. So to me, from that standpoint, maybe I'm overthinking it. It just feels like it's kind of a no-brainer to look to shake things up.
Well, what I will say is that I get what you're saying about giving him credit and maybe a little bit too much. But something I talked about with Carlos Ramirez when Cactus League was going on and looking ahead to this season was this is year 2 of Buster Posey as PBO, but this is year 1 of Buster Posey having massive fingerprints on the operation between his manager, the first full year of Rafael Devers and that big trade, another full offseason with those trade acquisitions in mind. Like, this was the first year of the true Buster Posey experience. And at 16-24, I would go as far as to say that nobody bears more responsibility for where the Giants are at right now than Buster Posey. I know people are going to want to talk about ownership, the willingness to spend money. The players also need to perform, and there's truth behind all of that. But I would still say nobody bears more responsibility for where things are at right now than Buster.
It goes back to the conversation from the road, coming off the road trip and getting swept in Philadelphia and in St. Petersburg, the 0-6 trip a week ago, and they're 8 under a week ago, and at that point, it's the low point. It's just the notion that if you're Buster Posey, it can't get any worse, and you want to reset the clock to where people aren't talking about the 8 or 9 under 500 team. You want to be talking about the team that's performed at a better level than that since you made the moves, right? It's sort of management 101, right? You make some moves, and now all of a sudden you can sell either to your bosses or to the fan base or whoever, even internally to the guys in the clubhouse every day. You sell that what you're doing is working, right? And so I think you could make the case that it had gotten to the point where if it gets worse, it's only going to make Buster look worse. But now if it gets better, and I think you can logically make the case that at least with some of the veterans, it was going to get better anyway. And I think we even saw that, yesterday. Like the one takeaway, I know there wasn't a lot of takeaways about the weekend for me overall, but the one thing that was a takeaway from yesterday, it was the carriers, the guys who were projected to be the guys, Chapman, Adames, Ramos, those guys all had good games. And so that was the one, like they are starting maybe to turn it a little bit, which I think was going to come. But what I'm getting at is, Greg, I think now if this team does, even if they play 500 for the next 2 months, that's a better level of play. Even if they play slightly over 500 for the next couple of months, now Buster can say, hey, all right, my initial plan didn't work, but I made some moves, and look at how this team has performed since I made the move. So it almost resets the evaluation a little bit on him, which, again, I know there's people probably out there saying, well, duh, like, of course you're going to make changes if things aren't working. But I think it had gotten to the point a week ago, and it looked that way, different points this week. Like, well, why wouldn't you look to make some moves?
Well, I was talking about this with Walt during the break. When you look at the times Buster Posey has made a big decision, which ones can you look back at and say that yielded positive results? You would say Dom Smith, who now also fans would turn the other way and say, why didn't you bring him back? Because he's with Atlanta and performing way better than a lot of your carriers were at the beginning of the year. And then the other thing you would say is trading Rodgers and Duvall at the trade deadline to go and get guys like a Tidwell, a Gilbert, and Jesus Rodriguez, who have shown elements of production, even in a small sample size to this point.
No doubt.
808 KNBR will continue with your calls coming up after the break, after I tell you that we're sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. It's for you, it's for community, and it's been for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Let's keep it going when we come on back on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
No, thank you. I think the beat before I got too big, caught up in the moment. But on that one, I just try to be myself. I talked to B before the AB, and you stop.
Right now, exit the ballpark. Meet at the right field viewing portal.
Yeah, he just told me to be myself, try to hit the ball the other way, don't get too big, and just do the job, just put it in play.
So much to unpack from this rejoin alone. I mean, Walt and I had a whole mini debate about the Gatorade coolers, and yeah, we did say they were going to win a game. Didn't think it would be 2 over the weekend, but the Giants take the series, and I see you with the little Jesus walks instrumental. I think you're thinking Jesus walks. Actually, guess what? Nobody on this team really walks right now. We've been harping on the walk rate, but you know what Jesus Rodriguez does do? He hits. Hitters hit, John, as Buster Posey said at the Rafael Devers introductory press conference. And hey, shooter's mentality, 0 for 5, but you get the 1, and that was all they needed, even with the questionable Elliot Ramos base running decision. And so I think the one thing we can say about the Jesus Rodriguez experience, in light of bringing it back to the Patrick Bailey trade, is he has consistently been a guy that can give you an injection of offense. And it's not a guarantee when you go from AA or AAA pitching over to the majors. And Rodriguez, as one of the guys in that Camilo Doval deal, was absolutely advertised to be as such. That's why we didn't criticize the fact that he didn't grab that ball in right field against the Padres during the day game, because outside of that, you didn't really have any offense. You got the Devers homer, and that was it. So he has been someone that has consistently been able to do it. So back to the whole point of, yeah, we haven't seen a ton of Susak, and we haven't seen a ton of Rodriguez. And we've had texters bring up the point, and rightfully so, that Bailey, when he first came up in 2024, started really hot. Well, I don't know what we're going to get over the larger sample size, but they had not one. They had 2 viable alternatives, and Susak's going to be coming back real soon. So considering the package that they got, considering the guys they have on this roster to give them something else, I completely agree with, and I support the move that Buster made this weekend.
Yeah, Rodriguez has given him a lift. He's impressed, I think, in ways that Patrick Bailey just doesn't from a hitting standpoint. And so I know we've been talking about it, and people have been reacting to it. But I think as far as the trade goes, I think that the sentiment has been overwhelmingly people in favor of it. And to me, again, it's you look at what they're able to get back in return. In terms of the trade, and now opening up the position for the guys who are going to get the opportunities, and I think impressive, for Rodriguez to have an 0 for 5 going into that last at bat and still be able to come through. Like that's a small takeaway from a weekend and a win yesterday in walk-off fashion, dramatic fashion that got them the series. So I look at the trade, and I've said it a bunch here in the first 90 minutes to 2 hours. To me, it feels like a no-brainer and not one that Buster Posey is going to be losing any sleep over making. There may be some other things that don't look good or continue to look bad among some of the guys he traded, but I feel like this is going to wind up being one of the more solid moves for Buster Posey.
Do you think that this is a move that happens if the offense from the team standpoint wasn't struggling this badly and it was more isolated on Bailey individually?
Probably not. It probably doesn't happen, because at that point you're more apt to preach patience. I think if this team, if the offense had been performing at a greater level, and maybe this team has a few more wins, and they feel like they're more in the mix with the group that they've had, Buster doesn't necessarily feel the need to look to shake things up, because I do think part of this is shaking things up, just like
right.
The moves from a week ago were to shake it up. So no, I don't think you don't shake it up unless you feel like you have to shake it up. And the results, not only of the individuals, but of the team as a whole, have indicated that you need to look to shake it up. In addition to, as you noted, having players who project to be able to fill the roles, right? You can't make a move unless you have guys that you think can be adequate or better replacements. And I think Rodriguez, from what he had done in the minor leagues, gave the Giants confidence that he'd be able to do it. And I think Sasak's start to the year, small sample size as it was before he went down, gave him enough confidence to look to do it. But no, I don't. I think if this team was, let me do the math. If they were 20-20 right now, and guys were hitting closer to their baseball card, I think there probably would be a little bit more of a it's early, let's stay patient type of mentality. I would also say, though, I think you would still maybe be looking down the line to maybe move somebody like a Patrick Bailey if you believe that you had guys that were pushing the envelope in terms of production for a little bit of a greater sample size.
Man, I was getting ready to say I half agree with you. I don't think it would be a move that we're talking about on May 11th for the reasons you laid out, because they would be more in the mix. Say they had 3 or 4 more wins to their record right now and 3 or 4 fewer losses, probably wouldn't have made the move at that point. That being said, I still think we would have been trending toward this move eventually happening. And Buster is someone who knows the position well. And I always think back to something that we have talked about on the show, but I was not on the show at this point. Walter knows where I'm going to go with this. Remember how Papa would bring up around the trade deadline different catchers and like a Sean Murphy, or he's talked about Marcus Stroman in the past. Remember how at Buster Posey's introductory press conference for PBO, he went by the interview and Papa asked him straight up, what do you think about Patrick Bailey? And Buster kind of gave him this look that made Papa pause a little bit, to the point where he's brought it up on the show another handful of times, where I don't think there was this disdain for Patrick Bailey. I don't know if he was ever 100% sold on him, though. And we talk about the Buster guys versus not, and how there's a big separating factor. Devers or Adames are Buster guys that he handpicked to be a part of this organization. Doesn't mean that they shouldn't be criticized and they haven't performed, but they're going to have a longer leash, and part of it by way of, well, even if they tried to trade him, good luck offloading those contracts right now. Like, that's not just some simple thing you can do. With someone like Bailey, who was below that $10 million threshold, was not a Buster guy, that was a Farhan guy, that was always one where we kept our eyes on of like, look, him and Ramos kind of fit that category of they're not necessarily safe as part of the future plans. Lee was the one that was complicated because not a Buster guy, but did have a lot of money on his contract. So I've kind of thought for a while now, we could be looking at a change at the catcher position. All it took was a little flash in the pan of a Susak and a Rodriguez, and I'm not surprised whatsoever. So I don't think it would have been a move that we saw today, but I do think we would have been trending that way eventually.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, and you always have to be on the lookout of the guys that it also, I mean, this is the other, and I hate to get so far in the weeds in terms of the speculation about motivations, right? Because I do think all of the motivation in some form leads back to trying to get greater production from your 26 guys that you have up and available on game day, and try to improve what was such a dreadful start. But that is another thing that GMs and presidents of baseball operations look to do when things are going bad. And you look to move on from the guys, again, in an attempt to improve things, you look to move on from the guys that aren't your guys. Like, typically, that's what happens, right? You take a look around, and the guys that are your guys or that you're accountable for, they get more opportunities to potentially turn things around than the guys who aren't. So I think that makes it even less surprising, I think, to see the path by which Buster has gone down. And it's also, I think, in part, Buster being a Hall of Fame catcher, future Hall of Fame catcher himself, and having his own opinion on what he wants the position to be. And so I think he is uniquely equipped at that position. I think we're independent of what we think of him overall as a president of baseball operations. I think he's uniquely equipped at that position to determine, I think, what's good and what's not over maybe some of the other spots on a roster.
808 KNBR, we'll keep this going. I don't know if I mentioned earlier, by the way, former catcher for the Giants, not Buster Posey, but Brian Johnson is going to come by in about an hour. So we'll get his thoughts. And he formerly scouted players in this organization. He is currently outside of the organization, but he's had some great interviews with Murph and Marcus leading up to this season. And so can't wait to get him on. And also just I feel happy that we poached a morning show guest away from them, kind of rattled them for a couple of segments. You know, it always feels good to ruffle the feathers in the office, right, Walt? Papa and Silver continues with JD. We'll be back and we'll take more of your calls. Read your text. Buster Posey making a lot of moves. Do you like the fact that he's not sitting around? Hasn't shown the patience of some of his predecessors. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, Silver, I'm back. Let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm. Chris Dolan and his team, they've been here for over a quarter of a century, so they are award-winning, and they do the best you could possibly get right here in the Bay Area. If you've had issues in your workplace with wrongful termination, sexual harassment, discrimination, just know that your rights matter. This stuff is stressful. Nobody likes coming to work when they're dealing with serious issues and anxiety and stresses and triggers. This is really serious, and you can be helped because you deserve to be helped. Go to dolanlawfirm.com for more information about how you can have your rights justified. And it's not just in the workplace. It's all the traffic that Walt was dealing with on the Bay Bridge and the traffic that caused JD to turn around today. I mean, we're talking about no-fault injury accidents that happen every single day, unfortunately. And if you're a part of that, you don't want the stress of paying hourly rates or dealing with all these upfront fees. It's already hard enough as it is. And the Dolan Law Firm, they can help you because they're not taking money until you're getting paid first. And they've secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. So don't worry about it. Inside the workplace, out on the streets, you can and should be protected when life throws you its curveballs. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
All right, a little hate it or love it. I see you, Walt. Do we hate it? Do we love it? Patrick Bailey traded? I don't know. Seems like a lot of us love it, although we've gotten some of the opinions on the other side. 16-24. That one I don't think is going to be very controversial. I think a lot of us would hate it, although when you put it in the context of was pretty close to 15-25, maybe it's not quite so bad with a little Mother's Day win and a series win against the Pittsburgh Pirates. I want to go back to a text that weaves into a previous topic we had on the show, JD, about do we think this is the start of a lot more to come? The two words I had for today were what else? In part because this weekend alone gave us so much to chew on when we come in on a Monday morning. And then you also wonder what else is there to come when the Giants play their next quarter of the season. 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, I think all the Debbie Downers need to pump the brakes on pulling the plug at this point of the season. Everyone will be singing a different tune if the Giants go 25-15 at the next quarter mark. And that's absolutely true because they would be above 500 if they're able to do that. Now, we have no way of being able to predict that today, but you think about everything that's going to happen forward. Look how many division series they're going to be playing coming up. 4 against the Dodgers, then they go face the A's, then they're still on the road to face Arizona. And they come back home. They're going to face Arizona on the second of that homestand. Then they're going to go to Colorado, where there's always drama at Coors Field. So, yeah, this next quarter of the season, I think, is going to tell us a lot. And shakeups probably will continue to happen one way or another. And the only way I would say we're not going to continue to head down that road is if the Giants can rapidly flip the switch. Although, as we've discussed over and over with the way this roster is, and particularly just not being very secure in the bullpen, I wouldn't imagine we'd be talking about a 25-15 level of stretch, even if the offense wakes up. But maybe this could be the start of thing where nobody thinks they're pulling the plug on the season. That being said, it is laying the groundwork to where if this thing continues to go south, we could be seeing a whole lot more by the time we get to the end of the month and into June.
Well, I mean, this next 40-game stretch or quarter of the season, I think, is going to determine, to that point, whether or not the Giants are going to be buyers or sellers, essentially, because we're going to be talking about end of June, beginning of July at that point. And again, if this team goes 20-20, which I think is reasonable, some may be saying, no way, JD, given the way that it's looked to this point. But I do think 20-20 or even slightly better than 20-20 is reasonable. I mean, I think to the texter's point, you do have to – I don't think anybody's given up on the season at this stage. Certainly Buster Posey is not giving up on the season. But even a 20-20, let's say roughly in the next 40-game stretch, at that point you'd still be 8 under. And if you're still 8 under at that point, you're probably going to be anywhere between, let's say, 6 to 8 games out of that third wild card at that point. And that's where you have to start to look at whether it makes more sense to look to be a buyer or a seller at the deadline. So, yeah, if you can get back to 500 in the next quarter, then I think the decision becomes all the more tricky. Of course, how are you doing it? Who are your contributors, right? To what level have some of the guys who underachieved in the first quarter start to become the guy that the guys that you believe they could be in the second quarter? I mean, there still is enough season for there to be what would be a miraculous turnaround. But I can also understand those that look at the first quarter of this season and think, yeah, they're going to be better than this, but are they going to be better than this at the level that actually makes them a contender?
808 KNBR. Let's continue with our phones. Tell It Like It Is in Sacramento and wants to talk about Buster and the standard he's setting by making these kind of moves. That was something we got into a little bit earlier in the show. Tell it like it is. Tell it. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Buster Posey might be setting the precedence, as well as telling the interviewer. He might be the first, one of the first GMs that they'll get rid of you if you're not doing well. You got a high contract instead of waiting the whole season to make moves. Buster makes moves now. So So he might set that precedence for the rest of the GMs in the league. And so I'm happy about that. So he doesn't wait around. And also, I feel that we have to look for the farm. Remember, we've had great success from our farm. Bumgardner, Lincecum, all those guys, Buster Posey, when they came up through the farm system, they did well. Sometimes when we get these big trades from other teams, they don't do that well. San Francisco doesn't have a good track record of big-time players coming over here. Barry Bonds was, Jeff Kent was, but when we got Stratton and a few others, they came over. They didn't do anything, and they had to get shipped out of here. McCutcheon. So I'm just saying that we might have to look for our farm like he did. He pulled up the catchers from the farm league.
Yeah.
And so we feel sad for Bailey, but Buster, he's not going to wait for you. He's going to pull the trigger.
No, I appreciate it. Tell it like it is out in Sacramento. And look, we've kind of looked at the three pillars, right? About ultimately where is the Buster Posey, Zach Manassian era going to be judged? Now, you can do things via trade. And so far, the returns on the Rafael Devers trade have been disappointing. It's nice to see him turn it around over the last 7 games. But just looking at how the Giants have performed as a team since he came over, not anything close to the standard of what we were expecting. Then there's also the free agency side. And when you go and sign big bats like you were hoping to do with Willy Adames, yes, he hit the 30 home runs, but that by and large, with a 7-year, $182 million contract, has not lived up to that standard. So then you look at the third pillar, that's where you can go for development. And I do think that that's going to be an important pillar in this Posey Manassian era. The question is, what are you going to do about everything else in your roster while you let all of those cards unfoil? Because this isn't with the Warriors with the number 11 pick and maybe drafting someone that can go and contribute alongside Steph and Draymond right away. In baseball, it takes time. It's going to take some years. You look at like Jesus Rodriguez, the focus of last segment. Well, that was part by way of trade and also a little bit of development too. So, yeah, I think if this team continues to go sour, then you are going to have to look more and more toward development. And that was the key pillar of what got you those 3 World Series within the 5 years, as we've discussed here on the show. But yeah, Buster absolutely is setting a standard, and it's different standards if he's one of your guys versus not, because in the case of Bailey, he wasn't making enough money. You had other options of Buster guys, so you go and trade him. But even with the ones that it's not as simple as, well, Rafael Devers and Adames aren't performing, we're going to trade them. He's still holding them accountable by saying, we're going to take you out of the lineup, although I think Adames still hasn't had a day off, but Chapman certainly has taken a seat. Devers has been moved around a little bit, so maybe not yet on the Adames case, but you get what I'm saying.
No, and you know, there were the reports over the weekend of Casey Schmidt working in the outfield a little bit, at the corners, and so maybe he could be somebody that ends up stepping in at some point as more that utility role. But I think the willingness to shake things up, it's a no-brainer, and we've discussed a lot how, you know, ultimately, I think in some ways, Buster Posey, because of how bad this team had been to the beginning of the season, you shake it up in essence to buy yourself some time, because I agree with the notion, the Posey Manassian tandem is going to be judged, I think, on paper as much by the Joshua Gonzalez's and Blade Tidwell,
sure,
and Gavin Keelan and Johnny Level and all those guys. But they have to they can't be so bad before those guys come up. And again, a lot of those guys are low A guys. A couple of them are triple A. But they can't be so bad or disastrous in between, right? So to me, that's another one of these examples toward why you have to be open-minded in shaking it up. And again, open-minded in shaking it up because the team that you've built has been so dramatically disappointing at the beginning of the season, right? Like I don't think there is going to be a certain level of patience, because the projections for a lot of the young players that I mentioned are really good, but you can't be a complete and utter disaster in the 2 to 2.5 years that lead to those young players being up and in the big leagues. Otherwise, some other president of baseball operations and general manager is going to get the credit for those guys because they're going to have the job. So I think, again, this thing was teetering on embarrassment level, Greg. And so that's why I think the willingness to look to make moves tends to be a no-brainer.
Well, and depending on the type of moves that they would make moving forward, that also could change the expectations, right? If you trade away Robbie Ray before the deadline, if you trade away Luis Ariz and you're giving more opportunities to other players, that all of a sudden, if you're a 90-loss team, I'm not saying fans are going to be happy with that, but there's going to be a little bit more of an acceptance on the back half of a season when you consider, all right, who'd you trade away if you make some moves that would lessen the expectations of how many games you could win that point forward? That also puts that conversation in a different lens, right?
The other way to evaluate, PBOs and general managers is, based on the moves that they make, it's like what is logical and what is not logical, and sort of understanding the thinking, even if a move doesn't work. As to this point, the Devers trade has been disappointing. Obviously, the Adames and Chapman signings have been disappointing. But you could understand the thought process with all of those moves in terms of logic and why the Giants were looking to do that in an attempt to compete and energize a fan base with some name-level talent. We can make the case as we have they paid, A-list prices for B-list players or B-list prices for C-plus type play. Like, we can debate all of that. But when push comes to shove, it comes down to the fact that I think if it's the next quarter of the season, right? If the next quarter of the season leads this team to go from 8 under, let's say, to 10 or 12 under, right? Maybe not be as bad as they've been in the first quarter of the season, but also slightly under 500 for the next quarter of the season, maybe closer to that 500 mark. Then what becomes reasonable and logical at that point, Greg, is you trade Robbie Ray, and as much as it would pain you, you trade Ariz, although he's somebody that I think, exemplifies kind of the what you want the Giants type of hitter to maybe be moving forward, with this type of regime. But you have to, and Posey has shown a willingness to make the logical move with the guys that he traded in the bullpen last year when the time came. And let's not forget, I mean, that's how they ended up with a Tidwell. That's how they ended up with a Gilbert. That's how they ended up with a Jesus Rodriguez. So I think you have to – I have full confidence that if this team continues to disappoint, maybe not at the level that they have to this point, that Buster Posey will have the ability to be comfortable enough in his own skin to make the moves that have to be made along those lines toward changing the expectations more fully, maybe toward a rebuild for the back half of this season.
I think it's really well said. Let's sneak in another one before we go ahead and take our next time out. Dave in Vegas says Buster has the guts to make the moves. I don't think there's any question about that. Do you like them? Do you dislike them? What's on your mind, Dave? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Love your show out here in the desert. And listening every day. I love what Buster did. You know what? You had to make some moves. You had to shake things up. You had the guts to do it. I mean, right now you look at, we got 3 contracts that cannot be traded.
Yeah.
It would be extremely difficult to move. And, but at some point you got to clear out the room for some of these guys coming up. I mean, look at Schmidt. He has bounced around 5 different positions. And the guy, he's still hitting 300. I mean, that's a player development that we have done, and we should be very, very excited about that. If you look around Major League Baseball right now, every team is bringing up young kids. These kids are better prepared coming out of college to make that jump, and I applaud it. I hope we can find a way to move some of those contracts. I think it's going to be really difficult, but I understand, like you guys had said, why you brought in Chapman and Adames. But, Adames seems more intrigued with the Gatorade at the end of the game than getting better. So, anyways, I always love the Giants, always root for the Giants, but I love watching young talent come up and play. Let them play.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, Dave. Dave, go enjoy life out there in the desert. And yeah, you know who could use a little Gatorade right now? All the people in Vegas as it's warming up. Bring back the Gatorade Wars, Walt. Bring them back. We had a little back and forth on this one where I said, look, if they win games this weekend, I don't need to see the Gatorade bath. And Walt was like, I don't care. Just win games. So that was the context of our Friday right there. I did a take it or leave it on Walt instead of the other way around for once.
It is interesting that people do get pretty triggered by that, right? It is, especially when the team is performing at the level that they are to this point. I'm kind of with. I think I'm with Walt. Like, who cares? Like, it's not the best look, but yeah, if you want to win, celebrate wins. Do it for the vibe. Like, I could kind of care less either way on it. But I do understand, and we've had a few texters even today say, hey, let's tell Adames to knock it off until you're 500. Get back to 500. Bring the Gatorade bath back at that particular point in time.
See, for me, I don't think I'm ready to, like, rage when I see the Gatorade. I just kind of feel like Luis Ariz. And, right, shocker, Silver loves Ariz. Stop me if you've heard this before. But it's not so much like, whoa, this is unacceptable. I'm angry because they're 8 games under 500 and you're pulling out the Gatorade. It's kind of just what Ariz did, where he kind of held out his hand and he's like, no, like, okay, hold on, we'll do it. And, he handled it like a pro and took it like a sport. I feel like with the Gatorade right now, I'm just lightly holding out my hand as saying, maybe we don't need to do this every time. If Jesus Rodriguez gets a walk-off, that's awesome. Bryce Eldridge, first career homer, let's celebrate for Bryce. If Rafael Devers gets a double and has a nice RBI game and the Giants win 4-2, maybe we could just hold off on that. That's where I'm at.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah,
if you do it after a win, it's fine. But if he goes out there and dumps the Gatorade on Bryce Eldridge in a loss 13-1,
oh, dude,
and that's where the problem is. You know what I mean? Like that's a problem.
An interview then.
No, I know, but
there's going to be an interview then.
I'm just saying, hypothetically, if he's dumping the Gatorade on him in the dugout, then that's an issue. But if they're winning ball games, and yes, I know that they're under 500, if they're winning ball games, let them have fun.
Okay, yeah, dude, if they lost, I mean, I think we're all on the same page of that one. Most upset entities, if there was a Gatorade shower after a loss, would be Kylan Mills' laptop, number 1, and then everybody else who likes the San Francisco Giants tied for number 2. We'll keep this moving with Richard and Chico when we come on back. Buster Posey, not afraid to make moves. Do you like that about him? Do you like the shakeups? And do you want to see more over the next stretch of games? Giants-Dodgers 7:10 first pitch tonight. Dirty Work will take you up to pregame at 6:10, and we'll take you up to 2 o'clock. Brian Johnson joining us before the end of the hour. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, Steve Moskowitz getting us going on the week as we get into Monday afternoon. Steve, it's an issue that more people deal with than you might think out there if you're alone, and it could be a lonely scenario if you can't pay your taxes. So if you're among that group, how can you help them out?
There's a lot of ways. And the first thing we do is we listen to you. We take your facts. We know you've got kids to feed and mortgages to pay and businesses to run. And it's our job to make the IRS understand that too. And you can't be eating rice every day. The bottom line is there's so many good options. We're familiar with all of them. We talk to you. We explain all. I could take your whole show up with different options, but we have plenty of time and we talk personally. We listen to you, and then we tell you all the deals that are available for you, and then we go do them. You don't have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you do have to do is pick up that phone and say, "Hey, Steve, take care of me."
There you go. Steve Moskowitz can and will take care of you if you dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL. If you can't pay your taxes, don't panic. Just call that number. Again, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Good to be with you. We're about a half an hour away from having former Giant catcher Brian Johnson join the show, the perfect voice to get on a day like today after Patrick Bailey was traded Saturday morning to Cleveland in exchange for pitching prospect Matt Tugboat Wilkinson and the 29th overall pick with a little bit of slot money as well. So, JD, remember when we had a caller a couple of weeks back that was asking us about the amateur draft coming up? And we're like, all right, we're a ways away from having those discussions. Well, not a discussion for today, but now we go into that with a little bit more information when the time does come along.
Was it Dino?
Nah, I think it was our guy Roy in San Leandro. We love Roy.
No, we love Roy, and we love Dino too. I know I was a little hard on Dino earlier. I gave him the Joe West, the quick heave ho. Get out of here! But no, we love Dino and we appreciate Dino. And
Dino wanted the Ryan Walker instead. At some point.
Yeah, exactly. We sent him down for a day, but he can come back. But no, I think as you look at this team, the story of the season hasn't been written, but they are giving themselves more optionality moving forward here in terms of the path that they want to go down. If they are able to turn it around, but equally if they're not able to turn it around here over the next couple months.
And 808 KNBR, just to reset our main topics of the day, it's not only how do you feel about the Patrick Bailey trade, it's how do you feel about Buster Posey's philosophy in general as someone who's not afraid to make moves and shake things up. Let's keep going with Richard in Chico, wants to talk about the job Buster Posey is doing. What's up, Richard? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, not much. How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing well. Happy Monday.
Hey, thanks to you, man. It's better there than it's shit. I need a water bucket up here.
Oh, Richard.
Dump.
Oh, we got a little dumpy. Do we give him the Danny Dunn and just the Danny Dunn treatment where it's a quick trigger? Dang, dude, we were talking about short leashes, long leashes. I was looking for, but hey, rules are rules. Can't FCC violate.
That's an automatic flagrant 2.
Oh, he did the Wembanyama.
Dino had the questionable flagrant 2, and he got run, but it might be rescinded to a flagrant 1, or maybe just a common foul in the aftermath. But you drop a bomb, and unfortunately that's an auto ejection.
Walter looks at me and he's like, I'm not sending that one to the league office. We're not reviewing the points on that one for further ejection. But
that one's above our pay grade.
Yeah,
can't lose the license.
Can't do that. 808 KNBR if you want to join the conversation and try to keep it clean. As far as Buster Posey and the job that he's doing to this point, it is a fascinating conundrum, my favorite word that we've used going back to the Ryan Walker part of it, where the Giants it's always going to be predicated on the success or lack thereof. And Buster Posey, when he's made a lot of moves to shake things up, I think you can look at it, and by and large, the results have not been there. They have not been pleasant. I'm not against the philosophy he has shown, and certainly yesterday's trade, or Saturday's rather, of trading away Patrick Bailey, I consider that a win in the short term. Now, we'll relitigate it at some point, but Jesus Rodriguez, in the short term, he just got you a walk-off. But you also look at a lot of the moves that have defined Buster to this point, it would not point as something of being a positive. And it puts the Giants in a really tricky position where we don't think they're punting on the season. But if this thing continues to go south, you're going to start saying, oh, okay, well, does the conversation of a potential rebuild or getting there come up? Well, then you'll start looking at, it's just not that simple. And Bob Nightingale wrote all about that yesterday, where there was the line in that story in USA Today where he said the Giants would love to try to offload those contracts of Adames, $161 million remaining, Jung-Hoo Lee, $85 million remaining, Devers, $226.5 million remaining, and Chapman, $125 million remaining, and start over. Okay, that's a lot of money, and like you said, I bet they would like to do that. Not so easy in the world of baseball when you commit that kind of money and the kind of length to those contracts.
No question. And you need guys to perform at a higher level than they have to this point, even if you want to remotely consider it in the landscape of one of those your problem for my problem types of a trade that you do see from time to time across Major League Baseball. But even at that, you're going to need a greater level of performance from some of those guys. But not surprising. That would be the case. And as I said earlier, you look to trade the guys that you can. And I think that was part of what led to the Patrick Bailey trade. And I again, maybe I am crazy, but as you were reintroducing the topic there, does anybody really think we're going to look back and relitigate the Patrick Bailey trade and it's going to look bad? Like there are so many reasons that we have seen to this point and decisions that Buster Posey has made about building this team that could come back and continue to look bad or look worse for Buster Posey specifically. Like I'm not, from the managerial hire to the big contract players that we're talking about, all of that. But I just I don't know. I just don't feel like the Patrick Bailey trade is going to be any part of that equation where we're going to look back on it and go, well, what a bad trade. What a bad trade that was. Like that one just to me continues to feel like a no-brainer.
Well, I don't think that trade individually is something we're going to look back on. And I do agree with you in that regard. Part of that, though, is because that's not going to be the difference between this team being a playoff team and not. And if they can fight their way out of this hole, and Sasaki and or Rodriguez is a huge part in getting them to a postseason berth, I mean, hell, could you imagine the shows we'd be having at that point relitigating it? I don't think it's going to be that degree of significance. And part of me, that's why I wanted to look at the whole picture of Buster, where you've kind of seen it on both sides now, where he's been willing to make quick moves that can try to make your team better immediately, like the Devers trade or the Adames trade. And he's also been pretty quick to point in a different direction and saying, hey, we're going to go and let the kids play right now, like you've seen with the way this season has started. So you've gotten both sides of the spectrum on Buster Posey making quick decisions.
Yeah, and so we'll see how it all continues to shake out moving forward here. So I will also say I still think we're overstating how gutsy what Buster Posey is doing. Like, again, if you have the look of what a lot of the moves that Buster Posey has made to this point look like, then I think it becomes less and less gutsy to make some of the moves that he's made over the last week. It doesn't mean you don't get credit for them on the positive side if they work. And I'm in some ways already giving him credit for the Bailey trade. Like, I think that one, whether it's the guys they get, which I'm actually less concerned about Tugboat Wilkinson and the 29th pick and the slot money. Like, that part maybe we'll look at down the line and say, what did you get for Patrick Bailey? But the opening up of the ability for Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susak when he comes back from injury to be able to take over the reins at the position, that to me is something that makes a heck of a lot of sense.
No, ironically, I think the ones that go in the gutsy category for Buster's tenure so far are Devers, Adames, and Vitello, and you would say that has not yielded the results you wanted. Now, I don't think Vitello is that big of a part of it, but you still got to look at what
Chapman,
the team is. And Chapman as well, and getting that deal over the finish line, right? So you look at the gutsy moves. Those are the ones that actually haven't gone in his favor to this point. I would say trading away Rodgers and Doval, we were both very much on the same page when we were doing the shows at the trade deadline. That was something he absolutely should have done. That was a smart and calculated move. When he's gone gutsy, that's when it actually hasn't worked in his favor to this point.
No, I think that's a fair way of looking at it. But and again, those things and your ability to pivot off of mistakes, that is an indicator of somebody that's good at their job. When you don't dwell on a mistake and you're able to move on from it the best way that you can. So we shall see if Posey has the ability. I mean, those things are easier said than done, as Bob Nightingale wrote about. Sure, you'd love to look to move Devers now with that contract and Adames and Chapman. Can you? I'm less inclined to believe that you can do that than I would be inclined to think that somebody would take Patrick Bailey, although, as I've said a bunch, I think they got more for Bailey than I would have anticipated. So it's easier said than done to move on from those other guys, but does Buster Posey find a way, if they continue to underperform and this team overall continues to underperform? And I do think it's fair to say that this team has underperformed also. Like, because, you look at what are we looking at? I mean, we're looking at 64 win pace right now, 65 win pace right now for 162. That is, like, you can tell me realistically you thought this was going to be a 75 to 78 win team. I'll buy that, and I still, as I've said a bunch, think that they're more in that range than the 60 to 65 range that they've played at to this point. But even if you believe they were a 75 win team, they've underachieved to this point.
No, they've completely underperformed. I'm not disputing that whatsoever. I also saw this note this morning that there's only one team in the majors that's on pace for 100 losses, and of all teams, with the way they've spent, it's the Mets, which kind of made me open my eyes and say, the Giants aren't that far behind them, right? Good thing they won yesterday.
Yeah, and you think of how fragile that pace is. The Mets are 15 and 25. So if the Giants had lost yesterday, they would be 15 and 25. So again, it's still early enough in the year to where you win a couple, you lose a couple. Your pace can move dramatically. So I'm not crazy about getting into pace this early in the season, but it does show the fine line. And again, this team being closer, at least to this point, they have the actual baseball on the field has been closer to that of a 100-loss team than it has to the teams that we've seen the last 4 years, for sure. Yep. Albeit, though, I still think that this team is more mid to upper 70s than they are low to mid 60s in terms of overall win total.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter Icabal-Setta with you. Steve in Berkeley, hang tight. We'll take you when we come on back. And then Brian Johnson going to join us at 12:50. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter Icabal-Setza with you. We'll have Brian Johnson coming up shortly. But by the way, on a busy Monday, I got to tell you that we have giveaways. That's right. Bay FC is playing Sunday, May 24th. Join us as we honor the LGBTQ plus community when Bay FC takes on the Chicago Stars at 2 p.m. in one of the most vibrant matches of the year. Arrive early for a fabulous drag show at FanFest. Catch the San Francisco Giants gay men's chorus performing the national anthem, and they'll be bringing the energy at halftime. You bring the squad, we'll bring the good vibes. Get your tickets now, and when I tell you, dial up the number of 415-896-5627, and you have a chance to win. 2 p.m. kickoff, May 24th. That's a couple of Sundays from now. Let's get back out to the phone. Steve is in Berkeley. Appreciate you hanging on the line with us, Steve. And now we lost Steve after all that. Damn, short leash, long leash, doesn't matter and all that.
Come on, Steve.
It's all right. It's Steve. We should do a Steve ranking. Steve from Blue's Clues. Anyway, as far as the job that Buster Posey has been doing to this point, it was a good text I wanted to get to on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. This is 650, says, Buster making these moves to me means he is fighting for his job and fighting for making the team better. I would rather have a GM try to make the team better than sit there and wonder about next year. He has made the Giants a better team in the long run. I found that to be a good text to use as a jumping off point because, number one, I would agree with that largely. And two, those things can be mute. They're not always they don't always go together, right? If you look at someone trying to save their job in an executive role and also make the team better, sometimes that can mean a team that needs to focus on the next 2 to 3 years. But say it happens all the time in the NFL, right? Coaches on the hot seat going into it. They're like, we're going to draft a young quarterback and then throw him in there when he's probably not ready because I'm trying to save my job as the head coach, even though that might not be the best thing for the organization. To 650's point, I don't think that anything Buster Posey has done of trying to fight for his job is also hurting the team in the short run.
I don't see it as that dramatic, and maybe it's semantics. I don't feel like Buster's at this stage fighting for his job. But I do think he's trying to do everything that he can in the short term to not be evaluated as much by the moves that don't look great right now, and maybe be more evaluated by his willingness to change things up, if that makes sense, which is natural. It's not a knock, but it's hey, judge me on bringing up Eldridge and bringing up Rodriguez and sending down Ryan Walker, who everybody is over at this point, and making the Patrick Bailey trade. Judge me about that. And oh, by the way, the 3-3 week, which is better than 8 under of the first 6-7 weeks of the season. Judge me on that, and not Devers, Adames, Chapman. The fact that there's no bullpen at all in terms of veterans that can, hold it together, and the Tony Vitello hire. So I do think I think it's maybe I'm saying the same thing in a different way, because I don't think Buster Posey's fighting for his job, but I do think there is I gotta do something different. Otherwise, I'm just going to be held accountable for these things that aren't working. And then that leads down the road of maybe by the end of this year, if it's bad enough, he feels like he's potentially fighting for his job.
Yeah, when I say the fighting for job, I don't mean it in the literal sense of he's on the hot seat and could be gone by the end of this year. And if he is, it would have to be something really, really disastrous. I'm not expecting there to be any changes in the front office, even if this team loses 90-plus games. It's not about that. But you're going to be judged by the big moves you make, and Buster Posey's not afraid to make those big moves. So that's where I think, we talked about the gutsy ones. The gutsy ones are in the category of not yielding the results so far. That's where you're always fighting for yourself, for the future, and going back to our point of, this regime might ultimately be judged on the levels, Dakota Jordans, the Joshuars, Gavin Keelan, whoever they take at number 4 this year. Though they got to get to that point, and it can't be such a disaster leading to that, where it's like, cool, in hindsight, the development plan for Posey and Manassian ended up working out, but it's somebody else that's there to oversee the operation.
No doubt. And so I wasn't, it was more the texter and I don't think it, but I do think there is this has got to be, it also helps in the short term, right? Like it's kind of a, all very little risk, potential high reward. Because of how poorly this team had played, the bar is pretty low in terms of improvement. So I think it's there isn't a lot of risk in that. Hey, I'm going to shake it up. I'm going to trade a guy nobody likes anymore among the fan base. I'm going to send a guy down. Everybody's over in terms of a reliever. I'm going to bring up some young players to infuse energy in the roster, but also lead to better performance. Like it's just kind of a, well, duh. Like why would you? You're on pace to lose 100 games, a week ago, right? So like, of course you're going to look to make some moves.
Another text from 813 that I wanted to revisit before Brian Johnson comes on. I'm not sure where you stand on this one because I'm kind of figuring it out myself. The Giants have a culture problem today. Not sure Tony V can lead this culture change, but I believe Buster can. I don't think that they necessarily have a culture problem. I think they have the issue of not picking a lane, as we've talked about on previous shows that have gotten off to this poor start. I don't see it as some kind of toxic or negative culture. And as far as judging Vitello, there's nothing about the culture he's come in and created or anything like that I think, oh, that's a problem. I don't look at it and say, oh, it's pretty clear that his players don't respect him. There's been times where the inexperience has been on display, and you can even go to Saturday night when the bullpen was waving their arms like, that's not good. I'm not going to say that was a good thing, but I don't think there's anything culturally that either Buster or Vitello have done that is the reason for this problem. I think it's the way the team was constructed on trying to have their cake and eat it too, of like, yeah, we think we can be a wild card team, but also you look at the way the bullpen was constructed, you look at some of the lack of investment in areas they could have gotten better this offseason, to where it's like, wait, so what are we trying to do? And as you lose games and those deficiencies end up showing up in the first quarter of the season, it's only going to raise further questions as opposed to giving you more answers.
Well, and I think therein lies another reason why you make some of the moves that you make. It's to keep the morale up, right? Do not say that you're going to stand pat with a group that's underwhelming. And also, when you don't hit at the level the Giants haven't hit, you always look flatter. You always look like maybe you care a little bit less in those instances. So I think that also leads to the just making changes, shake things up. Hey, Bryce Eldridge is inherently going to have more energy, stepping up and stepping to the plate than, a Gerard Encarnacion did. And a Jesus Rodriguez has more energy at the plate, than just by virtue of being something new than a Patrick Bailey did. So I don't think they have a culture problem. I think it's way too early to make any kind of grand statements about, what Vitello has brought in or hasn't brought in. I think to this point, it's been mostly just kind of meh, like not really hurt anything, but certainly hasn't helped anything. And again, I think he was brought in to help, as opposed to just kind of be different version of the same. But even in saying that, I feel like it's way too early, and we have to get through closer to a full season, if not a full season, to examine exactly the impact of that managerial hire, good or bad.
Yeah, 40 games into the year, and I think Werewolves of Anger on the YouTube chat said it well. It's not a culture problem, it's a hitting problem. That's been issue number one here in the first quarter of the season.
No,
plain and simple.
No, I agree. I agree with that, and I also think, Vitello is. I think we do need to note and not belabor, because you mentioned the whole bullpen confusion thing with the pitching change on Saturday. I do think we need to note, just make a note of that's another kind of not ready for the big leagues type of a thing.
Well, and you knew, I was going to say, you knew with this kind of hire, there were going to be moments that showed inexperience.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't come as a major shock to me.
That's still pretty bad. And I think there was a belief that, and look, I may be wrong. I think while what you're saying is true in terms of understanding that there would be some, I feel like it's gone beyond what you would reasonably want. Whether it's been coaching decisions or things like, and again, I don't want to. I'm not going to sit here and indict on May 11th and say it's all bad. But there have been, I don't know, more than 5 and less than 10. I think instances of what I would call not ready for the big leagues, right? And I think if we are, in fairness, going to say more than 5, less than 10. Without listing every one of them, what would you say is a number of like things that have been brought to the table where you go, okay, this is good. And I don't think there's been, whether it's been bullpen management or individual games where it's like, yeah, there's that number's far. Whatever you think that number is far fewer than the moments like things. If you're just kind of doing what has been brought to the table by this coaching staff versus what's kind of looked not ready for Major League, I think what's looked not ready for Major League has been a significantly greater number to this point.
Yeah, and by the way, we're not going to, I think you say it well, where we make a note of it, we clock it. Also, that game on Saturday had so many things go wrong that was not the difference between winning and losing.
That's where I will say, as much as in the grand scheme of things, I don't necessarily think them winning yesterday versus losing is that significant. But that's where I will also say, in kind of wrapping the conversation we just had, they won the series. Right. So it wasn't like it was this uber costly, and they also lost that game 13-3 or whatever the heck it ended up. So it's not as if that was something that cost them a game over where they should be.
808 KNBR. We can continue getting into some of your comments in the 1 o'clock hour, but we're going to open up the guest list for the first time today. Former Giants catcher Brian Johnson will join us when we come on back. 8-year Major League veteran. Spent a couple years right here in the Bay. It's Papa and Silver with JD and Brian Johnson next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, that weekend gave us a lot, and let's talk about everything today. On the Giants front, they took 2 out of 3 against the Pirates. Dramatic game yesterday. A complete meltdown the night before, but Bryce Eldridge got his first career home run. And on Saturday morning, we learned that they traded away 2-time Gold Glove catcher Patrick Bailey. So this is that 40-game mark that gets widely talked about. Let's evaluate the moves and the state of the Giants season at 16-24.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Good to be with you on Papa and Silver. We're going to welcome in Brian Johnson in just a moment, but I got to tell you, you just heard me tease it. Right now, we'll take one winner. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Bay FC versus Chicago Stars FC at PayPal Park. On May 24th, 2026, it is furnished by Bay FC. Find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. 415-896-5627. Good luck to everybody out there. And sit back and relax as we welcome in the great Brian Johnson, 8-year Major League Baseball vet, and of course a former catcher right here in the Bay. Good to have you on Papa and Silver. Greg Silver, John Dickinson. How's it going, Brian? We appreciate your time, man.
Hey, very good, very good. Good to be with you.
Oh, likewise, and thanks so much for coming on. I mean, look, as a former catcher yourself, you could say a lot on Patrick Bailey. You can say a lot on Buster Posey, but just start with the initial reaction to the trade. Buster Posey looking to make this move before we hit that 40-game mark, and also the package they were able to get in return from Cleveland.
Yeah, I like the package a lot, but I like Patrick Bailey a lot too. I think the situation, the catching situation with the Giants was pretty solid all the way through. So you got 2 young guys you feel pretty good about. They got a well-rounded game, provide more offensive muscle than Patrick did. Who knows how they set up defensively? Patrick's a great defender. I think you're always looking to make deals, and you're always looking to kind of exchange the assets that you have. So Patrick Bailey was an asset. He's valuable to the rest of the league. If you can get something for him, especially a first-round pick, you go ahead and do that.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, you look at what they got back in return, and I was surprised, honestly. No slight against Bailey specifically, but to see them get that 29th pick and to get some slot money in addition to a pitcher, a lefty that's in Double-A right now. I mean, in some ways, that trade almost feels like a no-brainer based on the return. How much of it for you is the return versus opening up the door for Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susac to kind of take over the position?
Well, I think it's both. I think you're right. I think you hit it right on the head. It's both, and that's the sign of a quality trade where you have plenty that you feel good about in excess with your team. Let's be honest about it. The Dodgers are in a good spot. Really strong spot. You got to catch them. The Padres have opened up really well. You got to catch them. So right now, we're not there. We're 8 games under. You can't afford to just sit idly by and say, okay, it'll work out better. You got to be ready to move. And so I would say even the other assets that the Giants have, come July, come the trade deadline, you got to consider that too if things don't get any better.
Brian, do you think that this move and the timing of it told us something about how Buster Posey views the catching position and what a starting catcher should look like on a major league roster?
Yeah, I think it's a fluid situation, right? It depends on what you have. You can't fall in love with anybody because you're not winning championships. You got to get back into competitiveness and to get back into the upper echelon of the league. And you're not there yet. So there's no reason to fall in love with anybody, even though Patrick Bailey was a great player, a really good player, especially on the defensive side. So when someone gets traded, it's a sign of respect often because the rest of the league likes him. The rest of the league sees the value. And the other teams, Cleveland's in a much bit different situation. They could really utilize all that Patrick Bailey has, where the Giants are kind of trying to get to where they need to get to. And they're not there yet, so you got to be able to be mobile, and I think this is a good move.
Did you see this as more about Bailey's individual struggles at the plate or more about how the team as a whole just needed any kind of offense it could get and Susac and Rodriguez being able to provide some?
Yeah, I think it's the latter of your 2 options, but I don't think it's because Patrick Bailey is not good enough. I don't think it's because he couldn't be the catcher of the future. He could have been, but again, this is professional sports. You got to keep getting younger if you're not at the top of the game. You got to exchange in your older assets and get younger because you don't know what can come from getting the younger guys. Who knows what the two younger catchers are going to be? So you got to give them a chance, and there's no reason to hold on to somebody. As you can say, I think the evaluation was that he's not going to be anything more than he is as a hitter, and so you got to be able to provide both offense and defense in this game. Yes, defense is important. Yes, you got to have that, but if you're not a Gold Glove catcher and you're still a good catcher, you're going to win games also.
How much, in your mind, Brian, can one upgrade at one spot in your lineup lengthen the lineup to a point where it takes the pressure off of some of the others? Because, isn't part of the deal, hey, let's get one more good hitter in there, or a couple of guys splitting the time that are better hitters, and that'll allow for the lineup to, the lineup as a whole to produce more?
Yeah, that's the hope. I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to ignite a fire. You're trying to ignite some excitement. There's a lot of talented guys on this team, but so far we haven't seen a lot of electricity. We haven't seen a whole lot of, just out of this world type of excitement coming from them. And that's what it really comes down to. You got to be able to hit, got to be able to run and defend and do it all at once. And so far, again, we're very early, but 8 games under 500 is not playing 500 baseball. If you can play 500 baseball and then you're a hot streak away from really getting into the upper echelon of the league, 8 games under, you got a long way to go just to get to 500. So I think, yes, the ladder of your options, this is a chance to mix things up. You still got quality talent behind the plate, maybe better talent, you don't know. And then as the rest of the summer goes on, we'll see what other moves make sense for where the team is. You got to constantly evaluate where the team is. And right now, we're not where we should be.
Talking to Brian Johnson, former Giants catcher on the UMA guest line, kind enough to join us as we get you into the 1 o'clock hour. What have you liked about the samples of play we've seen from both Daniel Susac and Jesus Rodriguez? And do you believe that they can sustain the success they've had offensively through the summer?
Well, it's a long summer. I don't know that anybody can sustain the early success that anybody has, right? It's hard to keep that going through the course of a whole season. However, I like the flexibility that Rodriguez has to be able to play other positions. I like athletically both guys. So I think we're in good shape in that catching spot, which is important. It's a key position, as we all know. But I think they provide a little more electricity there offensively and even defensively. I think they're a little bit better than Patrick Bailey as well. And that matters in an athletic game.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Jesus Rodriguez specifically and just kind of what you've seen from him. I was sort of the belief he was going to come up and move around a lot, and they threw him right in there behind the plate the first couple of games, and I thought he looked pretty good. Better than I thought he would look, or more comfortable than I thought maybe he would look catching at the big league level. What is your assessment of his ability to maybe not be a super utility guy, but somebody that could develop into a capable enough catcher defensively to primarily play that position?
Yeah, I think he's definitely capable. I think the value of being in spring training the whole time and being able to catch the staff that they have, that benefits a lot of guys. So that helps the transition. When you do get your opportunity, that really helps out. So I think that helps him. I like the way he swings the bat. Big hit yesterday on Mother's Day to win the game. And lo and behold, the launch angle wasn't very good. But what happened? It won the game. So what wasn't that nice?
Yeah, no, Brian, right? They haven't won enough games for us to be nitpicking how they're going to finally get some wins like that, right?
Right. And, it wasn't 110 miles per hour off the bat, but, it won the game because that's what makes baseball so great. It doesn't have to be the biggest and strongest. It doesn't have to be, always the great play or the rocket shot. It can be a blooper just like that was. And, hey, we win the game, and that's all that matters. And who knows, that game may spark these guys and really get on a roll here and get back in the business where we're not talking about potential trades. We're talking about, hey, we're going to catch the first wild card and maybe catch the second wild card. And who knows what happens? Maybe the Dodgers get ice cold through the course of June and July, and now we got a lot of fun happening.
Brian, going off of JD's question about Jesus Rodriguez, how much would you like to see him play around at different positions in the field? We kind of talked about he went in right field and then had a tough play, but one that you would have hoped he could have made, and that broke the game open for the Padres last week. We weren't angry because we understand why you need the offense out there, but how much of the utility aspect of Rodriguez would you like to see experimented with in terms of him going around different positions?
Yeah, that's a tough call. It's obviously a game-to-game situation. Depends on, if you hit, you're going to find a way into the lineup. And so, as we know, that's the bottom line in the game. When you hit, you play. And so I don't mind seeing him doing that. I don't want to see him do that a lot. Because oftentimes you can kind of get in a rut where you're, kind of a jack of all but master of none type of situation. So I'd rather have a real outfielder out there, but, to spell guys at times, throw them in the outfield if he's hitting really well. I like that. I like keeping both catchers in the game so you can make more moves later on. But I know the Giants been carrying 3 catchers as well, so I don't mind it. I don't love it, but I don't mind it at times.
Brian, what have you made of the start here for Tony Vitello? Obviously, the team needs to win more than the 16 and 24 pace, but just kind of your general impressions of the job that he's done in these first 40 games.
I think it's fair to say he gets a passing grade or a C grade, an average grade, right? Because the team is playing average or a little below average. I don't think it's Tony's fault. I like the idea of having more of a set lineup, having guys get to know each other around them, get a feel for each other around them so you get some rhythm together. It's very similar to basketball where you need that starting 5 to really work together. In baseball, you kind of need that first 5, first 6 hitters to really get used to having each other and have each other's back and getting that rhythm together. Very similar, like I said, to basketball. But, when the team's not playing that well, it's hard to do that. So I can't fault Vitello for that. I think he's going to do a good job. I think he'll be fine. Once the team starts playing better and they get on the hot streak, I think managers always look a little bit better after that.
Last one for me, Brian. Do you think that Buster Posey valued some of Bailey's defensive attributes less than other front offices or analytic departments? I know he was very polarizing with how effective he was on that side of the ball versus how ineffective he was when swinging the bat this year.
I don't think so. I think Buster has evaluated all the players that he has in the team, not just the catching position, but all the players they have. And they have their own evaluation as to who are guys that are going to be able to help produce on both sides of the ball, especially when things get tight. When you need a big hit, you need to have guys that are going to be able to adjust to what the pitcher is doing to them. And oftentimes, that there's a history that develops with that. Patrick Bailey, up to this point, was a really good hitter in college, but hasn't been a good hitter either in the minor leagues or the big leagues. So you look at that as, hey, he brings value. Other organizations see him as a good player because, like Cleveland, needed that defensive guy. They needed that more veteran guy in their catching group there. So I don't think it's necessarily they saw him better or worse or Buster sees him as better or worse. I think it's an opportunity to get better as an organization from Buster's standpoint, and he took it, and I think he did a good job with it.
Well, thanks so much for coming on with us today. Obviously, the Giants gave us a ton of content between the drama of yesterday and, not one for the analytics crowd, but Jesus Rodriguez, as I've been saying, shooters shoot and hitters hit, as he did yesterday. So we'll see how it all goes between him and Sasaki and everything moving forward with this organization that has been in a pretty tough spot for the first quarter of the season. And, of course, as they begin the second quarter, well, who better to face than the LA Dodgers, which they'll be tonight through Thursday. Thanks so much for coming on with us, Brian, and we'll talk to you again down the line.
Hey, thanks for being with you guys. Have a great one.
Absolutely. Brian Johnson.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, former Giants catcher, of course, Oakland native, so knows the Bay Area better than just about any of us out there. JD, just to kind of, wrap it up. I mean, it sounds like, from Brian's perspective, I was kind of curious if there was anything with Buster Posey about maybe he was frustrated with Bailey in ways that other people might not have been, just seeing it from the outside around the league. And remember earlier in the year when we had Brian Kenny on, I think you were off that day and Krug was in, but we played the soundbite for you the next day when we were at the patio. And I asked him about how do you evaluate someone like a Patrick Bailey who is so effective in certain areas, but so ineffective in others. It takes me back to when Papa and I were breaking down the Arise signing, and he's like, he's not a 5-tool player. He's a 1-tool player, but damn it, he does that 1 tool better than anybody. Bailey was so effective on one side of the ball, so ineffective in another. And Brian Kenny took the side of like, I think Patrick Bailey is amazing and thought the world of him. Buster Posey ended up deciding, look, the alternatives he had, even in a short sample size, this was a better direction to choose moving forward.
Yeah, Brian Kenny, all due respect, over the top with that take, especially considering the rest of the talent on the offensive side for the Giants in their lineup. And again, that typically, those who are, and Brian, full disclosure, has made his name as a baseball analyst, being deep into the, analytics and basically the analytics tell all. And he's so highly regarded analytically, defensively, that he becomes a player that I think is overvalued. And I do think Buster Posey, to go back to what Brian Johnson said, I do disagree with Brian a little bit. I do think Posey valued a little bit less of what Bailey brought to the table because his offense was so bad, and I think rightfully so. And again, in a perfect world where you've got a lineup that's holding up their end of the bargain at the other 8 spots, can you have Patrick Bailey, at the level of his offensive acumen, be a starting, caliber catcher? Yes, but the Giants sure as heck didn't have that, and I think there are a bunch of teams in the league that don't have it good enough to be able to have Patrick Bailey be their starting catcher.
Yeah, I mean, we played the home run that he had against the Dodgers. That was the only one this season, and when the lineup as a whole is struggling in the way that it is, by the way, they had 130 at-bats in a row in between walks. Only 7 of those reached a 3-ball count, which I got as a note from Andy Baggerly, so that was pretty ridiculous. And then Bailey looked, 12 of 82 at the plate, WRC plus of 16, and I'll go back to the note I threw in earlier. It's not just the struggles of this season. Since the trade deadline of 2024, 539 OPS, that's 23 points lower than any other hitter in the big leagues over that nearly 2-year stretch.
I mean, it's just, you just can't have it. And I think there was, going back to, Bailey coming up, and Bailey did hit initially when he came up back in 2023. And so he did hit, but I don't think anybody would have anticipated that it would have gotten as bad as it did for Patrick Bailey in terms of his hitting. And if he was even, he didn't even necessarily have to be a good hitter to carry his weight and be able to be. He just couldn't be as bad as he's been. And 16, my goodness.
Yeah. And what was Krug's take a while back, Walt? It was like, if Bailey's hitting 220, you can justify it. And even then, people were like,
yeah.
Krug 220 is the new standard right now? And I'm like, well, it's still better than what he's at right now. So, yeah, I think it was wearing on fans, to say the least, about that one. So, anyway, we'll see what happens moving forward between Rodriguez and Susak and everything. But 209 says, let's face it, they had no chance to make the playoffs with Bailey's offense. I think the next step is Devers and Adames need to be replaced. Well, guess what? Between those 3 players, one of them was easy to make happen. The other 2, that's a whole different mountain to climb. So that's why we're looking at Bailey being the one traded 40 games into the year.
Indeed we are.
All right, 808 KNBR is the number. We'll play some different sounds for you before we get on out of here. And we'll get into this a lot more tomorrow, JD. We're going to talk to Marcus Thompson and Sam Gordon, but I did want to just have a little discussion on the secondary big story of the weekend, and that was getting finality on the Steve Kerr decision, which finally came together Saturday night. Let's get a little bit of talk about that. It's Papa and Silver with JD, taking you till 2 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's a 2-year contract for Steve Kerr to return as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Sources tell me that it makes him and keeps him the highest paid coach in the NBA moving forward. And for this 13th season and beyond with the Warriors, but Steve Kerr did contemplate stepping away after a legendary 4-championship run over the course of 12 years so far in Golden State. But I'm told Kerr met with Joe Lacob, the Warriors owner, multiple times over the last 3 weeks, face to face. And the conclusion was Steve Kerr wanted to coach. Joe Lacob and the Warriors welcomed him, wanted him back on this team, and the sides moved forward and just figured out what does this team look like into the summer, playing style, obviously the contractual terms as well. But this now clears the way for Steve Kerr to coach for the final years of Stephen Curry's career in Golden State.
All right, Shams Charania with a lot of information there, but you got the news on Saturday evening, right before the Giants were set to have a really tough result against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Well, we got some clarity on another one of the prominent teams in the Bay Area. Steve Kerr has agreed to return to the Golden State Warriors for at least a 13th season. He did sign a 2-year deal, and while for a while, and certainly after the Phoenix game, it felt like that very well could have been the end of a 12-year run in which Steve Kerr coached his way to 4 championships. He had the moment with Steph and Draymond. He wasn't quite ready to walk away from Steph Curry just yet. Just as he said at the podium in that exit interview, he's like, these things have to be aligned and right, but I would never walk away from Steph. He's not taking another coaching job. He's going to continue to coach, and it's going to be right here in San Francisco.
Well, and it's good news. And I know not everybody out there among the Warrior fan base necessarily agrees with that at this stage, but I certainly think as long as Steph Curry is going to be on this Warriors roster, Steve Kerr is the best coach for that team. And now the question becomes, what did the internal discussions, what did they come to in terms of an agreement on what the best course of action is in terms of roster building and potential changes in philosophy or open-mindedness toward different types of players being included into a system that at times has, not been so welcoming to certain types of players, and how does it relate most pressingly to what the Warriors do in the draft? Because we did get the lottery ping pong balls fall yesterday while everybody was at Mother's Day brunch between noon and 12:30, and the Warriors did not move up. They stood pat in their 11th slot. So the draft is the next thing really on the agenda, because the league year doesn't open until June the 30th, and the draft, as is the case, the week before there. So good news in my opinion, and I think you agree with me on Steve returning, but I'm more focused in now on, and we don't know the answer until ultimately they look to build the roster, but what were the discussions internally as far as things that maybe needed to be changed moving forward, whether it was philosophically or the types of players that they would be willing to draft and or look to acquire via trade or free agency.
Well, and the answer I got is that Steve Kerr wants to coach. This is what he wants to do. And if he was going to walk away, I believe it would have happened sooner and we would have gotten finality on it. And instead, it just was a matter of negotiations and some of those compromises and maybe the smaller details that he and Lacob and Dunleavy needed to work out. And those are the things we're going to start getting to the bottom of when we talk to guys like Marcus Thompson tomorrow. But I am with you, JD. He might not even be the guy next summer. I know it's a 2-year deal. He might not be the right guy for the job when we're talking about 12 months from now. But he is, for right now, the guy for the job. And I mean, it just provides so much clarity because, to use Danny Emmerman's term, had he not come back, that opened up Pandora's box where you would have had Steph Curry also with the question of if he signs an extension and everything else completely on the table and in question. Now, I think it's pretty clear that you're going to have Curry back, working on an extension. Draymond will probably opt out of his player option and work on a restructured contract. Jimmy Butler is going to be sticking around unless they're able to orchestrate some kind of trade there. But you got a general framework of what this roster is going to look like. Of course, now you also have to account for the 11th pick, and that's where the draft does come into big focus. Do you think this is the kind of thing they ultimately will look to trade for a player that can still be younger and help? Or maybe is this one of those things where Lacob is saying, hey, I want to go and get a player that we can use as part of the building blocks for the future when you're done, when Steph is done, when Draymond is done with this organization?
It just would have left a void. It would have left them caught in between had Steve decided to go. And I think ultimately that's a big part of the reason why Joe and to a lesser extent Mike. I think Mike Dunleavy wanted him back all along. I think we'll give Joe Lacob the benefit of the doubt on wanting him back, as has been reported all along. But I think there would have really been a void where you would almost be looking for a bridge coach, right? Because the Warriors themselves with Steph on the roster wouldn't be looking to go into that full-blown rebuild as of yet. But yet there would be enough, veterans still on the team to where you would probably want somebody with more experience. You wouldn't want to go down the Tony Vitello route, in terms of NBA, the NBA version of that. Whereas maybe you would if you were going into that full-blown rebuild. And obviously college coaches have had varying degrees of success coming up from the college ranks in basketball to the NBA.
I mean, we would have been talking more about, like, do you use Terry Stotts as like a potential bridge guy in that kind of scenario, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which I think would have been appropriate.
Yeah.
But I can also understand where, that wouldn't necessarily be that wouldn't be the most forward thinking type of move either. And I think if you're moving on from Steve Kerr, you would almost want to use it as an opportunity to do maybe a greater reset. So Steve coming back means you don't have to worry about that. So I'm also interested in what types of coaching changes there are among those on the staff. Who's going to be back? Who's not? That's a question more. I feel like for the summer, the spring and on into the summer, and as we head toward the fall. But I do think, again, Steve coming back is one part of it. It's a major part of it. But, we'll get the answers as they go through the offseason. But it is going to be interesting to me, how many of the coaches are back? What types of coaches do they look to add to the staff here in the offseason? Is there going to be, when the time comes, a discussion about philosophical changes in terms of the offense? So those are the things that remain to be seen in this. But regardless, I do think it's good for all parties involved that the Warriors are not having to hit the reset button at the head coach spot. And I do think it probably is an indicator that they're going to be more willing to go in on trying to make next year's team as good as they possibly can be, as opposed to maybe looking to do a little bit of a reset, regardless of whether you project them to be able to be a true title contender, which I think at this stage, I think everybody would agree is probably off the table.
Well, something Tim Kawakami wrote about in the SF Standard that I isolated, and it is fair to bring this up, for whatever differences may or may not exist on certain topics between Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob, and maybe throw Dunleavy in that mix as well. But really, I'm thinking about Steve versus Lacob. one thing that's true is that Lacob has ultimately sided with Kerr on some of these conclusions. He did agree to trade James Wiseman. He did agree to sign off on a trade for Jonathan Kuminga, even if we all felt like that saga went on for way too long. So it's not shocking that Lacob ultimately wanted Steve Kerr back. And I think there's probably an acceptance that as long as Steph Curry can continue to play at the level that we've seen him capable of, maybe not for 82 games, but we've seen it in bunches and isolated incidents. Like, he was far and away the best player in that play-in game against the Clippers and what he did down the stretch. If he still has that power in him, I feel like Lacob's going to be okay with Steve Kerr being the guy to run that system, maximize Steph Curry's talents, have guys that can move the ball, and be quick thinkers. The Warriors are clearly not doing a reset. That's not what this offseason about. But if Lacob is willing to meet Kerr in the middle on certain aspects, I do wonder, as another question for the offseason, and maybe as we get into the early parts of next season, what are some of the areas where Steve Kerr might have to be a little bit less stubborn and meet more of the philosophy of a Lacob or a Dunleavy?
Yeah, that's the question. I think that, and I think we'll know as we start to dive into the draft, and now I think we can start a little bit here and there to dive into the draft, because we do know the position at which they're going to pick. I always feel like it's silly to go through the exercise, and I know a lot of people on the fan base were going through the exercise of, well, what if they get a top 3, and what if they get a top 4, and that would sort of save everything. It has happened obviously in recent years, but not the most realistic. Now we know they're at 11. You know the guys that are going to be off the table, and now you can start to look at a group of players, anywhere between 5 and 10 probably, that would be among the picks. And then the decision becomes, are you more willing to trade that pick at 11 than you would have been via top 4? There were some reports over the weekend that maybe the Warriors would be more inclined to move it if it did land in the top 4, which I found to be a little surprising, considering some of the conversations that we've had. Now, obviously, that's off the table because it's going to be 11, but not necessarily off the table would be looking to move that pick if you can get a certain caliber player back in return. So I still think the Warriors are going to aim high in terms of the guys that they want to get in terms of star power, whether that's via trade or free agency or whatever it is. But I think once you get beyond that initial level of, going after the best of the best that potentially could be available, the types of players that they look to sign, are they Steve Kerr fit type of players, or are they players that traditionally would not be fully deemed as Steve Kerr fit types of players? I think those are going to be the tells in terms of the willingness to maybe change things up that would have come up in the conversations as Kerr was stating that he wanted to return, and the two sides were sort of getting into the things that maybe need to be freshened up a little bit, even if it is best for everybody that he does return.
And we did finally get the answer to the question that we had been jokingly throwing out last week, which is, because it came out on Saturday night, it was not a lottery pick dependent decision for Steve Kerr to return. He's like, if it's 4, I'm out. I'm done. If the Kings go ahead of us, I'm done. 808 KMBR, the number to join the conversation. Papa and Silver with JD. Got about a half an hour left, then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. Continue this discussion, play a little bit of sound for you, and hey, maybe Joe Lacob's riding high off of the start that the Valkyries have had. He's like, Steve, see these women? You give me a little bit more power here on our decision for the draft coming up next month. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
It's Steph Curry. 10 is on it. Bumped. Curry. Free. Good! 34 for Curry.
Dude, I honestly don't know what was better. The way I got to experience that, listening to Kevin Harlan while I was trying to keep the volume down in my apartment, or JD getting to be there live, not having Harlan, but seeing the way Warriors fans took over down the stretch of that one. I was looking for the cut in the break, and I was like, I was trying to explain it to Walter, and then I was like, the one where he's like 34, and he's like, dude, you got to help me out. So we dug it up, and that was the final gasp of the Warriors season before they lost to Phoenix just a couple of days later. But what a significant game it ended up being, because all the way up until we got finality on Saturday night, JD, we're wondering, well, was that a message of, hey, this thing's over when Steph Curry says it's over, and the Warriors still got something left in the tank, still have moments worth creating, still have memories to make with this group together? Or was it more, was Steve Kerr going to relish that because he saw that as the last gasp of him as the head coach with Curry and Draymond, and we now know that it's the former, not the latter?
Yeah, he wanted to come back, and again, I think taking the time to clear your head is the appropriate way to do it. And I know it took longer to get to a resolution than I think a lot of people wanted. I never quite understood the impatience among some in the fan base, and even some I was starting to hear a little bit just in the media. I guess it's just the desire to have something new, maybe to talk about one way or another. But the patience on both sides, I think that's the part that everybody, from Joe Lacob to Dunleavy to Kerr himself, I think should be credited with, taking a deep breath before you make a decision as important as that one would be, the decision to step back and let sort of cooler heads prevail.
Well, real quick, I was going to say, I agree with you that they should get credited for the patience, and I think it probably had more to do with Giants-Padres than anything else.
Yes,
come on, give me the news.
Yeah. Exactly. But although there were signs, I mean, to me, him going to that game, it was an indicator that he was coming back, to be honest. I mean, we touched on that a little bit. But it was, like I said, there were signs of him coming back really for the last 2 weeks after sort of that initial week, everybody kind of being shaken, and I can understand why. Here's what it boils down to, though. As far as the offseason, it's a big, 2 boxes checked to this point, right? Kerr comes back, check. I think we agree, although it's not unanimous that that's the best thing for the franchise. 11th pick, you got a second round pick. You've got, the Jimmy Butler contract. You've got the decision on Draymond Green's player option. You've got what happens with Kristaps Porzingis, and a potential at a non-taxpayer mid-level exception that can be used as well. I think the question becomes, now that you have an answer on Steve Kerr, to what level can the front office and ownership be creative in different ways than they've shown the willingness to be over the last, let's say, year and a half to 2 years, or even the last 4 years minus the Jimmy Butler trade that kind of fell in their lap in some ways. It's one thing to get creative and leak out there the things that you want to try to do that are all big time needle movers. It's another thing to be able to actually accomplish something, because the one thing that I think everybody can agree on, Greg, is different version of the same for this team moving into 2026-27 is unacceptable. It can't be what feels like different version of the same in terms of the ultimate off-season moves. And the 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, can't win with this roster, have to be honest with themselves. Here we go again, playing game again, taking the team to garbage, basically. So what can be done to not have it be a different version of the same?
No, you're 100% right. And I think the Warriors are all smart enough because to take one of your lines that you like to throw out, the all-time greats and champions, here's the thing. They know when they don't have it. They know what it takes, and they know what it looks like when you have a team that can be competitive. And now part of this offseason is also reshaping some of those expectations, but nobody's going to be stupid enough to talk themselves into, well, when Jimmy comes back and we got Steph and Draymond to stay healthy and maybe they get Moody back. Like, nobody's doing that, even if we all understand that, take aside some of those injuries, they would have won more than 37 games. Nobody's looking at it as, yeah, they're right there with some of these other Western Conference playoff teams that we saw playing in the first round of the playoffs, and even those ones that got bounced like Houston. Houston was absolutely a better team than the Warriors. And so to take it to an 831 text, what part of Steph needs help do you guys not understand? We all understand Steph still has something in the tank, but Dunleavy does not have the necessities to draft or bring in help in a trade. Understood he is handicapped by Kerr's preoccupation with little white dudes and zero ability to desire to coach big guys or Lacob's general needs to meddle. That puts him in a difficult situation, and I do appreciate the humor in that. But yeah, the construction of this roster, and particularly younger guys you can get that aren't going to torch up your salary cap, we might be looking at a different type of player than the ones we've come accustomed to think of as Steve Kerr guys in the past couple of years. That might be part of the compromise.
Well, and that has to, and there has to be a willingness to change and think more creatively. And if it's not maybe Giannis or Kawhi or LeBron, that doesn't mean that it winds up being no move. You know, make your pick at 11, have that guy come in and play or not. You know, sign a different version of DeAnthony Melton. To the non-taxpayer mid-level, keep Porzingis, and then just run it back. Like, that's the part that I just don't think, as I said earlier, is going to be acceptable. And it is a difficult position. And I think that's where, Kerr is going to have to be more open-minded to different players stylistically. And it's not the Jonathan Kuminga types. It's more the Jordan Clarkson, Malik Monk types. It's that type of be open-minded to those guys that can have an ability to help you maybe get through a regular season. So we'll see. They're going to have to add on the wing. And I think, multiple, probably the best couple of veteran minimum type guys they can get on the wing. I think they should be more inclined to take a wing, albeit a skilled wing, as opposed to the athlete that you're trying to really develop. I think Phylon, the guy from Alabama, there my first name drop. I mean, he's somebody that I think is interesting. We've talked about Yaxel Lindenberg from Michigan as somebody that may or may not be there around 11. I won't go on because we got plenty of time between now and the draft, but it's finding those kinds of players that can come in and play, relatively quickly, that have skill in addition to athleticism that would allow them to play sooner rather than later.
You also wonder how much of a priority youth is going to be if they end up wanting to see if they could package this number 11 pick. I know we kind of joked. Well, not joked. It's things have changed, and as we've talked about with guys like Sam Amick, who's been all over the LeBron saga with the Lakers, but we were saying if Kerr doesn't come back, say goodbye to any pipe dream, however slim it may be, of Giannis. Say goodbye to any hopes of LeBron or a Kawhi Leonard or anything like that. You kind of wonder, are they going to go for that star hunting kind of mentality now, understanding that Steve Kerr's back? They're not doing some kind of reset. They're not trying to be a not competitive team this year and only find a way to get better in the short term.
Yeah, no, I think, again, it's the level at which you can get things done that I think ultimately, it's one thing to say Steve's the right guy for the job. We agree on that. It's one thing to say Steph still got something in the tank. I think everybody would agree on that. Nobody wants to see Steph obviously playing in another uniform, as the 209 referenced. But at the same time, I think there is a middle ground between where the Warriors wound up and or the play-in tournament and being a title contender level of play that they can get to re-signing Steve Kerr can't be the first part. It can be the first part, but it has to go well beyond that. And I think part of the reason why it took so long to get an agreement from Steve is the fact that they legitimately, and I told people this, I would get the question a lot, what do you think, JD, as would you and other, what do you think is going to happen? What's going on? And the answer I would give to everybody, Greg, was the two sides really had to sit down and hammer through, I think, what the best course of action is for the franchise moving forward in terms of how do they get closer to that level that I'm talking about as opposed to where they've been. It wasn't so much about not wanting Steve back or anything like that, but the length that it took to get an agreement, I think, was as much about those internal conversations about who's willing to do what at what level to try and improve it. And so that's where I wasn't really put off by the fact that it was taking so long once it started to look like he was going to be coming back here about 2 weeks ago.
I was in agreement with you on that. I thought that we were headed more towards Steve Kerr deciding to walk away. But then as time went on, it started to shift the tides where I'm thinking, okay, no news probably points to better news if you were hoping that he did ultimately return. And 925 says, people always say they can't be non-competitive, yet that's exactly what they are. And I mean, look, if you have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler missing that much time in a season, you're going to be a non-competitive team. That's exactly what it is. But when you talk about Steve Kerr being the first domino for the offseason, yeah, it sets the table. The offseason starts now. Nobody's questioning if Steph has any moments of greatness left in him. They have to find ways, and what the entire goal of the offseason should be, how can you make a team that can be productive through 82 games? Yes, you hope that guys like Podziemski and Guy Santos, with the run they were able to get, can prove beneficial for a year, but you can't use that as, you're not banking on that as the ultimate strategy of Pods and Guy got a lot of run. They're going to be valuable pieces. Yeah. Nobody's going in with that philosophy. How can you be a team that can reasonably compete and hang in there through 82 games so that you can set up potential moments for Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and the OGs to do something special in a shorter playoff round where, by the way, there would be no back-to-backs or anything of the like there.
Yeah, and I agree with the texter there to kind of wrap it up. I mean, it is, they are the way they ended the year was non-competitive with the injuries. Yeah. And look, that team I think did the best they could, and I think Steve Kerr gets credit for that. At least he should. But they were, they need to get back to that level of a year ago or closer to that than this. And so that's the part that I think is the needle that they're going to have to thread, because I think too often it gets cast as, well, they have to be a title contender, and if you're not going to be a title contender, then tear the whole thing down to the studs. Well, if you're going to be unwilling to tear the whole thing down to the studs because you still have Steph Curry, then the next most realistic goal may not be title contention, as Steph laid out in his postgame in Phoenix in the press conference, but getting back as close to that as you can to play the meaningful type basketball.
I did just get an alert from NBC Sports Bay Area. For those of you who are getting ready to do all the names of number 11, Dalton Johnson's compiling his list, and I think he might be on with Dirty Work a little bit later today. Nice. Yeah, nice. Going to start looking at some of those names, and hey, look, this is the most interested I'll be in the draft in quite some time, because you look at the history of the Warriors and the number 11 pick. I think the three this century, I consider them all bangers. You got Mikal Petrus, Andres Biedrins. Shout out to the international bros that made my childhood. And then, of course, some guy named Klay Thompson who turned out to be all right as well.
Yeah, Klay turned out to be all right. You can get a good player at 11. That's the bottom line. You can get a good player that can step in and be able to contribute at number 11.
We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. We'll wrap up the show when we come on back and play one nice piece of sound at the Kevin Hart roast. Shane Gillis on Draymond Green to send us into Dirty Work on a Monday. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Saturday night finally brought the resolution on the Steve Kerr front. He is set to return as the head coach of the Golden State Warriors on a 2-year deal and stay right here with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Now the real work of the Warriors offseason starts as they have a lot of work to do to get back to being a competitive basketball team. And what to do with the number 11 pick in the NBA draft is going to be a big part of that. Keep it right here on The Sports Leader for all your offseason updates.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Now we're going to talk about Draymond Green. Draymond Green is here. Yeah, f*** him. Draymond Green has 4 NBA championships the way Ringo Starr has 11 #1 albums. Draymond's always taking credit for the accomplishments of his more talented friends. See, Jeff, it's not just you. Draymond is the first player to make 4 All-Star teams for just setting picks. Thought that would get more. You guys, you don't know ball.
That was Shane Gillis at the roast of Kevin Hart talking a little smack to Draymond Green, and I got to say, it was pretty funny. There's something about the deep tone of his voice that gives me a little bit of Cole LaPelt in there. I don't know if you've ever felt that, Walter or JD, but yeah, I got a little Cole LaPelt there in Shane Gillis. Yeah, I know ball. F you guys.
Yeah.
So that was my observation, just hearing the audio only. But now, look, obviously, it's a funny little clip to bring up, but also another reminder of like, hey, the style of play that made Draymond Green so successful, and he is rightfully going to be a Hall of Famer. Even the guy he's having the beef with, Austin Rivers, acknowledges as much. He's going to get to continue playing that style because the coach that unlocked him and the best out of his skill set is coming back for at least another year, and Steph Curry ain't going anywhere either.
Yeah, Draymond just finds a way to stay in the news cycle. I will say that. I mean, elite at that, whether it's his time on Inside the NBA or things that people are saying about him or the response to the response or people trying to make jokes or him trying to make jokes. Like, it's all Draymond all the time.
I mean, that's why my 2 words of the day were for the Giants, but really they could just be for anything. Were what else? What else is this week going to bring us in terms of the Draymond news cycle, in terms of Giants-Dodgers, in terms of Jesus Rodriguez continuing to get plate appearances? And by the way, Logan Webb to the IL. There's been so much that I don't even think we made note of that at this point during the show. We get the Trevor McDonald experience, and he was great at Oracle. Different deal pitching at Dodger Stadium, as we saw the difference between Landon Roop's home and away starts against the Dodgers last year. So we'll see.
Yeah, it is. I'm excited to see it. I know people were wanting, let's see McDonald in the Adrian Hauser slot. I'm actually excited to see Trevor McDonald in the Logan Webb slot, given the way Logan Webb has pitched to this point this season. Throw another young guy out there and let's see what he can do. I'm actually optimistic about that going into tonight.
And we'll reconvene tomorrow when we catch up with Susan Slusser and Marcus Thompson and Sam Gordon and continue to dive into all of it. So Giants-Dodgers, first to 4, all a 7:10 first pitch. Dirty Work's going to take you up to 6:10 for the start of pregame. So, JD, busy weekend. That's how we like to do our Monday shows. And I will catch you tomorrow. Just make sure you're setting a line for like 4:45 and check the traffic.
Yeah, I was just saying I'm leaving at 6 a.m. to get there for the 10 o'clock show tomorrow. We'll see you in studio tomorrow.
Walter, you can leave at like 3:45. I'll put that one on you. And thanks to both you guys. Thanks to Shane Gillis. Thanks to our guest, Brian Johnson. And let's get you over to Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb on this Monday. As I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, too.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We got a full show and then some for you.
Oh, yeah. Long week.
As the Giants, a long day, long week. We got, and who knows, they haven't even played the games yet. It's a long week.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when I tell John Miller when we do the talk back with him. I say, have a good call, John. He goes, well, it's kind of up to the players. Because, people seem to like my calls more when the team is playing well.
We have no control of whatever will happen with this game.
Sort of funny. I'm not swinging the bat myself as a fastball misses on the outside corner. On the corner of 2nd and King Street here in downtown San Francisco, on the shores of McCovey Cove at China Basin Park at 24 Willie Mays Plaza here in the city by the bay.
I love how he sets it up.
He drops all that like every time. Anyway, Giants take 2 or 3, and what was, by the way, I was out there Saturday.
Yeah?
Dude, what,
all 9 innings, Scopes?
I might say that might have been like it's up there for worst games I've ever been to live.
I can imagine.
It's hard to say that because I have to think of other games that were bad, but it's not just like getting beat badly. Like I went to a game one time where Matt Latos threw a 1-hitter against the Giants in 2008 maybe. We'd have to go back and look. Whenever Steve Holm was a Giant, backup catcher Steve Holm, the only hit in the game was like a little ground ball chopper that hit off of Latos' knee.
Yeah.
And then he went back and threw to first and Holm beat it out. And I was like, well, at that point, I'd rather just get the no-no, Great, I get to see the team lose 7-0, but dude, 13-3. And by the way, after the Bryce Eldridge home run, congrats to him, the first of his career, after the Eldridge home run, it was 2-1.
Yeah.
And then here comes my boy.
And then S hit the fan.
And then here comes my boy, Baraki.
I mean, not just Baraki, like Ryan Walker.
Dude, it was Baraki, then it was
optioned.
Walker. And I was sitting with my mom, and I said to my mom, with Mama Susie at the game, I said, if the last guy I want to see here 3 in a row, it's a tough watch to go Baraki Walker. I'm like, I don't need to see Brubaker. And then here we go. Sure enough, dude, all 3 in a row.
Well, not only that, how was the whole day with getting the news at 8 o'clock in the morning that Patrick Bailey was traded? And then you get a really bad loss. Tony Vitello was asked about it after the game by our own Austin Scott, and it looked like the lowest of lows, but then yesterday was a great win. But
by the way, Austin Scott out there. For those who don't know, Austin Scott.
Great question.
Yeah, Austin Scott's one of our digital guys. He works for Mr. KMBR. Yeah, you guys didn't know Mr. KMBR.
Mr. KMBR is the boss.
He has employees, dude. How about that? Jack Loader has to answer to Mr. KMBR.
Well, Jack Loader has to answer to a lot of things.
What do you think of this? What a delicious piece of digital content. Or whatever he would say.
Yeah. Sounds like him.
So, I mean, I just imagine the Giants losing 13-3. Bailey's getting ready to get shipped out of town. And Tony Vitello looks up, and there's Austin Scott grinning in his face like, hey, man, how was that one? Not a good loss, huh? Because Austin's always so bubbly and happy. Always a good vibe. Our vibe check guy.
Well, I mean, it was warranted. The question was because of all the boos, and there's a sarcastic collapse in the 9th inning when they score some runs.
I've never heard Giants fans boo like that. I mean, there was a exodus to the gates at one point. Yeah. And then Giants fans booing in the ballpark. And Vitello with some real comments like, yeah, dude, I'd be pissed too. They spent their hard-earned money to come out here. And
I don't blame them.
And we're losing 13-3. It was piss poor, and heads rolled. Well, heads rolled on Saturday just because of that. Or on Sunday, Saturday and Sunday because of that.
Even when he was asked about in pregame about Patrick Bailey being traded, he kind of just wanted to move on and be like, yeah, we're ready for today. We are focused on our guys and Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susak, and we'll go from there. Like, there'll be a time, and I'm sure he already has, where he reflects more on Patrick Bailey. But, yeah, that took me by surprise because you and I were talking about it on Friday. We knew the writing was on the wall with his playing time, but I never thought he was going to get traded. Now, do I dislike the move? No. I actually like the move a lot with the value they got back.
I was gonna say, I'm a bit surprised at what they got back. So, to get Matt Wilkinson, by the way, Tugboat.
I like Tugboat.
6'1", 250.
That's a hell of a nickname.
Out there built like David Wells, dude.
Yeah.
He's rocking just the stash. You see that? He's going just mustache.
Is he a badass like David Wells was, though?
I don't think he was like throwing. I don't think he's throwing a perfect game after pounding 25 brews the night before.
Didn't David Wells hang out with some Hell's Angels too? He was a certified badass.
The dude still is, and he's like a great guitarist, by the way.
Yes,
he collects guitars. David Wells got some really cool.
Him and Randy Johnson would talk about that.
Cool story.
Guitars.
Tugboat Wilkinson.
Is that this weekend, Marty?
Yeah.
Matt Tugboat.
I heard him on Sunday. He was like, "Yeah, they traded away Patrick Bailey. They got this guy Tugboat in return. I like that."
My favorite Tugboat since I saw Mickey. What was that? Steamboat Willie?
Steamboat Willie, yeah.
I like tugboats and I like Steamboat Willie.
Yeah.
Anyway, they get Matt Wilkinson, and then also kind of interesting, they get the number 29 overall pick.
Now, that took me by surprise because I was like, wait a minute, you can't trade picks.
You can if it's a compensatory pick, which they were given. It's a slot A compensatory draft pick, compensation pick A, meaning they took over for somebody else at 29 because they lost a player. I don't know who that was tied to, but they got a comp pick at 29.
Competitive balance
pick.
Yeah.
Now, here's the more important thing, or the more interesting thing, and they were talking about this. So in baseball, the way it works is you get slotted money for each draft pick. So like, the number one overall pick this year, I think it's a shortstop out of UCLA, and he's like the consensus number one.
Right.
And I think he's slotted to make like 11.5 or 11.75 or something with the number one pick. Now the Giants have the number 4 draft pick, and the Giants slot money there is something like $8 million or a little bigger than whatever it is, whatever the total is. It's under number 1, obviously. But because they've gotten this other pick, they now gain more bonus money they can use.
Yeah.
So there's a thought that the Giants could manipulate the draft, go to the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I saw
who
this,
they really want.
From UCLA,
and
the catcher?
and tell him, is a shortstop.
Shortstop,
And then tell him, hey, the White Sox have the number 1 pick, but if you just refuse to sign with them or tell them, ask for an exorbitant amount of money, if they wanted, the Giants could try to manipulate this and say, we can pay you above slot. Now, I don't think there's anything preventing you from doing this.
Right.
I think this is above board. It's just kind of slimy, but also not my problem.
No.
This could be a swindle god type move here for Buster Posey.
That would be very interesting, but...
Which, by the way, when guys like what's his name, the shortstop for the Pirates, Colton...
No, I don't know.
I recognize his name. The number 1 pick, what's his name, Tim? Colton Griffin. There we go. He turned 20 like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, did he?
I think he was picked in last year's first round. He might have been the number 1 pick. Connor Griffin, excuse me. He might have been the number 1 pick of last year's draft, or he was high in the first round last year. He's the first guy to make the majors, I believe, this year from last year, 2 years ago's draft. You get a guy like that now at 19 or 18 years old, they can get here that quickly. I mean, he hit a home run yesterday.
Right.
Did Griffin. So if the Giants were to sort of finagle this or maneuver this and say, hey, we could pay you, $15 million, which would be $4 million over. We could blow out whatever the money is that the White Sox have. Maybe the Giants go up and they steal somebody without being able. This is why you're not allowed to trade picks, but you can maneuver and manipulate in that way. So who knows? Bottom line is the Giants made a slew of moves this weekend. You ready for all these?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Ryan Walker optioned. Gregory Santos optioned.
Ryan Walker way overdue, yeah.
Yeah, Walker optioned to AAA. Gregory Santos optioned to AAA. He threw like 19, what was it? He threw 27 pitches or 29 pitches on Saturday, and he threw 12 strikes. Like Walker. It's like, you got to go down. You got to figure this out.
Yep.
Hentz just gets activated from the injured list. They signed him this offseason.
Alrighty.
And he looked pretty good yesterday.
Not bad,
in his inning of work. Dylan Smith gets recalled from Sacramento.
Good.
Come up as a right-hander. He pitched in yesterday's game. Gotta love a brother in the bullpen.
Yes.
I mean, gotta love it's my new favorite Giant, Dylan Smith. By the way, I had to look up his name again this morning. Dylan Smith.
Not Don Smith, Dylan Smith.
Logan Porter also, who was down there in AAA, who was called up when they traded Bailey to be the extra catcher there. He apparently said Dylan Smith is the real deal.
Okay.
He was like, this guy can sling it. Logan Webb lands on the injured list.
Yeah.
With a knee.
We saw that kind of coming, though.
Kinda. You've been asking about it for 2 weeks.
Well, it was brought up, though. I mean, it was apparent after that game.
No. He's brought up by you, maybe.
I'm crediting
Derek.
Breaking it up.
Derek saw his motion and he was like, something's wrong, something's off. Derek was dialed in.
Because I know pitching mechanics better than anybody.
Like, that's my guy. I'm dialed in. I'm dialed in on his knee.
Well, no, I mean, like,
something's off.
Logan Webb downplayed it, and there's a reason why Tony Vitello brought it up, but that's not a surprise to me. And he answered questions about it. He was kind of nervous, saying, like, I don't know what I could say about my knee right now, but he'll be back. But now we see Trevor McDonald a week removed from his 8 strikeout performance. Who they play last Monday? Against the Padres.
Padres, yeah. He shoved against the Padres. I was there for that last Monday. It looked really, really good. Even caught that line drive somewhere off his body and was like, screw that, stayed in the game, was shoving. I mean, he looked really, really good. Anyway, what did he give up, 1 hit in that game?
I think it was 2. I want to say 2
hits. Yeah. Anyway, he's going to pitch tonight. So Webb to the IL. McDonald is called back up to fill in for Logan Webb. And as we mentioned, Patrick Bailey traded to Cleveland. Giants get Matt Wilkinson and that number 29 competitive balance pick, which gives them more slot money. So they'll make that selection, but maybe they select somebody who maybe wasn't going to go in that spot, and you give them a little bit extra, but you're giving more money to somebody that you can snag away in the top 3 picks.
So we'll get more into it. We got 4 hours to talk about this. And by the way, Steve Kerr resigned, so that was cool on Saturday. But are you good with the move? Because I know the day after Daniel Sasaki had his performance, I was like, there needs to be a conversation about this. And you were like, not so fast. We'll see how we use. I mean, just last week, you were like, Patrick Bailey's going to be a late inning guy. You get him in the game, and that's his role going forward. What do you think about this?
What do I think about the Bailey trade?
Yeah.
Well, look, I wasn't somebody who was like, get him off the team. Right. And that was what I kept saying was, people are going to send him down. I'm like, that's not really something the Giants do with a player like that. He's a 2-time Gold Glove winning catcher. He's also on the interstate, and it's been really bad of a decline for the last 2 years, really, right? In the second half of last round, he picked it up a bit. He did have some great moments as a Giant. I mean, he was a guy that I really rooted for. You like when a guy comes through your system and you're waiting for him. He's a first-round pick. You know, the Giants drafted Joey Bart and then Patrick Bailey and have not really struck gold on either. They've also really struggled with a lot of their first round. I mean, who's the last great first-rounder? We'll see what Bryce does, but Elliot Ramos?
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like, he's an all-star left fielder, had a big game yesterday.
To be determined on grade, but yeah.
What I would say is it is interesting that the Giants have decided with Daniel Susak and with Jesus Rodriguez, we're just going to run with this.
Yeah, man.
We're going to sacrifice defense because the bats aren't going. Not only are the bats not going, the big-time bats who are stuck and cemented into their positions to where they're making so much and they don't play anywhere else that you're not even comfortable sitting them.
Right.
That's where you're like, then we've got to find offense elsewhere. If we're confident that Devers, who I think is turning it around, said that last week, he's starting to swing the bat pretty well. He had a nice game yesterday from Willie Adames.
Yep.
Yeah, that bloop double that just sort of flared over the first baseman.
Jesus Rodriguez is it's fitting that he is the savior of the game.
He's 1 for 6 in the game, but he gets a hit. And he had a similar at bat his time up before where he had a chance to win the game and struck out on a couple of pitches outside of the zone. So I'm okay with it. I'm really sort of surprised that they were able to move him for what they got.
Right.
That's really more of my take. So it's a lot to put on Jesus Rodriguez, who's not great behind the plate. Daniel Susak's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
The hope is that you get some offense from him. At this point, I don't think anybody thinks you're going to get less offense from Susak and Rodriguez. So I'm good with the move. I'm glad they got something for it. It's another starting pitcher, a left-hander who's a former 10th-round pick, and is having a pretty damn good year in AAA. We can talk more about Matt Wilkinson a little bit later as well. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. The number to call and to text. We got Chris Rose at 3:30. 3:50, Ned Coletti's going to join us. That'll be fun. Nice. 4:30, Dalton Johnson joins us. And then Susan Slesser at 5:30 before the Giants take on the Dodgers at 7:10 tonight, a 6:10 pregame. And it's all coming your way right here on the Sports Leader. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. 808-KNBR, are you surprised about the Bailey move? How confident are you in going with just Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susak behind the plate? And does it feel like more moves could be coming? 808-KNBR, getting to your calls and texts all day, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The Giants are in action again tonight after a series win yesterday in 12 innings, by the way. They used everybody in the pen except for Matt Gage and Brubaker yesterday.
I would say the best win of the season. You think about the 2 wins against the Dodgers, that one crazy game on a Saturday afternoon against the Reds.
Nationals is the one I was thinking about.
Was it Nationals?
It was Nationals. They'd played the Reds right before that.
Gotcha, Nationals.
Then
okay.
it was Nationals, and then and then they came home to take on the Dodgers.
Yeah, but everybody hit yesterday, so good vibes going into this series, 4-game series against the Dodgers. Never easy, but yeah, it's pretty clear over the weekend that Buster Posey is not going to stand idly by and just be like, well, we'll see what happens here. No, if he has a deal on the table, he's going to say yes. And it's interesting to me who initiated the trade cups when it comes to Patrick Bailey. I would love to know about that, but it's clear that Patrick Bailey's not going to wait till the trade deadline to make some moves.
Yeah, I'm interested to find out if we ever will who initiated this or if we get more on that. And we'll talk to Chris Rose about it later on. Noted Guardians fan.
And it's,
of course.
And interesting that Stephen Vogt's like, I see value in Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, and Stephen Vogt's a catcher. He would know. Yeah. I mean, sometimes guys need a change of scenery. Sometimes guys need a new staff. So maybe somebody will find something in his swing. Whatever the metrics are that the Guardians used and evaluated, they clearly needed a defensive catcher. And I think they got a lot of value in this trade themselves. I think they got somebody who's going to be a big leaguer. He's controllable for several more years. If they get any kind of offense out of him, it's a positive. Again, people were quick to turn on Bailey. And again, I don't think the struggles had anything to do with him. this season, though his struggles were so glaring and apparent.
Yeah.
Alongside, that's the thing, is when they're not taking other big bats out of the lineup or big names or high-priced talent out of the lineup, then it falls on other guys to perform, and he didn't. And there were other guys who played his position who proved that they could hit at this level. I mean, Rodriguez goes 1 for 6 yesterday, and his average dropped to like 365 or something.
Right.
So he's only been here a week, and he's been swinging the bat. So
No, he's impressive so far.
yeah. 808 KMBR is the number to call and the number to text. Were you surprised about the Bailey move? Were you happy about the Bailey move? And I guess more to the point is, are more moves coming? The Giants made, as I said, a lot of transactions just this weekend. Logan Webb to the IL. Trevor McDonald back. He starts tonight. Ryan Walker and Gregory Santos both optioned. Hence just activated from the IL. Dylan Smith recalled from Sacramento. Bailey traded to Cleveland. They get a left-handed starter in Double-A and the number 29 competitive balance pick. Plus, kind of waiting. I'm assuming we're going to hear Daniel Susak's activated tonight.
I would think so.
I'm wondering if he got on a plane in Sacramento and flew down to LA last night. He was catching in Sacramento yesterday, and the thought was by Pavs yesterday, or excuse me, last week, the thought was if he was good to go after DHing a couple times, catching Sunday, he could be ready for the Dodger series, and I think the Giants would like him to be available for this series if he's okay.
And how about that one element that was added to Saturday? He got the trade, he got the 13-3 loss, and then Joey Bart performs as well on top of all that.
By the way, I'm there, and I was wondering. My buddy Jose says to me, "Do you think Joey Bart's going to get an applause or get booed?" And I said, "I don't know, dude. I actually don't know how fans feel about it." We waited, dude. Zero reaction.
Really?
Like he was announced.
Oh, yeah,
and
that guy.
There wasn't even nobody even thought it may as well have been a Marcelo Zuna rolling up. You know what I mean?
Right.
No reaction.
Now 4 for 5 with 2 RBIs. That's impressive.
Yeah, I had a reaction after that. I was like,
I'm
really?
sure you did.
I was like, really? Huh? Let's go out to the phone lines. Jake is in Walnut Creek. Wants to talk about something that is really glaring for this team right now. It is a poorly constructed roster. Jake, you're on the Sports
You don't
Leader.
say.
Hey, Adam, appreciate it. So there was a moment in yesterday's game that I think speaks to the small things that make a team that's already bad worse. So Gilbert comes up in the 8th, right, with 2 on, 2 out.
Yep.
They bring in a lefty to face him. Anybody that's watched Gilbert since he's come up last year knows that he is an automatic out against left-handed pitching. You can look at the stats. I think he was 2 for 31 coming into that at bat against lefties, 0 for 13 on the season. But the Giants quite literally cannot pinch hit for him because they're not carrying an extra outfielder on the roster.
Yep.
The only extra outfielder they have is, in quote unquote, is Jesus Rodriguez, and he's playing catcher.
Yep.
So they're forced to hit for him or send him to the plate. He grounds out the first base, inning over. But that's just like 101. Any normal team with the roster that makes sense has an extra outfielder, but the Giants, for some reason, even after trading Bailey, have Logan Porter on the roster, a third-string catcher that will not play. And they've been carrying 0 backup outfielders for, 3 weeks now? So, these are all the things that it just seems like Posey's kind of out of his depth or hasn't gotten to the point where he can functionally run a team the way it needs to be run day to day. And I know that didn't get talked about on the air yesterday, but it just seemed like 101 to me.
Jake, I totally agree with you. I appreciate the call, man. He's absolutely right. And not only that, not only do they not have a backup right-handed outfielder who you'd think in theory is Harrison Bader, who's in Sacramento still rehabbing, which begs the question for me, are they just biding time? Because I think you can spend 2 weeks or there's a certain amount of time you can spend in the minors on a rehab stint before they have to activate you and bring you back as a rehab, if you're qualified for the rehab in AAA or wherever you're doing it. So I'm wondering, are they waiting? Are they going to bring him back and see what happens with Casey Schmidt and make him the right-handed outfielder? Because maybe you can shift him over there, but that's more to just get his bat in the lineup. You're losing defense. If you do that, you're absolutely right. They just don't really have options there. And Christian Koss is up there at the end of with an opportunity to win the game at one point yesterday. He's trying to drop that bunt down. By the way, good on him for getting that bat up and getting something on that pitch. On a suicide squeeze right there, that's the number one rule. No matter what happens, you must get wood on the ball. You got to make contact there.
Felt bad for him Saturday night, though. Good Lord.
You feel when he gets hit in the helmet?
Yeah,
he said, by the way, I think he said after, I was okay that the helmet did its job. So, there you go. But,
did that get him more in the shoulder than the head? Because that's what it looked like.
I thought it hit him I thought it kind of hit him in the helmet. So maybe off the shoulder. Bottom line is he's absolutely right. They do not have Tony Vitello in his first season as Giants manager, doesn't even have all the tools at his disposal. He doesn't have a closer. He doesn't have a reliable bullpen in any capacity. He doesn't have balance on the bench or speed on the bench or any versatility with the roster itself. So anything that's going wrong, he just kind of has to roll the ball out, and there's not a lot of decisions to be made. I can't be mad at Vitello for not going to a right-hander there when the organization, and I'm sure his say is included, but they didn't have a right-handed outfielder or a right-handed bat to go to in that situation. So he doesn't have the tools at his disposal. He's already at a disadvantage being that he's never been in this position before.
Yeah.
And the team doesn't have enough balance to find consistency. So, they have opportunities to win games where they're not going to be able to pinch hit. Like he mentioned in the 8th inning yesterday, maybe they do pinch hit if they've got a right-hander and the game goes differently. Also, you've got a right-handed bat to his point with Logan Porter, but you don't use it because you don't have anybody to go in and play center field. Unless you put Porter behind the plate, you move Rodriguez out to right field, and you shift Jung Julio over to center. That would have been the other move. You could have got a right-hander in there to do that, or Haase, or Haas, whatever his name is.
Haas, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how they iron this out because I don't think they have the pieces in the minor leagues to do this. They didn't have a left-handed bat off the bench for the first 3 weeks. Remember that?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of questions as far as the way Buster Posey is constructing this team. That we talked about that at the beginning of the season.
By the way, Eldridge not even playing in 2 of these 3, not starting in 2 of these 3 games.
Yeah,
I thought he came in yesterday late, but he wasn't scheduled to play.
Especially when he had that home run on Saturday night.
And they sit him. Yeah.
I mean, they keep talking about the shakeup. What is shaking up really? Like, yes, Monday they had Matt Chapman sit, but since then, is Willie Adames having his contract where he can't sit? The same thing with Rafael Devers. Like, I know that. Buster Posey came out and said, we're not going to punish Casey Schmidt, but he didn't play Saturday night. Yes, these guys are performing of late.
Off a bit. Yep.
But I don't know, why make these moves? You're not going to sit some of these guys. Like Willie Adames, yes, performed well yesterday. Rafael Devers has been on a tear of late, but still, I don't understand. If you're going to have this shakeup, then every now and then these guys can sit a little bit.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Mr. Negative, Rick Pugsley, I see you guys waiting on the line. We will get to your calls in just a bit. Should the Giants have traded Bailey, and does it feel like this was the first of many possible moves or trades to come after all the transactions we saw this weekend? Did it feel like Buster was putting the team on notice? We'll talk about that next. It's Dirty Work on a Monday. More of your calls and thoughts on the Giants winning 2 of 3 and getting ready for the Dodgers on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Giants baseball tonight, 7:10. First pitch at Dodger Stadium. We got pregame coming your way at 6:10 right here on the sports leader. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. The Giants took 2 of 3 after probably the worst game of the season. One of the worst games I've ever been to, Saturday night against the Pirates, where Landon Roop was out after 4, but he was struck out 7 in the first 3 innings or something. And I was thinking, man, this is early to pull him when you know he's capable of giving you more. And he wasn't getting banged around or anything. They were losing 2-0 or something when he left the game, I want to say.
Yeah, 2-0, yeah.
And they weren't really swinging the bats. At one point, the Giants didn't have a hit after the first inning until the 5th or the 6th. So they weren't hitting behind him. But more to the point was that they were going to need 4 innings out of the bullpen, at least. They only needed 3, actually, because Christian Koss came in. Got so bad, Koss came in the game. But I was you don't have an off day until the 21st. And this was Saturday night, the 9th. So I'm you got to go through the Dodgers and the A's and the D-backs and get through tomorrow's game. You don't have Logan Webb. He eats innings.
Right.
And you don't, you're not going to get a day off till the 21st, which I think also plays into them. Walker needed to be optioned, but I think it probably also plays into Santos being optioned, that they needed some fresh arms.
Well, not only that, we had the moment with Tony Vitello, and I know Kruko, rebuffed it today, but the whole moment that was caught where Tony's not given, clearance to the bullpen. Does he need the lefty or the righty? And then Kruko came on today and said that's not what happened. Tony Vitello told the umpire he wanted, I forget who it was, the lefty or the righty in there. And it wasn't reiterated to the bullpen. So
was this yesterday?
No, this was Saturday night.
Right.
Saturday night. And then Willie Adames had to lift his arm and be no, I want, we want the lefty in there. So it makes Tony Vitello look like he doesn't know what he's doing, but the truth is it was just a mix-up with the umpires, and it shouldn't reflect on Tony.
I think Tony probably just said, you want the righty or the lefty? He was it doesn't matter.
Yeah, probably.
He's you see what's going on?
Probably.
He's it doesn't matter. I don't even know who's down there anymore.
Yeah.
808 KNBR. Let's go out to, I love this because when people call in, Tim screens the call, and then they give us a little blurb on what they're looking to talk about, just a little nugget. This is Mr. Negative in Burlingame, and his topic is just, I'm negative. Mr. Negative, what up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Thank you. I appreciate you, with the introduction. I am negative, and let me tell you something. I'm going to kind of go off right now.
All right.
I'm not going to try and, I'm not going to pull any punches.
Okay.
I will turn into Mr. Positive when they give me something to be positive about. I wait for baseball season every year for the hopes that the Giants are going to be at least halfway decent. We have a really tough division. But just give us something to be positive about. Now all I have is my fantasy team to be positive about, and they're in 10th place out of 12.
Ooh.
So it's not much going on there either. And let me tell you something. You talked about, you made a good comment before the last commercial. You said, is it in the contract for Adames or Devers to take a day off and have a seat? Well, how about a permanent seat? Both of those guys. I tried to warn you last year. Both of these guys are the balls and chains on the feet of Buster Posey as a GM.
Yeah.
With these 2 guys, you can't win. You won't win. And you can talk about all the moves that we make with the satellite guys around these 2 guys, that you put all your chips on these 2 guys. You're not going to win diddly poo. You're talking about sending Bailey to KC. You think that's what's making us lose? Sending Ryan Walker down, that doesn't matter. Gilbert, that doesn't matter. Not having an extra outfielder on the bench, that does not matter. And Adames, when we win a game, you see Adames sneaking behind the guy that they're interviewing, and he dumps the Gatorade on them, and that's great. That's for camaraderie. How about walk back to the locker room, get dressed, and get ready for the next game? You want camaraderie? knock somebody in on third base with 2 outs. That'll help. That's great for team chemistry. I couldn't believe it. I almost picked him up on our waiver wire for my fantasy team.
No.
And I went up, no, I'm not picking him up.
Okay.
I went to the stats. 6 RBIs.
Yeah, it's not good.
This guy's got 6 RBIs. And how much do we pay him? And Devers, there's no Giants on any of the fantasy teams in my league. There's no Giants making the impact. Devers is on the bench for my cousin. Adames got dropped by my other cousin. Chapman's a joke. Nice guy. Great guy.
Great guy.
Logan Webb, decent. I just picked up Landon Roop. I got confidence in the guy, Hopefully he can bring his whip down a little bit. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
But, this team, when you put it all in on Adames and Devers, we're in deep, deep trouble. Can we reverse course? I would say let's try, but it looks desperate if we do now. How long we got to deal with these 2 guys? Right? I'm sure they're nice guys. I'm not saying they're bad people.
Yeah, of course.
But how long before we pull the plug? You know what I mean?
Well,
we're paying them so much.
Yeah.
I don't know how much we can afford around them,
I appreciate the call, Mr. Negative.
Damn,
dude,
that was
call
negative.
anytime, dude. he was negative, but he wasn't like as mean as I thought. He said he wasn't going to pull any punches. I just like his whole demeanor. His whole
poo. Yes, thank you.
His whole let me tell you something. And he's telling us who dropped which Giant. My cousin dropped him. By the way, this maybe that's why you're in 10th place. You're thinking about picking up Adames.
He's so pissed off about his fantasy team more than the Giants, right?
Well, he said that's the only thing he's positive about, and they're in 10th place.
Well,
out of 12.
Silver lining there, I guess.
By the way, Adames is now up to 8 ribs. How about that?
I mean, as we said,
534 OPS, and Devers is climbing. Devers is up to 640 in OPS, which is obviously not good. He's up to that, but he's also trending in a better direction. In his last 7 games, Devers is hitting. He's got over 1,100 OPS. He's hitting 348 with 2 homers, 4 ribs, 3 walks, and 8 Ks. In his last 15, he's still not all that great, 235. But in the last week or so, he seems to have turned a bit of a corner. Almost had a home run, hit it like 308 feet.
Yeah, close, yeah.
In yesterday's game, was that the one that hit off the L?
Yes.
On Levi's? That was crazy.
Yes.
That bounced off. Anyway, no, I appreciate the call, Mr. Negative.
No, it was great. Yes, those guys are performing of late, like as recently as yesterday, but they're not going to move off of these guys. I know that Bob Nightingale had the report or whatever it was in the USA Today over the weekend where the Giants would love to move off of the contracts of Jung-Hoo Lee, Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman. But he also says, that's not going to happen.
Here's what he wrote. I'll read it for you right now. Here's what Bob Nightingale wrote over the weekend. He said, the Giants would love to unload outfielder Jung-Hoo Lee, $85 million left. Shortstop Willie Adames, $161 remaining on his contract. Wow. And Rafael Devers, $226.5. And Matt Chapman, $125 and start over. He says they'd love to do that, but they don't have that luxury. Instead, they may have no choice but to shop their biggest trade chip and starter Robbie Ray, who will be a free agent after this season. Some executives insist they would also listen on Logan Webb, yet it's highly unlikely the Giants would move him, considering he's the ace. He's got 3 years left, and it's 5 years at 90. So too good of a deal to trade him, and I don't know why you'd cut the head off your snake. He's the only guy that's entrenched in the rotation next to Landon Roop at this point. But what he posts there is they'd love to move off of Lee, Adames, Devers, and Chapman. They're the 4 guys that we talk about as being so expensive. I mean, I don't think they'd love to move off of Devers. I'm sure there are a couple of contracts there that they go, at the time, these worked okay. If they were given an out, would they take it? If a freeway on-ramp hit them right now, would they take it on any of those guys? I think Jung-Hoo Lee for sure. I don't know. A year and change into Adames or Chapman, which Buster really wanted to be here in terms of leadership, and I think he's the type of player Buster would have liked to play alongside. They want guys that post. I want the guys that post and produce. That's the issue here.
Yeah, I say this with all due respect. Bob Nightingale has gotten things wrong in
I don't
the
know
past.
if that's a report. He's just sort of suggesting they'd like to.
And obviously that's kind of clear, but I wouldn't say love. I think they would like to get off these contracts and maybe start anew because they know that this team is not very good with this roster. But they're not just going to move off of Rafael Devers or Willie Adames. Now, Matt Chapman's a different story. I think what the Patrick Bailey trade tells you that if someone was willing to take on Matt Chapman's contract, then Buster Posey has no problem saying, you know what, Casey Schmidt, you're our everyday third baseman going forward.
And you've got Rodriguez who can play a little bit there too if you want. Yeah.
But I don't think it's realistic to expect any of those guys to be traded. Now, Ken Rosenthal talked about it on, I guess, his podcast. And
we'll get into that.
Wrote a whole article basically being like, I like Buster Posey's aggressiveness, but what happens when these moves don't pan out? You are linked to all three of these guys, and now you moved off of Patrick Bailey, which is a manageable contract to get off of. But at the same time,
yeah, he's on whatever the minimum was, arbitration or whatever.
So when all these fall through, what's next? And of course, that's the case with any GM. That's the same thing to Mike Dunleavy Jr. That's the same thing to John Lynch after all this is said and done. But yes, Buster Posey will be judged for all three of these contracts and what happens the rest of this season. As Ken Rosenthal said in the piece, he's trying to save the season. I don't know if he's trying to save the season at this point. I think he's just trying to put this team in a good position going forward because right now it looks bleak.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Rick is in Hayward. Our guy Rick loves to call on Mondays. Came out to the patio. We saw him on Tuesday last week.
Yes, we did.
Right?
Yes.
Hey, what's up, Rick? You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, bro?
Yeah, hey, you didn't call me Mondays. You just said Rick on Monday.
Rick on Mondays. You told me you didn't really like it, and I kind of felt bad about that. Yeah, dude. I mean, because also like F Rick Monday. You know what I mean? Like I'm with you on that. It was just sort of a riff.
It was just a funny thing initially.
Yeah,
it's no more Rick Monday.
Now you're Rick in Hayward again, dude. You got it back, Rick.
All right. That way I won't call you CD boy anymore. You know, I didn't have one. I didn't have a good one for Derek, but
no one ever does. Rick.
No, Derek, you have a very shiny personality.
I thought you were going to say
yeah, we all did. Yeah,
okay.
All right. I'll stop.
No,
all right,
you're good.
Getting to your first caller, or your last caller, I should say. Devers did win a championship in 2018 with the Boston Red Sox. So I don't know what he was talking about. Now, Matt Chapman has a full no trade. Yep. He ain't going nowhere. Devers, there's no way anybody's going to take on $31 or $32 million. You know, people look at that contract and they're going, well, he's only getting paid so much. No, we pay him, I think it's $20 million after the fact in deferral payments. So nobody's taking that contract. Nobody's taking it at Adames. We're stuck with him. That's the bottom line. Jung-Ho Lee can opt out after 2027. He ain't going nowhere.
No, why would he? No.
Yeah, exactly. Why would he? I mean, the Giants paid $18.5 million to his team in Korea, and then he made $7 million his first year, and now he's made $60 million over 3 years, and he ain't going nowhere.
No.
So this is the team we're stuck with. Now the problem with the Patrick Bailey trade is, and everybody in Cleveland is doing backflips about it, because if Bailey hits at all, they got a Gold Glove catcher. How many of those are in the league? One.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so basically, the Giants just gave Bailey away. He's going to hit. He's going to hit 220. He's going to get his 50 RBIs. That would have been fine on this team if any of these guys were hitting. And that's the problem. Nobody on this team is hitting that they went to go get the job. I mean, I'm repeating what everybody else is repeating.
Yeah.
My problem with Jesus Rodriguez is this. He's a hitter without a position.
Yep.
In his here's my stat for the day, Derek. In my 177 games in the minors, he played catcher. He had 50 errors in 1,500 innings.
Yeah.
50 errors.
He's not a defensive catcher at all.
He had 2 errors in 4 games with the Giants. He isn't a catcher. If you look, he's played third, but don't we already have 2 third basemen?
Yep.
He played right field, but Jung-Ho Lee ain't going to come out of the game, so he can play right field and drop a ball and let 2 runs score. He can't play. I mean, we have 2 second basemen, so he's a player without a position. A DH, you could play him at DH, but then where do you play Eldridge? I thought we brought up Eldridge.
Yeah, this is the issue. Rick, we got to run. I appreciate the call, dude. With this is the issue with the roster. They don't have a flexible roster. And the players they do have off the bench, you want to see some of them play, but there's not really a place for them to play because you've got 3 guys who you can't move off the diamond because you're paying them too much. You're pot committed and invested, so people are going, well, give Adames a day off. They're going, we're paying him $30 million. We got to play him. We may as well play him.
Yeah.
Because we don't have anybody that we think is really going to exceed that, even incrementally. I do agree with him that, and this is something Krug said, I don't think 220 is the baseline. But if everybody else hits, you can deal with Bailey hitting 220 and playing the defense that he was playing.
Yeah.
The problem is nobody else is hitting, so now Buster's looking for where he can find success in the margins. That's not enough, I don't think, considering the 5 albatross contracts you have that aren't producing. Now, I do again, I believe in Devers. I think Devers is going to turn it around. I think he's going to get his 28, 30, 35 homer. I think he's going to have a big summer and a big middle and late part of the year.
Okay.
I think we've started to see that corner turn just a little bit, and he's hitting the ball really, really hard in the last week.
Right.
I'm not as confident in Willy Adames because when he performed last year, it wasn't when they needed him to perform in big moments, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with that. I also think Elliot Ramos is swinging the bat pretty well right now.
I mean,
He's starting to hit pretty good.
Yes,
I don't know what happened in that play at third.
No, I mean, everyone performed well yesterday. I'm with you, Copes. I'm more confident in Rafael Devers than I am Willy Adames. But the truth is, yes, would you kind of just let things go with Patrick Bailey if everybody else was hitting? Absolutely. But the truth is, Patrick Bailey's a manageable contract to trade. And when you're offered Matt Tugboat Wilkinson and the 29th pick in the draft, I think you have to take that.
Yeah.
So I don't blame Buster Posey for any of the moves. I know that's a risky move, but he definitely sees potential in Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Sousa.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and text. We'll hear from Buster Posey. He spoke on the trade of Patrick Bailey this weekend, broke down Bailey's time with the Giants, and also talked about the possibility of still holding three catchers because of what we're talking about with Jesus Rodriguez maybe not being the best option to start behind the plate, but they're just trying to get his bat in the lineup. It worked out yesterday. How consistent will that be? So we'll hear from Buster. We'll also hear from Ken Rosenthal on his thoughts on how Buster has operated as an executive to this point. He's gotten rid of a lot of players that were Farhan guys. He's also, as one of our callers said, he's got a big ball and chain with a couple of these contracts that he's responsible for. 808 KMBR is the number to call and text. We'll hear from Buster next. It's Dirty Work on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Steve Kerr signed a 2-year extension over the weekend to remain head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And the Warriors got no luck in the lottery, ending up with pick 11. For everything Warriors, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We've had to reschedule with Chris Rose.
Yeah, he's going to join us on Thursday right before the NFL schedule. So we'll talk to him then. We'll talk a little baseball with him as well.
I wanted to ask him when we talked to him on Thursday. He did a newlywed game type thing. I can't remember who the other Dodger was. He did it with Kike Hernandez.
Well, we've done that too, Coach.
We have. We'll do it again. But he did like a newlywed game, and it was the first time with two teammates. And he said they're doing like a rolling thing where every time he's with a new team, he'll do two teammates. Rose, he's gonna bounce around and do that same challenge. And he said they set the bar. I think they got like 7 of 10 or 7 of 11, whatever number of questions he gave them.
Right.
But one of them was, and you were trying to get the same answer as each other, right? One of them is who is the one player you don't want to sit next to on a plane on a cross-country flight? And both of them were like, ooh. And he's like, yeah, I know, that's kind of mean. And he's like, there's got to be somebody who's like always burping and farting or they snore, like you don't want to sit next to him. And they both wrote down the same name. They got this one right. They held up Dalton Rushing.
That's no surprise.
And he was like, why Rushing? Oh, man, why the kid? And they go, well, I don't know. He's the young guy. We just got to give him a hard time.
He's a pain in the ass.
And I was like, I think he's just kind of a pain in the ass. I think
he's a
that's
young kid that's cocky, that's talking his ass, and they're just like, you know what, dude, win a World Series with us first. Which he was on the roster last year, but wasn't part of the.
I don't think he was on the World Series.
No.
I don't think if he was a backup, but he came up at one point last year. Anyway,
that'd be like Patrick McCaw talking crap when the Warriors were in their heyday.
Before he'd won one?
Yeah.
Yeah. McCaw was too afraid to even touch the ball. Jacob Evans was more so.
Remember him holding out and everything? That was ridiculous.
Yeah, and then he just kind of went away.
Well, yeah.
He held out, and then the league held out on him.
The league kind of told you what they thought
All
of
the
him.
other teams were like, no, we're holding out too.
Yeah.
So the Giants are in action tonight, 7:10 first pitch. It'll be Trevor McDonald, who was activated or brought back up, I should say, after he was optioned last Tuesday after his excellent start. A lot of people wanted to see more of him. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Logan Webb lands on the injured list. Yeah. Roki Sasaki and his 5.79 ERA go to the mound for the Dodgers tonight. He's really struggled.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. Let's get into some of the sound here. So the Giants this weekend was it Saturday morning they announced it?
Saturday morning, yes.
Saturday morning we
8
all wake
o'clock.
up and Patrick Bailey's on a plane to Cleveland to go join. You know what? I didn't dislike Patrick Bailey. You know I got an affinity for catchers anyway.
Of course, yeah.
I love a catcher. I love a defensive catcher. I wished it was better for him here. I wish it worked out, but he had some really, really, really good moments as a Giant. The walk-off inside the park.
That was so much fun.
Walk-off slam against the Dodgers.
Yep.
2 Gold Gloves. Like, I tip my cap, and he was a good Giant. I was happy that he was here. Unfortunately, with the way things are going, he gets the short end of the stick in terms of getting shipped out to Cleveland, and he gets to join a guy who's a former catcher as the manager, former Giant, dude from the Bay.
Great situation for him.
I should say, in Stephen Vogt. So good situation for him, good clubhouse to be in, competitive team in Cleveland. So glad he got shipped to somewhere where he can find some success. Now, Buster Posey spoke about the trade on Saturday. Here he is with his opening statements. He's talking about the trade of Patrick Bailey to the Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more the confidence that we have in Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susak, and just the strides that we feel like as an organization they've made defensively. Both of them swinging the bat well. As you noted, not necessarily only Patty, who's been off to a slow start offensively this year, but just as a whole, trying to find ways to get more runs on the board.
Well, credit Buster Posey for pulling the trigger on this trade. Yes, it's a risk. It is a gigantic risk with the small sample size we've seen of, say, Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susak. But given the value you're getting in return, I don't think you could say no to that. And also, I never saw this, but apparently Buster Posey was just not the biggest fan of Patrick Bailey. There's multiple reports coming out this weekend that he grew tired of him and his lack of offense.
Tired of that guy.
And just the lack of juice he brought to the clubhouse. He wanted a more energetic guy. And I don't want it to be like he was singling him out, but it just seems like while we heard a year ago when Buster Posey was on Murph and Marcus, he loved Patrick Bailey being the catcher. I don't think that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't produce, it's easier to not like somebody, right? Yeah. It's easier to put some stuff aside if you do have any sort of personal difference or something where you're not a fan of that. If they produce, you're like, I can deal with that. When a guy's kind of an a-hole or is a D, you're like, yeah, well, but Jeff Kent's driving in 100 every year.
Exactly.
I'm like, yeah, we could put up with the dude. He's driving in runs for us and he's winning an MVP. What does a trade like this by Buster tell you about him as an executive? Like,
he's aggressive.
Yeah, but we kind of knew that in the Rafael Devers situation.
Yeah.
We also knew that he was willing to go make a big move and trade away pieces that weren't a part of his regime. That to me has become the most clear thing. Is his evaluation. You said this a lot last year, and I did agree with you early on. They made the big move in June where they got rid of like 6 different guys, or there was a big swath of changes.
The Lamont Wade DFA day?
Yeah, but I mean, if we run through all the moves that Buster's made at the major league level, or with guys who were viewed as frontline prospects or draft picks by the Giants that we were hoping for success from, Kyle Harrison's an example. He's done a lot to sort of by next year, it's going to be not mostly in the organization, but it'll be like, okay, we're year 3 of this. It's all his guys.
Right.
He went out and traded for Jesus Rodriguez. He traded away Camilo Doval. He traded away Tyler Rogers. He traded away Mike Yastrzemski. He got rid of Lamont Wade Jr. He's now gotten rid of Patrick Bailey, who was a first-round pick. Kyle Harrison, who's a third-round pick, I think, by Farhan. James Tibbs, who was a former first-round pick. He's done a lot with the pieces that Farhan had in the building to either get rid of them entirely, to move on from them, or to trade for something that he wanted that he thought was going to add to the organization. I just wonder, based on Bailey's performance, was this move more about his performance or more about Daniel Susak and Jesus Rodriguez? Because he just told us the hope is to get more offense there.
I think it's both. I mean, it's hard to say like it's one more than the other. I think it's the larger sample size of Patrick Bailey not performing. Like what he hit this year, 143. Like it's been bad with Patrick Bailey.
By the way, he had more RBIs than Adames till like yesterday or the day
that's
before.
sad.
Isn't that sad? Adames is at 8 now, but I think he's at 8 now. He was at like 6 and Bailey, or 4, and Bailey was at.
And that's why I'm saying
5.
like there shouldn't be where Willie Adames, is removed from not benching or being benched every once in a while. But with Patrick Bailey, like we know what he was. I think it was clear that Buster Posey knew what he had in Patrick Bailey more than what the mystery is of Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susak. Those guys have more potential and they're better offensively. Do they need to improve defensively? Yes, but Buster Posey will take that because this team just needs some life. It just needs something with the offense. And yes, Patrick Bailey's great at framing pitches, but I keep hearing from people that maybe that's devalued now with the ABS system. So I hope that Patrick Bailey has a good career with the Guardians. I think he's in a great situation with Stephen Vogt. But it's clear that it's clear that Buster Posey saw him for a long time now and thought we could do better.
We got some news on we got some news on the Giants.
Yeah.
Some roster moves for today. I was expecting we'd hear that Daniel Susak was activated today. He has not been activated. Harrison Bader is back from his rehab stint in Sacramento. I didn't know how long they were going to wait for that, so we were saying no right-handed outfielder. You now have one. I would sort of expect a platoon between he and Gilbert in center field.
Yeah,
that would be my thought. So you got Harrison Bader back. Tristan Beck has also been called up from AAA Sacramento. Logan Porter, the third catcher we were just talking about, has been optioned back, and Dylan Smith was optioned. So you're going to see, I guess, Jesus Rodriguez. It's his job for right now. Until Susak is back, Jesus Rodriguez
for him, man.
Is the guy behind the plate. At least I would assume for tonight, because I don't think they're going to start Haas. Though maybe Rodriguez did catch all 12 yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Harrison Bader was struggling before he got hurt, so I like to see a little bit more of Drew Gilbert in there. But yeah, if it's a platoon thing, then whatever, we'll trade off. But if Casey Schmidt can learn how to play outfield, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder what they do when Casey can do that. Like, do you use him in right?
And have
I guess that's
go back to center?
Well, the thought would be you'd be doing that against left-handed hitters or to get his bat, left-handed pitchers or to get his bat in. So if you've got a left-handed pitcher out there, you could sit Lee. You could go all right-handed hitters in the outfield. You could go Bader, Ramos, and Casey Schmidt.
They just need to find a way to get Casey Schmidt in there every day.
I think right field is the only one that makes sense because they're not moving Ramos off of left.
No, they're not. No.
Jung-Hoo Lee has gone to center a little bit.
Yeah, and he's been fine there this year. You just know, like this offseason, you basically told him like he's not good enough to be, a center fielder, but it is what it is. Yeah, I just think I was surprised that Casey Schmidt wasn't in the lineup on Saturday. I know he's cooled off of late, but when you make that move and Buster Posey says we're not going to punish Casey Schmidt, then how come no one else is being punished for what they've done? I know they're making a lot of money in Rafael Devers and Willy Adames, but Willy Adames should have sat by now. So, I don't know, just kind of baffling to me, and you want to see Bryce Eldridge in there every day, but this shakeup that they said that happened a week ago, I don't think it's really a shakeup. I think it's just bringing up two guys. But the big shakeup is moving off of Patrick Bailey and having Jesus Rodriguez be your everyday catcher for the time being.
So what's interesting here is the next cut we were going to play is we just got the news. Logan Porter option, Dylan Smith option, Tristan Beck brought back up, and Harrison Bader has been activated. The interesting thing here is Buster talked about the possibility of carrying three catchers, and I think we still are going to see that when Susak is ready. Here's what Buster said. So still now just two catchers on the roster. We had three. Here's Buster, though, on the possibility going forward of carrying three.
Possibly, but I don't think that's necessarily a guarantee either. We've got some guys on the IL that'll be coming off, and we'll have to make some decisions there. I do think having a guy like Haas is extremely valuable in your organization and on the 26-man roster or wherever it may be. But kind of like I answered, I guess, in your first question, the aptitude that we feel like that Susak and Rodriguez have. Every player is going to have mistakes that they make. We feel like these guys will be quick learners from mistakes that they make.
Yeah, I'll just be surprised once Susak is off the IL that they'll carry three guys. I think most likely that Eric Haas would be set down.
See, I feel like this is the problem with the crunch on the roster. I don't disagree with you. Like, that would be the logical move. But then how do you construct the lineup every day? You then can't you probably then would not put Rodriguez and Susak in the game together. It isn't the hope that you would get both of their bats there?
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem is the ability to have the third catcher is really that. And this is what Rick on Mondays was saying. Rick Mondays. Sorry, Rick. I just said, yeah.
It's a good name.
We're right back to it. We're now in the situation where Rodriguez could be the emergency catcher, but you don't have another position for him, really, right? The only other potential outfielder we were saying is him. So you could put him in right, like we saw, but he hasn't played a lot of it.
Yeah, but he is versatile in those situations where if you trust that Susak should be your more so your everyday catcher, then that should be Rodriguez's spot.
Right, but then you need to have another backup.
Yeah,
because you can't play him in the field and Susak and not have a backup catcher on the bench.
It's probably on the table and they're thinking about it, but
they're so poorly constructed.
Yeah, I know.
There's nowhere good to put anybody. Your two center fielders aren't great. They're fine.
Yeah.
And Gilbert and Bader.
Yeah.
Could Ramos be better? He's been okay. He's not a good defender.
No.
I don't know. I don't know.
And
I'm sort of baffled at how they're going to try to figure this out. Because I like, if you're bringing Susak back, don't you want Susak in the lineup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I do too. You trade Bailey.
Well, especially you want these guys in the lineup every day because you moved off of the two-time Gold Glove winner.
Yeah, so if you trade Bailey, then I'm like, then give me Susak and Rodriguez. Like, why only have one of them play?
Yeah, I think that's the part where Buster Posey is, again, this is another evaluation season where he knows a lot of these guys by now, but I don't think he has the answers. I think that right now he's going to let things play out. Whoever the hot hand is, they'll play, but I don't think they know where they're going. It's just a week-by-week thing where let's just get by against the Dodgers in the A's. Next week, maybe Susak's back, and we'll see him against the D-backs, but they'll go from there, and they'll see where they put Rodriguez.
I think
I don't know.
Yeah, no clue. Dude.
And that's not nice, but it is what it is.
I think you just dropped a Herman Boone on me from Remember the Titans.
What'd I say?
The best player will play.
Yeah.
Color won't matter. That's what he says. I don't know. That's what Derek was saying.
I doubt that Buster Posey says that.
No, but you were kind of getting on that.
I was on there.
Yeah, color won't matter.
Sorry, I watched too much of the roast last night of Kevin Hart. There was a lot of that last night.
Did you actually sit down and watch it?
Danny Dunn was texting me about it, but like...
I saw it was up and I didn't watch it. I will go in on it at some point. Is it like 3 hours long?
It's 4 hours long.
Yeah, dude.
I'll catch the clips. Like, I made the mistake a couple of years ago when they did the Tom Brady roast, and that thing was like 4.5 hours long.
That thing was long, dude, yeah.
It was funny, but then again, like, we'll play some clips later, but like...
Can you laugh for 4 straight hours? You know what I mean? At some point, isn't there a
I hope people do with our show.
Well, dude, yeah. Some days. Are you with me on that, though? Like... It's a long time to be like laughing consistently.
Yeah. I think that, I don't know, I'm kind of over the roast, especially when you have, I know it's Kevin Hart, but like The Rock.
Derek's over the roast now.
Well, it's just like, I like the original roast that were on Comedy Central, where it felt like it was actual comedians. Now it feels like it's celebrities and like people write the jokes for them. I was like,
That's always how it's been, though.
Has it?
Yeah, that's always how it's been. Every time you watch a roast, there are writers for the roast. My dad's buddy, one of his writing buddies, and another comedian, they hire other comics to write jokes for the roasts.
I know that.
And then they write them for certain people. They write certain ones, and they collab sometimes. It just seems
forced, though, when Tom Brady comes out and he's doing his set, or Draymond Green.
Well, yeah, of course, because they're the ones being Draymond's up there.
Yeah.
There's some funny riffs on Draymond.
By the way, is Draymond going to clap back at like Jeff Ross or Pete Davidson in a podcast coming up here?
I don't know. That'd be funny, though.
Yeah,
it would be pretty good. Now, I'll go in on it, but I think I'll probably watch it in a couple chunks.
Yeah, you got to do like, like episodes. Like 1 hour is like enough for
Speaking of, did you finish Hulk Hogan?
I did, yes.
Yeah? Did we get into the nitty gritty?
The 4th episode, I was hoping they would be a little...
I'm getting into the weeds, brother.
I was hoping they'd be a little more judgmental of him.
Oh, they weren't?
They celebrated him, which I get he passed away, but also at the same time, I'm like, you got to...
They celebrated him at the end?
Well, you got to acknowledge, like, they did acknowledge everything, but more so was like, him kind of defending it, being like, hey, I wish they didn't catch it on tape. What can I tell you, brother?
Moral of the story, brother, is if you're gonna say something racist, brother, just don't do it on tape, brother.
Yeah, basically.
Brother.
That's basically what he said. I was like, come on, Hulk.
Yeah, he went.
Come on, Terry.
He's like, you got to go with the Don Sterling theory, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
You can hang out with him, just don't post it on Facebook,
yeah,
brother.
Exactly.
Jesus,
exactly.
Dude, the Hulk.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Mark Cuban said that once upon a time.
We have one more from Buster here.
Yeah,
let's get one more from Buster on breaking down Patrick Bailey's time with the Giants. Again, I know it didn't end great for Patrick Bailey, but I will remember him as a good Giant. Here's what Buster said.
Yeah, it's a guy that we've watched now, I guess, for 4 years, 3 and some change, I guess, and continue to work on his craft. I mean, to be lauded as a supreme defensive catcher early on as he was, he kept working at it, and he's continuing to work at it. And somebody that I think at a young age that, like we're hoping for Rodriguez and Susak, can gain the confidence of the pitching staff. And I'm sure he would tell you too, he knows there's more in there offensively.
Even when Buster is giving praise
he was like,
to Patrick Bailey,
dude,
it's like, we've seen him for 4 years now.
Yeah, dude, even when he's praising him, he's like, dude, and to keep working on his craft and be lauded and to gain the respect of the pitching staff. But, he still couldn't hit. That's basically how he ended that. He'd tell you he wasn't hitting.
Real quick, give credit to my man John Curley on the morning show. He told me this a long time ago, and he actually told the guys this too. When Buster Posey was introduced as the president of baseball operations, he did a sit-down interview with my pops and John Lund. And when Patrick Bailey's name was brought up, when Patrick Bailey's name was brought up, he kind of like makes a face and turns away. Where John Curley was like, "That's not normal. That's not good body language from Buster." And not a lot went into that, but give credit to my man, because I do think that Buster saw him for 4 years and was like, "I'm not impressed."
Damn, John Joe Curley reading facial expressions, huh? He's the Buster facial expression whisperer.
I would say so.
John Joe Curley, props to you, man. He probably dropped off Bailey himself. John Joe, he's like, yeah, I'll pick you up, my man. Hey, my man, I'll drop you off at the airport.
Him and Jack Loader definitely took him to the airport, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not driving him to the airport. Yeah. By the way, Daniel Susak in 3 games in Sacramento, 12 plate appearances, 11 at-bats total. He struck out once in those 12 plate appearances. hitting .636 with an 1,800 OPS. He had 7 hits so far in his 12 plate appearances in Sacramento, including 2 homers.
All right.
So I don't know what they're waiting for, but maybe a bit of a roster crunch. Maybe that's what they're trying to figure out right now. So Daniel Susak, they don't have to bring him up now, but I think it'd be of help. I think it'd be of assistance.
Oh, yeah. Especially against the Dodgers, yes.
I think it would. So we'll see what happens. Maybe it's something that comes in the next day or two. But Logan Porter optioned back to Sacramento, as was Dylan Smith, who was just called up a couple of days ago. He threw in yesterday's game. So they got another fresh arm in Tristan Beck. And Beck on the season has not been spectacular in Sacramento. I'll get you some of his numbers here.
Right.
He's thrown 13 games. He's got a 6.48 ERA, 16 2/3 innings pitched. So he'll be a sort of a mop-up or long relief role, but the Giants needed a fresh arm after how many innings they needed the last 2 days from the bullpen. 808 KMBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Let's talk about what Ken Rosenthal said in his evaluation of how Buster has operated as an executive. And what do you, the listeners, what do you guys Giants fans think about what the Bailey trade to Cleveland means about how Buster sees the team and how he's operating the remainder of this season? Are there more heads to roll? We'll talk about that next and hear from Ken Rosenthal only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line, and Steve is always here to help with tax questions and concerns. One of the common ones, Steve, that you talk about is when people get their tax bill and they can't pay it. How should they handle that?
They should call us. You know, so many people suffer with the wrong idea that unless you have every penny to pay your tax bill, there's nothing that can be done. And they suffer, and they run, and they hide, and they cause themselves so much misery. Folks, that's not the way. There's so many alternatives if you don't have the money. It's okay. We are familiar with all of them. We've been doing this for years. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you, and we'll listen to you. We know you have bills to pay, and that's okay. That's understandable. We want to work out a nice, sweet deal. It's not a problem. And then think about what it would mean to your life, your family, your business. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Bases loaded, one out. The pitch. He hits a little bloop into right. It's going to get down. Ramos went back to third, and the throw comes home late. Ramos scores, and the Giants win it. Oh, my goodness. That was almost a disaster in 10. Instead, it turns into a celebration. Rodriguez comes through with a base hit, and the Giants in 12 beat the Pirates 7-6.
Fun win yesterday. Watched it all with my mama Susie. That was fun. That's a game that I think I'll remember. Like Mother's Day, sat there with my mama and watched the game. Like I think that's one that I'm going to remember. That was a lot of fun as we were stressing it into extras. You get the game tying knock. It drives in 2. Was that from Willie Adames?
Yes.
Drove in 2 yesterday.
Kept him alive in the 10th.
I mean, how many doubles they going to lead off an inning with and not get the guy in? Anyway, the Giants,
I think, actually.
Yeah, Giants mount a comeback in this one after falling behind early, and Malley threw pretty good, I thought, yesterday. I thought he had a good start, and then the bullpen doing what the bullpen has rarely done this year, and that is lock down in extra innings with the Manfred on second, the Rob Manfred on second. By the way, almost a 4-hour game yesterday, too. Giants totaled 13 hits. That was a rough error by O'Hearn in left field,
Yeah,
too,
it was,
that ball, the fly ball into the corner. Anyway, the bullpen yesterday, Keaton Wynn goes an inning, allows just a hit. And just comes in for a third of an inning. He did issue a walk. Caleb Killian issues 2 walks. He's kind of a dicey outing himself. Joel Peguero comes in. He ends up giving up 2 runs. Only one of them was earned. But after that, Dylan Smith, 2/3 of an inning. He was sharp. And Barucki was very sharp in his 2 innings of work, except for the 2 walks that he issued. But he was as good, I think, yesterday as we've seen. He came into a strikeout situation, got some fortunate bounces, good defense by the Giants, couple of double plays.
Yep.
The line drive by Willie Adames, then the throw to first to Eldridge. So all in all, a fun win. And we saw some stuff that we don't normally see, but it wasn't a clean game yesterday.
No.
They did have some clutch hitting. They were 7 for 22 with runners in scoring position, but 22 at bats with runners in scoring position is something that they're not accustomed to anyway. So I'll take the good with the bad. The issue here that I have is the issue I always have after a good win or a series win is, can you do it again? Can you keep doing it? And at 16 and 24 now? I mean,
yeah.
Second worst team in the National League West, half game above the Rockies right now.
Well, it would have felt worse given the trade and you lose 2 out of 3 to the Pirates, especially with the way things went on Saturday. Good to get that victory, but yes, I'm with you, Copes. That's been the question for the last 4 or 5 years now is, can you keep doing it? Just because you win 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers doesn't mean it's going to be a great season. It needs to be where you sustain that throughout the rest of the entire 2026 season. And again, like, I've heard people come down Tony Vitello's road, even Ken Rosenthal, saying like, when a experienced manager goes to a team and says, you guys need to hit more, well, they definitely, react to that. When it's Tony Vitello who doesn't have that experience, when he says that to Rafael Devers or Willie Adames or Matt Chapman, they're like, who are you? So, but again, I don't think this is on Tony Vitello. I think that, honestly, this is Buster's way of kind of having a 2-timeline approach that we talked about earlier this season, where he wants to be competitive right now, but it kind of is a competitive rebuild. We're going to say goodbye to some guys, and we'll talk about it more, maybe that, Robbie Ray or Luis Arias could be guys you move off of before the trade deadline, but they're not going to move off of Rafael Devers or Matt Chapman or Willie Adames.
Chapman, again, as we mentioned, has a full no-trade clause.
Yeah, but he can always waive that if he likes to trade.
Sure, right. I don't think he does. I think he wanted to be here.
Yeah.
Chose to come here, chose to re-sign here. I mean, maybe things have changed now that it's not.
But what if you go to the Yankees? Like, say, that's a team.
Yeah, but is that a team he wants to go? That's what I mean. Is like some guys don't want to do that. Some guys don't want to go there.
That's true.
Maybe he's a West Coast guy anyway.
He is, but it's the Yankees.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. The Yankees going to take that. I don't know if he would accept that.
They have the money to, but it would be a ridiculous trade, no doubt.
Things get kind of hairy too, where like you have to talk to a player before you start making those or having those conversations because he's got a full no trade.
Right.
Where you're like, you don't want to start talking about it. And then he's like, so what? Now you're trying to move me? Now I'm only going to go where I want. Like, you don't want to spoil that. And I think he's
but
a guy.
You always have to have those conversations. Like, players are grown-ups. Like, they understand.
But I think he's a guy that Buster wants here. I think that he's not.
Well, that was clear.
I don't think Buster buys into he's been great his whole career and now he's this guy. Can he carry a team? I don't think can be the best player on a championship team.
And also,
but Devers can.
I don't think Buster is thinking this yet, but he doesn't want to be the GM or the front office executive that moves off of guys that he picked. He picked Rafael Devers. He picked Willie Adames.
I mean, these are his guys right now.
And to an extent, Matt Chapman as well. So he's not ready to do that. But as Ken Rosenthal says, we'll judge you for those moves, 100%.
Yeah. Well, here's what Ken Rosenthal had to say. Here he is on Fair Territory. And he's giving his thoughts on how Buster has operated as an executive to this point.
What I like about Buster Posey, and I made this clear in the column, and what actually a lot of fans should like about Buster Posey is that in an age when most heads of baseball operations are risk averse, afraid to make any move that they think can come back to haunt them, Posey does this repeatedly, one after another. He is decisive, he is bold, he is all of that. That is to be applauded. The problem is when it doesn't work, well, then you wonder, okay, where this is going. And that is a fair question with the Giants right now. Where is this going?
My only thing with that is that's the case for every GM. Every aggressive GM in sports, if it doesn't work, then where do you go from there? Well, I didn't have a plan B. Like, you're going to ask Les Snead with the Rams, like, you trade for Von Miller or pick up Odell Beckham Jr. Okay, well, if it doesn't work out, what do you do next? Well, that was my ace in the hole. There's always plan Bs, but like...
Well, for example, what was the guy's name in Dallas who traded Luka, who got fired?
Oh, Nico Harris.
Nico Harris. I mean, he traded for AD, had Kyrie, had Clay, and now it's all gone, and so is he.
But that was a crazy-ass move to begin with.
Of course. He was being aggressive in a way that he thought, I don't know why he thought that was the move.
Yeah.
I still don't understand what he was thinking, but he was trying to be aggressive and thought this was going to help their team win in the immediate, but it didn't work, and it was an aging team, and then you're like, well, what's next? It's different than the Warriors, where they went in on Jimmy Butler to make this thing continue to work. Yeah. The question has always been, well, what happens after Steph? And it will always be that until we get to that point, right? So we know that the Warriors had one option to be pot committed. The Giants didn't have one option. Buster had a bunch of options, and this was the path he decided to go down. Again, when he signed Willie Adames, it was the right move at the time. I stand by it. Unless you guys wanted more Nick Ahmed at shortstop. You know what I mean? By the way,
I forgot about that guy.
I saw something with him. Where did I see him? Something popped up with him, or I saw a photo where I was looking something up, and there was a Nick Ahmed, or I was looking at an old Giants. It was a game from a few years back, a box score or something.
Yeah.
And he was the shortstop, and I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
I completely forgot that was a dude that was here.
It was a dude for, that one season.
For a good portion of the season.
And then
he went to the Dodgers.
Mid-season, he go to the Dodgers?
Yeah, I want to say.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a funky situation. The point is when you don't have talent at a premium position, it's very obvious, right? When you don't have a catcher or a catcher that's not hitting or a good defensive catcher, it's obvious. When you don't have a shortstop, and that's a highly productive position in today's game, it used to be you could get by with a 240 shortstop if he was great at defense. It's not really the case anymore.
Right.
It's like that's a premium spot. You need good defense. You need somebody who's going to be there every day to produce, especially when there's not other talent around the diamond. So, here's an interesting one in terms of, how you view Buster as an executive or president of baseball operations. Calls up Bryce Eldridge, right?
Yep.
He doesn't play Monday after an off day. He doesn't play Monday. Excuse me, he played Monday. He didn't play Friday. My mistake. It was an off day Thursday. He didn't play Friday. Saturday, he starts the game.
Yep.
Hits a home run. Makes it 2-1. And that SOB, McCovey Cove Dave got it. You see that?
Oh, did he?
I said that was the worst thing to happen on a boat this weekend. Hashtag Hantavirus. Was that SOB McCovey Cove Dave got the ball. Everybody was like, dude, what's he going to demand from Bryce Eldridge to get it back to him? Saw after the game Bryce did get the ball. I'm not patting Dave on the back for doing what he should have done. You know what I mean?
It's the right move.
I'd ask my dad, hey, Dad, I cleaned my room. Can I have friends over? He's like,
no, that's
what you're going to reward you for doing your job?
Yeah, exactly.
You're supposed to do?
Yeah.
You give the kid the ball.
No, you should.
I don't need it. What do you need it for?
First home run ever? Absolutely.
That's the worst thing is I'm sure he's like, well, of course, it's his first home run. I'm giving it to him. But Ramos's first ever right-handed home run into the Cove, and he's like, Giants, I want free parking.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
I want you to give me a boat rack for my canoe, my kayak.
Did they ever cave for that? I don't remember the outcome.
No, I don't
of
think
that
they did.
Okay.
I don't think they ever caved.
Good on them, I guess. Yeah.
So he's like Mark Echo. He can put an asterisk on it and blow it up or something, like Barry's ball. Anyway, then he's not in the lineup yesterday. He comes in late in the game as a replacement.
Mm-hmm.
A pinch hit, and then I think he went into first base as a defensive replacement. 0 for 2 yesterday. Not in the lineup today. So here's the lineup as follows for tonight's game against the Dodgers and Roki Sasaki. Jung-Hoo Lee leads off in right field. By the way, since they started batting him leadoff in 9 games, 40 plate appearances, he's hitting 282, but only a 685 OPS. He was in the 6 hole for a lot of this year. When he's in the 6 hole, 343 with a 937. Interesting. He's not been as effective in the leadoff spot. Anyway, Jung Hooley leads off in right. Luis Arraez second at second. Casey Schmidt bats third at first. Devers hits cleanup at DH. Ramos hits fifth in left. Adames sixth at short. Chapman seventh at third base. Harrison Bader hits eighth in center field. Jesus Rodriguez does the catching and bats ninth. Trevor McDonald on the hill. No Bryce Eldridge. So when I look at Buster as an executive, I'm like, I know this roster is not constructed well. And they're clearly not comfortable or ready yet to put Casey Schmidt in the outfield. And maybe they will against a lefty. We could see to try to stack righties in there to maybe go to if it's a lefty starting pitcher, they could stack the lineup with righties, put him in right field. And then if they bring in a righty, you can swap him out or move him defensively in the game.
Yeah.
Or swap him for defense for Jung Hooley late or Gilbert, something like that. But I cannot understand bringing up Eldridge when he's on an absolute tear for 10 games and then playing him sporadically. I mean, this is the frustration we've had with every prospect the Giants have brought up for the last decade. Was Luis Matos fantastic? No. But when he's playing every day, you bring him up, you play him for a few games and you sit him, and then you sit him and then he gets a game, then you sit. I don't understand. I don't get why he's here if you're not going to play him.
I'm with you, Copes. I thought that a week ago when this move was made, it was a desperate move, but the necessary move. And if you're going to do it the right way, there's always going to be pressure on Bryce Eldridge, but I didn't like it in that moment where he was looked at as the savior of the offense. But as long as he played every day, it's growth for him. The fact that it's one day you'll be in the lineup, one day you won't be, you'll be a pinch hitter, it's like he needs some consistency right now in his career. So I don't get what they're doing. It makes me wonder why they brought him up in the first place.
If you're not going to use him against a right-handed pitcher and a left-handed power bat, what is he here for?
Yeah.
I'm baffled by this. I can't understand why there's been inconsistent playing time against righties. And it's strictly, I guess, because they want Casey Schmidt in the lineup and Devers in the lineup. Then figure out a way to do it and get Eldridge in there. I don't you bring him up and you're like, guys are going to rotate sitting. It's happened once.
They haven't done that at all.
It happened one time, and it was Chapman when they sat him and they put Casey at third and Eldridge was in. I think it was Monday night.
Yeah.
When McDonald pitched against the Padres. I think that was the game.
And then Luis Arraez was hurt.
And then Luis Arraez got hurt, but that's not sitting somebody.
No.
That's not swapping anybody out. And then we were like, okay, so tonight at Bailey. But it wasn't just Bailey and Chapman because Bailey basically never played again after that. They were shopping him or getting rid of him. And then and everybody else has continued to play.
No.
And you've won since that night. You've won, what, 3 of the 5 that you played?
Yeah. I mean, you could have just kept him in the minors and he could have still, learned how to be a hitter at the next level. But I don't get calling him up and then sporadically he's going to play every now and then. I don't understand it. And that's where I do like Buster Posey as an executive so far. You just question the moves. I do like his aggressiveness. The big talking point today was the fact that he makes moves this early into a season where most GMs will wait till July towards the trade deadline.
But it's with players that have been here, right? Like Ryan Walker, moving him down, Patrick Bailey. It is early in the year, but like we've said with Giants fans' frustration, it's not just this year. Buster's got a year and change or plus on evaluating Bailey.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't mind it. It's just not the norm. Like Ken Rosenthal kept talking about it, where it's like most GMs don't do that. But I like the fact that Buster Posey is gonna act. If he gets a value back for Patrick Bailey, then jump on the move, and that makes me believe that he's going to be aggressive. If Luis Arraez, if the team keeps not performing well, then Luis Arraez will be traded. That's why he's not going to get a long-term deal. Same thing with Robbie Ray. He'll make those moves. But when it comes to setting up the roster, the lineup every day, yes, there needs to be some consistency with Bryce Eldridge. Otherwise, what is this all for?
Yeah, I thought we were going to roll him out and be like, here's a week. Here's 4 days. And they did say he's not going to play every single day when they brought him up. But I didn't think it meant he's just a bench bat. Did anybody else think that?
No.
Why would anybody think, he's just here to fill in when we need a left-handed pinch hitter off the bench? And come in as a defensive replacement? What are we doing? What are we talking about?
It's different than Kuminga being in the starting lineup, but then you realize he shouldn't be in the starting lineup. We need to change things up. When you call somebody up like this to get the groove of the major league level,
we want him to find success before we bring him up. And he was beating the door down, and they bring him up, and they're like, just wait a minute.
Or build off of that performance. I know it was a crappy game on Saturday night, but to get that home run, the first of his career, yes, keep playing. I don't get it, and I'm sure there'll be an explanation before the game from Tony Vitello, but I don't understand that move.
808 KMBR 415-808-567. Bryce Eldridge not in the lineup again today against a right-handed pitcher. does it feel like maybe another trade is coming, another move is coming to open stuff up? I mean, to me, the one that you could make would be of an outfielder, or like you'd have to, maybe Jung-Hoo Lee, if you could find, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's where they're going. Plus, they got too many K-pop fireworks nights scheduled. We'll take a quick break. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. More on the Giants lineup today, not featuring Bryce Eldridge. We can talk about Buster Posey as an executive. What did the trade of Bailey mean to you about him as an executive? And how poorly are they operating this thing with Bryce Eldridge? That's more of that next. And then we'll talk to Ned Colletti, former Giants assistant GM and Dodger GM. And he was an assistant with the Sharks as well, right? Advisor?
Yes.
We'll talk more about that
Great
next
storyteller.
with Ned on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Bryce Eldridge leads off for the Giants and hits a high fly ball to right field. Going deep, way back there, still going. Adios! That ball bounces out into San Francisco Bay. The first big league home run for Bryce Eldridge.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Props to Bryce Eldridge on Saturday night for hitting his first career home run, and it bounced into the Cove. So we're still awaiting who gets a splash hit first, Devers or Eldridge. And Eldridge bounced it in there.
That should count.
Made it. It doesn't count.
I know,
it never
I
does.
know,
Got to
I
go in
know.
on a fly. That's not how it works. Otherwise, it'd be a lot more. It also gives it some exclusivity, which I like. What you got?
No Bryce Eldridge in the lineup tonight, but we will see Mookie Betts back up in the lineup for the Dodgers.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
More good news.
Good news. No Eldridge, but Mookie's back. Where's he playing?
Did not see.
Mookie's a freak, man.
Yeah.
Second, short, center, right. What do you want?
I'll check
Play wherever.
the Dodgers starting lineup a second.
The guy I was maybe most upset about in my life going to the Dodgers. I was resigned to my hell for the next decade plus with Otani, but when they traded for Mookie, I was like, what are the Red Sox doing? What are you doing?
And that was like during COVID, like
good news.
Yeah.
Infuriating. 808 KBR is the number to call and the number to text. Bryce Eldridge not in the lineup tonight for the Giants after a slew of moves this weekend. Ryan Walker was optioned. Gregory Santos was optioned. Hentges was activated from the IL, another lefty. Dylan Smith was recalled from Sacramento, but the Giants sent him down today and called up Tristan Beck for another fresh arm. Not been having a good year in Sacramento, but he's there probably for mop-up or long relief role if the Giants need him. Logan Webb to the injured list. Trevor McDonald was called back up. He's going to start tonight against Roki Sasaki. Patrick Bailey traded to Cleveland, and when he was, the Giants called up Logan Porter from Sacramento. They optioned him back to AAA today, and Harrison Bader is back with the team.
And Mookie Betts is playing shortstop tonight, batting second in the lineup.
There you go. So Mookie Betts is back. The Giants have a lineup tonight against a right-handed pitcher where they're not going with Gilbert in center. They're going with Bader, who's back off the IL. They have not brought back Daniel Susak, who's got 7 hits in 11 at-bats.
Only a matter of time, but yeah.
7 hits in 11 at-bats. I'm like, we can't do the Eldridge thing? We can't bring him up and sit him on the bench? Susak's back, everybody. Let's sit him down, just like Eldridge. I'm baffled by this. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense to me. 831 checks out on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and says, my reaction to Eldridge not in the lineup, what is this crap? Play the man. Yeah. I don't get why he's here.
Yeah,
I don't get why you bring up your top prospect who was killing it at AAA, even if he's struggling right now. And he's not really because he's not. I can't even say he's struggling because he's not getting consistent ABs.
Yeah.
What is he, like 2 for 14 or something?
No, it's not helping him with his growth. I would just ask, like, who would you want to sit down in favor of him tonight? Willie?
I mean, Chapman's hitting under 100 for the month.
Yeah.
In
it's going to be Chapman every time, though?
It's only been once.
Well, I know.
Every time. I'm not saying every time.
But the other guys haven't taken their turn.
I know. I don't think there's going to be a
and
turn.
And life's not fair like that. I get it. But like,
I don't think there's going to be a turn necessarily. What I'm saying is if you really want Casey in the lineup, I get what Chapman gives you defensively, and I know you want to play him, but he's not going well right now. He's not going good. The off day on Thursday, you didn't play Eldridge, so you played him Monday. Did they play him Tuesday?
Talking last week?
Yeah.
So, yes, he played Monday. He played Tuesday. The only time he
sat Wednesday. And then he had the off day Thursday, and then he sat Friday, and then he played
Saturday.
He played Saturday.
Yeah, and was off yesterday.
So did he sit Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday?
But he pinch hit later in the game. Yeah.
I'm at a loss. I don't understand. I understand the roster crunch, but if you didn't have room for him, then don't bring him up.
Well, they needed 2 copes. It was desperate times.
Well, this is the problem now too.
It's a suppository.
Yeah, they're shoving it up, aren't they?
Yeah.
I guess like when you were saying when they called him up after the 6-game losing streak in that road trip.
Yeah.
First time since the Biden administration.
Thank you.
You were like, is this desperate? It's desperation. And I'm going, of course it's desperation. They're not hitting, and he is hitting.
Right.
So they bring him up. But then, I guess they scored more against the Pirates this weekend. They had a terrible day on Saturday, and he was your lone bit of offense, really, with that home run. It's 2-1. Then you sit him the day after that on Sunday. He comes in as a defensive replacement, but they had no plan for him to play until the game was tied. They needed a pinch hitter at some point. So I don't get it. I really don't understand it.
It almost feels like a move they made just to make the fans happy for a day or for a week, really.
But now I'm unhappy because he's here and he's not playing.
But they won, Copes.
It's what makes me wonder. And they went 3-3 on the homestand. Yeah. And by the way, that final game against San Diego, they had 3 hits, and 2 of them are Rodriguez. You know, it's not like the lineup is totally turned around and it's changing.
No.
Devers seems to be swinging the bat better. Ramos has come around in the last couple of weeks for sure. But other than that, I thought he was here to help. I thought he was here to light a fire.
Every now and then.
I don't know. I don't know.
I
don't know. 707 says, I'm starting to think the Giants are trying to lose and trying to be subtle. I don't think they're trying to lose by paying.
No.
By with what's left on these contracts, it doesn't seem like that would be.
Buster Posey ain't trying to lose.
That's not how it works. No. 415 says, you want to really improve the offense, put Schmidt at third base and sit Matt Chapman.
That may be the call, and that's why I'm suggesting the trade. I know that it's not feasible with the contract, but if you're telling me you feel comfortable enough to move off of Patrick Bailey for 2 unproven catchers, then I think that Buster Posey will be comfortable moving off of Matt Chapman in favor of Casey Schmidt.
707 checks in and says, what doesn't make sense on Eldridge is he's overmatched. Like it says, like big deal, he hit a meaningless homer when the game was out of hand. All he does is strike out. It was a 2-0 game in like the 6th inning when he hit that home run, and he made it 2-1. It wasn't out of hand. He hit a home run.
No,
to make it 2-1, cut the lead in half.
They were still in the game.
Landon Roop wasn't still in the game, but they were in the game. That wasn't a meaningless home run. Tell me you didn't watch that game. It was 2-0 when Roop left after 4.
Yeah.
It was 2-1 after the Eldridge home run, and then it ended 13-3.
I don't want to make too much of this, but on the text line, 650 says, is he being traded? Now, I'm not going to say I don't think that's happening, but there was a talking point in the offseason where Buster Posey and even Kerry Crowley brought up with me that, yes, yes, there's a ton of potential there, but we've seen that Buster's been aggressive since last season, trading for Devers and just this past weekend. I'm not putting out of the realm of possibility that Buster would consider trading Bryce Eldridge.
Well, I think the only explanation for how they're operating right now is that now that we've seen the Bailey move happen, I think we have to know they're open to other moves. The question is, what are they willing to do to make that happen, if in fact they're going to make that happen? Is there another move that's on the table right now that they're waiting to make, and then they'll bring up Susac? Another move they're waiting to make, and then they'll play Eldridge every day? Like, I don't know that that's the route they're going, but they've already committed to Susac and to Jesus Rodriguez, as you heard Buster Posey say. Like, Rodriguez is going to be here. He's catching tonight, and he's not even a very good defensive catcher. Now, Susac is known as a hitter. He's only got 1 strikeout in his 12 plate appearances, 7 hits and 11 at-bats in his rehab stint. Caught yesterday. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been recalled, but they brought back Bader today, and I don't think they have a lot of options for what they're going to do. Do you bring him up now, Susac, just to let him sit and start Rodriguez and send down Haas? Like, I don't think that's the path. So, what domino would have to fall? There's a couple of different guys you could move that would open things up. I don't think they're going to move Arise right now.
Not right now. But closer to the trade deadline, yes.
If you do that, then you've got Casey Schmidt at second base.
Yeah.
Right? Every day.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like an impossibility to move Jung Hoo Lee, and I don't think that's happening.
Not right now.
You're not moving Ramos because that's not part of the roster crunch, really.
No.
And he's producing enough. You can't really move Adames. You can't really move Devers. We keep saying the same stuff. So I don't know what the plan is, but at some point they can't go through the remainder of the year with this type of roster or this construction, because you're just or with the lineup they're rolling with right now. So I don't know. It feels like maybe something else is coming, but somebody on here says, are they trying to get Chapman out of the slump so they can move him, says the 916. He has a full no trade clause. It's not up to just the Giants to move him.
Yeah.
And
those
they
conversations.
have to be willing to pay somebody to make him go away, probably.
Yeah.
So I'm not, we can talk to Ned Coletti about this, about how he views this from an executive standpoint, because they do not have the space for the players they need to play, and the players that are there are either not producing or too expensive for the next several years to move off of. So I'm just more frustrated and perplexed as to why Eldridge isn't in the lineup. I love Casey Schmidt. If you want him in so bad, throw him in right field. Figure it out. But they'd rather have the lineup that they've run with to a 16-win total right now at 8 games under 500 and let their number one prospect who had an 1,100 OPS in AAA sit on the bench than run with less defense and his bat in the lineup. I'm baffled by this. 808 KMBR is the number to call and to text. We'll talk to Ned Coletti, former Giants assistant GM, former GM of the Dodgers, and somebody said I think he was a scout for the Sharks.
Oh, nice.
Is that the title? So we'll talk some hockey with Coletti, but also what are the Giants doing here with this roster situation and the trade of Patrick Bailey? That's next with Coletti on The Sports Leader.
After a 3-3 homestand, the San Francisco Giants head to L.A. for a 4-game set against the Dodgers. L.A. has lost 3 of 5, but still share first place with the Padres at 24-16. Tonight, it's Trevor McDonald versus Roki Sasaki. Pre-game at 6:10 right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the Giants make their first trip to Dodger Stadium in 2026. It starts tonight, a 4-game series, all 4 games at 7:10, pregame at 6:10 right here on The Sports Leader. And here to talk about it is one of our favorite guys, former Giants assistant general manager, former Dodger GM, Ned Colletti joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Ned? How you doing, man?
Hey, Ned.
Hey, doing excellent. Good to be with you guys today.
Yeah, man. Welcome back to the show, man. We always love talking ball with you, and it's always exciting as the Giants took 2 or 3 from the Dodgers at home earlier this year. I want to start with what happened this weekend with the Giants, and that's that they traded Patrick Bailey. We are in a weird roster construction situation right now with the Giants. How did you view that trade, and how do you view a team in a situation where they've got a lot of high-priced talent that's not performing, and a guy who was really good defensively and inexpensive kind of gets the brunt of this, being that he was the movable piece and they had some other options?
Well, all I know is that there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So, I trust people who are in decision-making capacities that they know far more than I do. Certainly in a case like this, what is obviously concerning is the offense, and you have three of your 4 infielders, probably making $75 million combined that aren't really doing much. So you got to shake it up at some point in time, and the offense that Bailey was going to give you was going to be limited anyway. But there's more to it than any of us ever really know. So you take it as it goes. I mean, are they going to be able to move one of those infielders to change things up? No. The contracts have their own no trade clause to them, besides if they have it written in. So they're just in a tough spot right now. And the toughest thing to have in pro sport, especially baseball, is patience, because you look at it every day. You don't look at it once a week on a Sunday or 3 days a week. You look at it every day. But they need some productivity out of the middle of that lineup, and certainly out of that infield.
Ned, do you consider this move risky by Buster in moving a 2-time Gold Glove winner in favor of 2 guys who are not as strong defensively, clearly have more potential offensively, but only a small sample size?
Well, I'm not trying to be evasive, but I trust Buster knows more than I know about the entire situation, any way we want to look at it. So, I'd go to that to begin with. I think that when you're sitting where they're sitting, and the most important thing I've always found in my decision making was for me to be honest with my evaluation of starting with my own team and my own organization. And if you're going to overgrade your own team or your own organization, player development, minor league guys, you're in for trouble. You have to really do that judiciously and really, really succinctly, fairly. And the call will be made soon, if it continues to go in this direction, that they start playing kids, right? I mean, you're probably hearing it a little bit already.
Yep.
Yeah. We got to start to see what the kids have got. They just brought up the big first baseman. So, it's a move perhaps in that way. Kind of a middle of the road move to see what these kids can do. And I think that if the team continues to struggle offensively, and it continues to sit at the bottom of the West, especially with the behemoth at the top of it, you're going to have to see what your kids can do at this level, not just what they can do in AAA or AA, but what they can really do in the big leagues and how they compete on an everyday basis. That's invaluable knowledge that you don't know. You don't know it until they get there.
Talking to Ned Colletti, nice enough to join us.
So you're doing that.
Talking to Ned Colletti on the UMA guest line here. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Ned. I want to ask, though, sort of to piggyback on that, on the philosophy of that, because like I was saying, there's a roster crunch right now where they've got a lot of guys who are entrenched, like long-term, big-name players, as you mentioned, on the infield. And Bryce Eldridge shares a position, DH and first base, with Casey Schmidt and Rafael Devers. Just your philosophy on when a young player comes up, he's a top prospect, they have expectations for him, and he was beating the door down at AAA, right? I mean, he was crushing the ball, he was driving in runs, he wasn't striking out nearly as much in his previous 10 games, but they've played him sort of in a spotty situation over the last week. What's your general thought, not necessarily on Eldridge, but in bringing up a guy who's been hitting every day in AAA and then not playing him every day at the big league level? Seems counterintuitive to me, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, there's probably two things I could say to that. If I thought about it, I could probably give you a couple more besides that. First off, young players got to play. They've got to get at bats. That's where you'd start. But you also have to give players, and this depends, and I don't know Eldritch at all.
Yeah.
But you know your players, you know the personality, you know the thought process, and you know really the confidences and some of the maybe doubts that they may have from time to time. And again, I'm not talking one bit about Eldritch. I'm just talking in general. Sometimes you need to be a little bit patient, and also you kind of pick your spots with the young player. You don't want to overexpose. You don't want them to end up getting in a tough spot where they start to lose confidence and they start to tail off. You're trying to put them in the environment that they can be the most successful in. So that can mean that you're going to play that player 3 or 4, maybe 5 days a week. You're not going to play them against the high-end pitching, perhaps, if you're talking about a hitter. Every player is different. Every situation is different. It's just those are just two things that I would have to keep in mind all the time. It's just like sending a player down. Like at the end of spring training, if you've got the combination of you've got two players that are trying to get to the 26th roster spot that are pretty much equal in talent. But you know, if you select one of the two, and if you do have to send them down in a couple of weeks, they're going to be devastated. It's going to take them a month to figure it back out. You know, you're more apt to take the guy that's going to accept whatever comes and figure out how to get better at it. The type of thing I'm painting the picture of here. So you got to think about that a little bit too, because especially with young guys, you can't underexpose and not let them play and compete and struggle. It's huge that they be able to struggle and get out of it. But you can't put too much on them that the struggle becomes who they think they are, because that's not going to serve you either. All of these things are individual choices based upon the individual we're talking about and how they think and how they react to adversity and how they react to success.
Talking to Ned Coletti on the UMA guest line, one thing that Buster's getting a lot of praise for lately in pulling off this trade is he doesn't wait around. He's aggressive in the moves he makes. Ken Rosenthal today said he's not risk averse, where other GMs would wait till the trade deadline possibly. What's the earliest you ever pulled off a trade during the season, Ned? And did you want to wait closer to the trade deadline, or did that not matter to you ever?
What do other teams feel too?
Yeah.
Because they're not necessarily in the same spot you're in.
I think most of the time people find a reason to say no. Most people are risk adverse in that business, in any business of anything like that. They find reasons to say no, and I would try. I made a few deals I didn't wait till the deadline. If I had the player and I had the right amount of information, I would do it as soon as I could do it. As soon as I found somebody else to say yes. And we did it with the Giants years ago too. I think with a pitcher named Pat Rapp, we got him way before the deadline. And I did it in LA with Hanley. Yeah. And probably a couple other ones too. Ricky Nolasco, I think. So when you have the information, you need the partner to say yes. There's no doubt. And one of the great parts of Brian Sabian's career, and one of the things that I really admire from him, it may be his greatest trait, is knowing when to make a decision, knowing when to make the deal. I can't tell you how many times in February or March we'd be sitting at Scottsdale Stadium and we talked every day. We probably talked 360 days a year. And I go and I say, hey, what about this? What about that? And he would sit across the desk and not say a word. He'd just look at me. And we get to November, and you go, you remember when you came in, like on St. Patrick's Day in Scottsdale? Yeah. He says, now's the time. Go make that deal. So it's really when you really know enough, and information is king. So the decisions are important. There's no doubt. But when you make them is even more important, because that's going to end up being how the decision turns out 99% of the time. So again, I trust that he's a great decision maker. He knows when he's seen enough. He knows when he knows enough. And if it happens to be the first week of May or thereabout, hey, we got a chance to do it. Let's do it, because it is tough by and large, it's tough to get people to say, yes, let's do it. People almost always find a reason to say no.
Talking to Ned Coletti on the UMA guest line. I got to tell you, Ned, I love having you on the show. I was really upset with you the day you traded for Hanley Ramirez, man. As a Giants fan, I was like, I don't need to see this, man. I don't need Hanley over here. Randy Choate, was that the other guy who came over?
Yeah, yep. And it's funny. We don't have to spend a lot of time on this one. Obviously, the audience isn't really that interested in that team. But Miami did a good job. They fought me on Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah, Eovaldi, and he was one of your top arms, right?
He was a young pitcher. I love this kid's compete even as an 18, 19-year-old. And they would not move off of Eovaldi. And it was one of if people say, what was the toughest deal you ever had to make and the one player you regret moving? It would be Nathan. Because of the compete, and then really, as you look at his career, he's had a few injuries here and there.
Yeah.
He's scratching the start tonight. But just who he is. At 18, 19 years old, he had the same type of compete he has today. And now you add the experience to it, and you've got one of the big game guys for a long time now, including in the East Coast, where the big time game there is different than the big time game in most other cities.
Well, and then he comes back with the Red Sox and pitches in Dodger Stadium in that World Series. Talking to Ned Coletti on the UMA guest line. Let me ask you this, because I know Giants fans have been frustrated, and I've never, in all my years watching baseball, I've never believed in it. Does any GM really ever believe in closer by committee? Do they really, like, 'cause it just seems like Rich Aurelio was talking to us too last week. He was saying, oh, man, you never want to find yourself in that situation. It's like having two quarterbacks means you have none.
A lot of truth to that. I think it's good to have people who can pitch in a higher leverage situation than they typically do. For contending teams, there's no greater position of leverage than the closer. So can you run your closer out there 5 days straight? No. 4 days straight? No. 3 days straight? Probably not. If you had a second one, that could be the second one, not a choice on a daily basis, but in a time of need, yes, that works. But to share that position with two or three different people, tough to do that. It's just tough to do that because of the psychology of it, plus the stuff. A closer's got to have no memory. They cannot think back to what went wrong or what went. They just have to really compete, and it's the purest part of the game in a lot of ways. It's like the mano a mano statement. That's your closer. Tough to have. It's great to have choices, but I think you need one that stands back there every day, except when they've been used a lot.
A couple more minutes with Ned Coletti on the UMA guest line. Ned, we love you. We love having you on because you give great insight in how front offices work, but also it's your storytelling. And I remember last time you were on with us, you told a great story about Tommy Lasorda finding out that Frank Sinatra was a Giants fan. Do you have any more great stories with Lasorda or any like great Giants Dodgers stories from back in the day?
Oh gosh. Well, I have a ring from the 2002 Giants. Okay, you win the National League pennant, you get a ring. Not certainly like the World Series ring, but you get a nice piece of jewelry. And the team I inherited in L.A. Had lost 91 games. Maybe impossible for people to believe that today, but the team that I inherited had won 71 and lost 91. And probably 7 or 8 players that finished that season never played another game. It was not a good team. In fact, they were 12-2 at one point, so they went 30 games under 500 the last 150 games. And so get that position, and my first couple of days in spring training, I'm going to have a meeting with the team. With everybody shows up, pitchers, catchers, position players, everybody's there. Not a long meeting, 3 or 4 minutes. Set the tone, my expectations. And I wore the ring. And as soon as the meeting ended, Tommy came up and he said, I love you. I said, yeah, Tommy. I love you because you're Italian and you're with the Dodgers. I said, yeah, Tommy, get to the point.
That's good reasons.
He says, you ever wear that blanket ring again, I'm going to cut your hand off. So I said, hey, just trying to set the standard here. One franchise has been far better than the other lately, and that's probably why I got hired, because we kept beating the Dodgers. So I get it. So I think that was the last day I wore it in L.A.
That's a good story. I like that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like it because you're Italian and you're a Dodger now. He's like, but never again. I don't want to see that again. Well, another one I wanted to ask you about, sad news this weekend, the passing of Hall of Fame manager Bobby Cox.
Yeah.
Just run-ins or time spent with him. Did you have a relationship with Bobby Cox?
Not a big one, but somebody who I respected tremendously. Again, you know the people that work around people. John Sherholtz is one of the GMs I respected the most throughout my career, and to see the job that him and Bobby Cox did for more than a decade was phenomenal. The only time I'd ever really see Bobby Cox would be at the winter meetings, if I was hanging with Dusty or Felipe or Joe Torre, guys like that, and we'd be sitting around and talking. And then before every playoff series, and we played Atlanta a few times, both in the Bay Area and also in L.A., there's a meeting that goes on before the first game of the series between the GMs, the managers, and the umpires. So I was in a couple of those with him too. The thing that I liked reading the other day, which is so, to me, just so encapsulates how he approached what he did, is that he wore spikes. He wore spikes, and he would only wear a jacket if it was cold out. He'd wear his uniform and wear spikes. And I thought, you know what? That is so pristine to me. Old school, yeah, and people don't want to hear about old school and all that stuff. But his respect for the competitive nature of the profession, I think that those two things right there spoke volumes to me and kind of explained a lot of why he was as successful as he was. It's a small thing. Where it spikes, you're not going to wear a sweatshirt out. You're not going to, you're going to go out to the mound in a Braves jacket or in your jersey top. And it kind of tied it together for me. One of the reasons I think he was as successful as he was. He expected his players to respect the game the way he did. And you're not talking about a big-time major league star. You're talking about a guy that played a little bit pro baseball and then developed and coached and managed. And that he respected the game to the level that he did. It showed. And I just, you see guys getting on planes and they relax dress codes and people wear what they want. I get it. It's a long season. It's comfortable. But I also believe, I scout for the San Jose Sharks. Yep. You know what we wear to scout a National Hockey League game? Suits.
Yeah.
Like a gentleman.
So
like a gentleman.
You dress for success.
Absolutely.
For the job you want.
People might be hanging up right now, but what the heck?
Ned Coletti, the voice you hear, former scout with the San Jose Sharks, of course, GM of the Dodgers, assistant GM with the Giants. Ned, it's always great catching up. I love hearing those stories, man. I'm glad you kept your hand, but I think you're free to wear the ring now. You know what I mean? I think you're good.
I'm not sure he would have really threatened it. I just didn't want to have to argue with him.
Yeah, he's probably going to win. It's Tommy.
Jealousy's a tough thing, Tommy. Jealousy's a tough thing.
Ned Coletti, Ned, great talking to you, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Ned.
All right, gentlemen.
There you go. The great Ned Coletti, man. So many good stories. He's right, though, dude. Baseball, I've actually always thought that was funny, that in baseball, I actually really liked when coaches in the NBA wore the suit and tie.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Like you said, I get it. It changes. It's a long season. Things evolve, whatever. But there is something to the baseball manager, and this used to be a requirement. Now it's not. They were required, I think, to wear the uniform, but a lot of guys would just wear hoodies or jackets or whatever over it. Yeah. I love Dusty wore the sweatbands, but he's right. Bobby Cox wearing spikes, dude. He's actually wearing cleats to manage it.
He's ready
I
to play,
respect the
man.
game, dude. What, do I need to be in there?
Yeah.
I got to get in there? I mean, dude, that's nothing used to piss a manager off more than being in an extra inning game, needing one of his starting pitchers who wasn't pitching that day to pinch run or pinch hit and having to tell him to go put his shoes on.
Yeah.
If that was a Kirk Reeder thing, he'd be like, I'm going to go get my spikes ready in case they need me in extras.
I'm pretty sure Ted Turner wore spikes too when he was managing the one day for the Braves. Rest in peace.
Somebody said, I think I told you, somebody said if his funeral gets delayed at 7:05, if there's a rain delay in his funeral, do we get replays of the Andy Griffith show like we used to when the Braves were playing on the Superstation?
I still love the line from Family Guy. It was like an early episode of Family Guy where it's like, man, they're crazy, they're Ted Turner. Hey, guys, I came up with a new idea. I'm going to colorize the moon.
Dude, Turner's full of ideas, dude. They don't all work, but like I'm going to manage the Braves for a game. 925 says, don't forget Mike Nolan in the suit.
Oh, I remember that well. Him and Jack Del Rio the same season wanted to wear suits on the sideline.
Yeah, that's right. The NFL then were like, it's a rule that you have to wear officially licensed gear.
So it's like Reebok issued suits.
They like came up with like a Mike Nolan line to have. I was like, this is. I'd rather have a Mike Nolan win than a Mike Nolan clothing
I think Mike
line.
Nolan was axed maybe a couple weeks later.
He's out there in the fedora, dude.
Yeah. Just going Tom Landry.
4 and 5 says more like Dead Turner. Come on. Come on. That's so stupid.
Not a bad riff, but come on now.
It's a good riff. It's a good riff, dude. Anyway, all of that conversation with Ned Coletti available at thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. I love that you got to wear a uni, but Vitello does that. Not in spikes, but he's not big on the jacket. He's wearing a lot of
whatever.
He's wearing a lot of just uni daytime. I like that. Put the uni on. Can you imagine in football they to do that? Kyle's got a jersey.
Oh my God.
Kyle's rocking pads over there.
Who would look the worst?
Kyle.
No, Mike McCarthy.
Oh, you mean a head coach in the NFL?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, McDaniel would be funny, but he's not a head coach anymore. McDaniel's out there with a Dolphins helmet on.
LaFleur.
Yeah, LaFleur would look funny.
Yeah.
Dude, McVay's out there. Yeah, dude, I'm going to need an extra small. My head size is 6 7/8. It's the largest size that a kid can get. I'm going to need I need a small helmet.
That would look terrible.
Give me one of those single bar punter masks too across the front.
Can you imagine Belichick all these years not in the hoodie and the cutoff sleeves, but just like in a uniform, Patriots uniform?
831 says, imagine Jeff Van Gundy coaching in a basketball jersey on the sidelines. Stan Van's out there, dude.
Yeah.
He's wearing a jersey and shorts.
I can see that, honestly.
Got tearaways.
Yeah.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We're going to catch up with Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Covers the Golden State Warriors.
I'm just seeing more on the text line.
There's some funny ones coming in.
Just dead riffs. Like, all right, guys, calm down. Coach loves him, though.
I got a dark sense of humor. As I said, we're all just getting closer to the end.
Yeah.
Dalton Johnson at 4:30. How about this? Steve Kerr is back on a 2-year deal.
How about that?
Derek, does he actually coach both seasons? We'll do that next. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Derek Papa here. Sometimes in life, the unexpected happens, and you want to make sure you and your loved ones are taken care of. That's why it's good to have the Bay Area's best attorneys we hope you never need in the Dolan Law Firm. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So please be careful. Let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you, getting ready to connect in about 10 minutes with our guy Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, to talk about the return of Steve Kerr just when you thought he was out.
They pull him back in.
Pulled him back in. I mean, it's going to be at least $17.5 million a year, I think. We don't know the dollar amount, but he was the highest paid NBA coach. He'll remain the NBA's highest paid coach with a 2-year deal. And I think by the time we got to the end of last week, you and I were feeling like if it's not going to happen, and again, remember Wendy had that comment, and I was like, he didn't tell us anything. They are meeting.
Yeah. It was
Brian
all...
Windhorst said they're meeting, and he's like, money is a factor.
Of course it is.
Is it 5%? Is it 15%? Is it 50%? I don't know, but money's a factor.
Of course,
as well as other things. I'm like, yeah, thanks, dude. Thanks for filling the time you got to fill.
But it wasn't the end-all, be-all.
No, but I think if he was going to stay, he's like, yeah, I should probably stay where I'm at.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm taking a pay cut. I think I'm dipping down below Spoelstra now.
No, but, like ESPN was, there was a report over the weekend from Tim Kawakami that ESPN was trying to convince him to go be a broadcaster for them for $7 million with a guarantee that he would not be on First Take or any of the hot take shows.
You know when that offer will be there? Next summer? Yes. The summer after and the summer after?
Well, that's my... Like
whenever Steve decides he's not doing it, he can go back because he was a good analyst anyway.
So I saw that he signed for 2 years, and my initial reaction was, he's probably not doing 2 years. And I could be wrong on that, but my thought process is Steve wants to be there for Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And who knows how long Steph's going to sign for. That'll happen this offseason. I think it's got to be at least 3 years. With Draymond Green, we'll see about everything with the opt-in. Opt-out probably. They'll renegotiate his contract and everything. But Steve really is on the back nine. Like, we know that he wants to retire eventually here.
At least in this role.
Yes.
I mean, he is 60 years old now. It's year 13. So he
Yeah.
took over when he was 47 years old.
But when it comes to how long he wants to be there, like, it's clear it's maybe one more season. He's giving himself an option. Like, I'm sure that's why, Joe Lacob doesn't want to do this every single season where, okay, Steve, are you coming back or not? Like, he doesn't want an Aaron Rodgers situation. Let's sign for 2 years, and then when you tell us next offseason that you're done, you're done. But I always thought that Steve was coming back as far as the last few weeks. Yes, we all got freaked out by Monty Poole's report that it might have been 15 to 20% that he was coming back. But when I saw Steve Kerr at the Giants game hanging out with Mike Silver and Greg Silver, I thought, well, he wouldn't be out and about in public if he's going to leave. So he's probably just, all right, well.
Yeah, I told Steve he should do one last farewell to the Giants since he was here for so long.
I figured it was like, he was at, he was at the Chase Center and talking to Joe and Mike. He's like, you guys figure this out. I'm going to go watch some day baseball and we'll hammer out the details in a couple of days. And they want to announce this right before the lottery and everything. And then Warriors end up with the 11th pick. But yeah, the Warriors in a better position today with Steve Kerr. I think they're going to be championship contenders. No, I think that ship has sailed. But I feel good about him still being there for the latter portion of Steph Curry and Draymond Green's careers.
Do you believe he coaches both seasons?
I don't.
Because here's the thing: is you can sign for 2 because that's what they wanted, and he can decide again. You know what? I'm retiring after this and walk away from it.
It could be every single season where it ends, and then he hugs Draymond and Steph and says, "I don't know what's going to happen next."
I don't think he's going to do. I don't know if he would do that again in the middle of the contract. I think that would happen at the end of a 2-year deal. I don't know if he says that after 1 year. I don't know what happened. Yeah, but I don't think you say that while you're under contract. He said that here because he didn't really know the future.
Well, Steve, I think, is the type of guy that would never want like a send-off tour. But I think that if he knew that he wasn't coming back, he'd probably say something in a press conference to be like, this is it for me, guys. It's going to be my last game.
If it was in the middle of the contract, I mean.
Right,
sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I'm not going that far yet. I kind of think I really do believe that when Steph and Steve and Draymond talk about leaving the organization in a good place, that they mean it wholeheartedly because of how they operated with that pick last year.
Yeah.
I guess a season ago when they traded for Jimmy. Remember, that was not totally something they wanted to do. And Steph had those sort of veiled comments about it's our responsibility to not gut the future of the team just so we can throw some crap at a wall this year.
Right.
And I think that was maybe about Jimmy, but it was also maybe about Vucevic or about who else was out there. Forget who else was out there at the time. That we talked about incessantly.
Larry Markkinen?
Yeah, Larry Markkinen.
Yeah.
That was even before the season. Bottom line is, I believe him and I hear him and I think that I take him at his word when he says that.
Yeah.
So I also can see that hey, 2 years, even if this is our last real compete year, or trying to compete year at this level with these guys, because Steph is up after this year, Draymond is up after this year, to vault them into the next wave, I could see him being okay with that too.
Yeah.
Now, the question I have is, what was the deciding factor in coming back? And what happened in the conversations with Dunleavy and Steve and Joe? Because there was reportedly things that had to be ironed out and discussed. This is per Ramona Shelburne and Shams and
Anthony
Slater, that they had to iron out the focus on the future of the team, the current goals and roster and offseason plans.
Yeah.
And also there was stuff about coaching, wasn't there?
Yeah, changes the coaching staff.
And coaching staff and not game planning. That wasn't the word they used, but it was about like coaching philosophy or something like that.
Yeah. I think that we got those reports, and I believe all of them. Tim Kawakami joined us last Monday, too, and said, like, there are no stipulations. It's just a matter of, does Steve want to come back?
Being on the same page.
Yeah, like Joe wants him back, Steph wants him back, Draymond wants him back. Does Steve want to be back? I think Steve, I talk about it all during the season. There was moments where I thought Steve was miserable, and he was not coaching with joy anymore. And then he got that joy back once Kuminga left. That's clear. He liked coaching Guy Santos and Quinton Post and Pat Spencer. He liked that. But he definitely wants to be there. Like he said a couple weeks ago in the New Yorker, they just want to abandon Steph Curry and Draymond Green. I don't know if he was told anything where he feels comfortable about them competing next year. Like, what could you say, honestly? Like, we're going to plan to go get LeBron and we're going to plan to go get Giannis or Kawhi. That sounds great. But everything is, a crapshoot when you get to free agency or the offseason. So I don't know if they can tell Steve 100% what the plan is. It's just what the hope is at this point. I think Steve came back because he wants to be with Steph and Draymond for at least one last year. I don't know if anybody could guarantee him anything. I think that it's just, they were 37 and 44, whatever the record was a year ago, and they hope it's better. But there's a lot of uncertainty around Jimmy Butler's return and Moses Moody. So honestly, I don't think they gave him anything concrete. I think it's just Steve wanted to come back.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627. We'll get to your calls and your texts on the return of Steve Kerr. He's back for 2 more years is what he agrees to. It would be 15 seasons with the Warriors. I guess, no, it would be 14, right? This would be year 13?
Yes.
This will be 13 coming up. So it'll be 14 total years at the end of this deal. We can talk about this more in depth with Dalton Johnson, who covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. He will join us next. Dirty Work on a Monday, only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, San Francisco, this is Adam Copeland from KNBR and a proud San Francisco resident. I love to debate all things sports, but one thing that is not up for debate is how crucial your vote is in shaping the future of our city. Contests on the ballot this year will directly impact you and our community. Together, we can make a difference. Register to vote now at sfelections.gov/register. That's sfelections.gov/register, or call the Department of Elections for help at 415-558-6100. Let's register, San Francisco.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you, and we are joined now by Dalton Johnson. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're reading him there. You can follow him, and also you can see him now on our video stream up on our YouTube channel and on thesportsleader.com and the app. Dalton, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, Dalton?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. It's nice to talk Dubs and not just speculate. You know what I mean? Not just
something concrete.
Which is, seems to be the crux of Warrior basketball, whether it's Kuminga or Steve Kerr or Giannis, whatever the case may be. It's nice to have some concrete news here on Steve.
Yeah, it feels good, honestly, to talk about something that's real. And again, like you said, not just speculative of us guessing, what's going on with the ping pong balls? And then today, Giannis. Let's just talk about something that's real, please, that we can actually know what we can talk about.
Well, something that is real. Steve Kerr agrees to a 2-year deal. And the thought, we've talked about it a lot in speculating, is we thought, he wanted maybe a 1 year and the Warriors were hoping for 2 or 3. Reports of things that had to be figured out between them or a discussion that had to do with maybe roster construction, how they go about the offseason and the future of the team. What's the reason in your mind that Steve decided to come back on a multi-year deal?
I could be still loves this. First and foremost, I think even in Phoenix, when the season ended, when he was talking to us, he made a couple of things clear. He even said, I still love coaching, and then he was asked about Steph Curry. And that was kind of the elephant in the room, being asked, how could anybody walk away from Steph Curry, even at 38, 39 years old? And Steve laid it out there pretty simply, said, I don't want to walk away from Steph Curry. I couldn't do that. I can't. And he even said, it's not like I'm going to be coaching somewhere else next season. So he wanted to remain here. The fire was still there. I think it definitely waned throughout the year. This was just a hard season in general, as we know. I think going into the year, there were definite real thoughts if this was going to be his last season. I think that they were smart in playing this out a little bit, though, because I asked a couple of guys, about a week or 2 ago, just, hey, are you surprised that it's taken a little while? And they really said, no, think about who you're dealing with here when it comes to Steve, when it comes to Joe, two ultra competitive people. You do not want to be, they lose on Friday in Phoenix, come into the office on Monday and have those emotions laying on the floor, in the same room together. That wasn't going to work. So not overly surprised about it. I think him stepping away, getting a little breathing room, kind of reminded him the fire that he still has in there. And you know what? 2 more years. Let's see if they have any encore songs for what they hope is more than just one final last dance.
There was a lot of reports out there, Dalton, about stipulations that Joe Lacob had and what Steve Kerr had. So what do you think Steve needed to hear in order to come back? Do you believe that there had to be a little give and take between he and Joe, or was it always where Steve wanted to come back and Joe wanted him back?
I think that it was always that Joe wanted him back and Steve wanted him to come back. I think that there have certainly been a handful of frustrations over the last year. But let's not sugarcoat it, guys. There literally was an email leaked this year that was with a fan in Joe Lacob, and it had to do with some frustrations when it came to Steve Kerr and coaching style, and when it came to playing certain players and not playing other players who might fit a Steve Kerr type of player versus maybe a quote-unquote Joe Lacob style of player. So, yeah, there for sure has been some give and take and some headbutting the last few years, where, again, Joe has had to be talked to as far as letting his emotions get the best of him and being able to take a step back here. Let's remember the bigger picture. And that's where, again, I think that them having the 3 weeks was actually really good for both sides. But there definitely had to be some give and take. I kind of call a realignment of trust, of comfort, because Steve Kerr has always trusted Joe Lacob's level of competitiveness, his level of desire to win. But there certainly were a handful of conversations about how to go about this for the now and for the future, and what does a 2 years look like with Steve Kerr as the head coach continuing to be the head coach of the Warriors.
Talking to Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Nice enough to join us here talking Steve Kerr's return on the UMA guest line. What does this do? I sort of thought if Steve wasn't back, it would be less likely Draymond returns. I don't know what your thought is on that, and does this change any of this offseason with Draymond from your perspective?
What I would say is this: like when you first hear that Steve Kerr is going to come back, you're starting to think, right? Okay, 2 years. Steph Curry, he said he wants to play multiple. He's made it clear he wants an extension, and so you start kind of having this romantic side of, oh, maybe the final 2 years, Steph gets his extension. Draymond has openly talked about going from player option to getting his extension to, okay, 2 years right there and everything lining up. And there's definitely that romantic ideal world of that all lining up. We know the leash that Steve has given Draymond and what Draymond has meant to Steve Kerr and vice versa. Like it's not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. But there's Steve and Steph, and then there's Draymond. Like, and I'm not trying to throw him all the way over there, but I'm trying to say, okay, maybe even he's over here. He's in a different world than those two still. And he knows that he was part of trade discussions last year when it came to the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis. I don't think it sat great with him what Mike Dunleavy tried to do after that, kind of trying to dispel the fact that Draymond Green was in trade discussions when the player is talking about it on his own podcast, and his general manager and then owner ends up doubling down too and saying, no, that it was never part of this. And it felt like them trying to erase a mistake that didn't need to be a bigger deal than it was, when Draymond was the one out there recognizing it and saying, oh yeah, once Steve said, hey, have you talked to your wife about this? That's when it became real to him. And I think he has to know that, yeah, things can change quickly in the NBA. This team can't run it back and be a 37-win team. So whether Draymond is back with the Warriors or not, I do think things will look different for Draymond than they have in the past 14 years for him.
One mantra Steve always had in the earlier days when KD was playing was, I want to see guys playing with joy. And the line that I kept using throughout the season, Dalton, when I asked all of the beat writers, do you think Steve is coaching with joy? And it looked to me like at points he was a little miserable coaching. Like I still think he enjoyed the job, but you could tell in some of the things he said, we can't compete with the likes of OKC or a fading dynasty. And then, to be honest, it kind of felt like he got his joy back once Kuminga left. Did you get a sense early in the season that Steve wasn't necessarily happy, and then as the season went on, he got his joy back in coaching?
Yeah, you could see that the season was waning on him. I mean, like that whole summer when it came to Jonathan Kuminga, that did not sit well with Steve Kerr, with the way that everything unfolded, with the length of it. And it felt like it was, in his eyes, a distraction. And obviously the last thing that he wants is a distraction. And he felt like they were behind the eight ball from the beginning of the season. And they were. They didn't really get to work out all that often together. You saw the free agents come in so late. Obviously the tough start to the season. So yeah, that it was a heavier season on him. And I go back to talking to a couple of different people a week or two ago and asking about Steve. And one person said, hey, Steve still has his fastball. And I mentioned that to somebody else, those exact words. And they go, you remember that game in Phoenix after the trade deadline? And that's exactly what you're talking about right now when it comes to the joy and when it comes to after the trade, that comeback win in Phoenix. They had the crazy win. Guy Santos, they dropped the play for him. You got Al Horford diving, DeAnthony Melton diving. That they had a celebration in the locker room that day. You could hear it through the walls. I was there.
Right.
And it did kind of feel like a revitalization to Steve Kerr that he kind of gets to coach, and he gets to coach how he wants to coach. And the joy did feel back. So that still has to be a principle of the Warriors. And it's always going to be if Steve Kerr's here, and especially if Steph Curry is here. Like, you watch the guy walk into a room, and yeah, you feel the joy, you feel the enthusiasm. But there were times this season where it felt like you were trying to pull hair to get any of the joy. It just wasn't there, man. It was a tough season.
To follow up on that, I know that Steve signed a 2-year deal, and I'm sure that's because Joe doesn't want to go back every offseason to deal with Steve, are you coming back or not? Would you be surprised, given everything that we know about Steve and, you know, this past season, would you be surprised if he actually coaches these next 2 years?
Like if it is actually a 2-year deal and not just like a 1-year.
Yeah.
No, it's hard to say because no, I wouldn't. And this is what he's signed up for right now. And he's going to have to talk to us soon. but also Steve Kerr is somebody who is very confident in himself and also very comfortable in himself. And that's where that's, I think, my best answer in that, as far as if he goes through another season where all of a sudden at the end he's not feeling it. I do think that he has the number one, the power, and also just the comfortability and the confidence to be like, hey, no, like just because I signed up for a 2-year deal, you know what? If I'm not 100% in, I can't keep doing this job. So I expect him to coach the full 2 years because that's what he agreed to terms to come back to do. And I don't think any side wanted to do a dance for a full year of, are you going to come back? Are you not? He didn't want that either. So I'm sure in his mind that lessens that too. But if he's not feeling it, he's not feeling it. Like, that is Steve Kerr. He really does go to the beat of his own drum. He's very comfortable himself. He's very confident in himself. And I don't think that if he goes through a just taxing season like this again, that he doesn't have, like, he's not going to be worried or scared to feel like, well, he's stuck to a piece of paper with a pin on it. Like, nah, not at all. But I do expect him to be here for 2 more years.
Dalton Johnson, the voice you hear, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors. Last one for you from me, Dalton. If Draymond is back, and I know he's got the opt-out, he says he wants the extension, is he still a trade piece for them? I mean, the Bucks are said to be open for business. I don't know if that's a piece. I feel like contract-wise it would have to be something like that involved there. I don't know where Jimmy Butler comes in that situation with his injury. I mean, I have a hard time believing they have the capital to make a trade like this. If Giannis were available, you'd have a lot of other suitors. So I guess it's twofold. Are they in on the Giannis talks, if in fact he is available? And is Draymond a trade piece this offseason for him or anybody else?
Yeah, they're always going to be in on the quote-unquote Giannis talks because they've had his eyes on him since the moment that Kevin Durant left. And that has been their shining star to go after. Do I think that they have the goods to do it? I don't. I just don't think that they have the assets, the goods to get a Giannis Antetokounmpo. I think that that's why they pushed hard for it at the trade deadline, because they knew that it was going to be bigger and harder competition this offseason with more teams that had more assets at their disposal. You look at the young players for the Warriors, they don't have a Kuminga quote-unquote asset anymore. Moses Moody, we don't even know if he's going to play this season. Brandon Podziemski is a nice, solid rotation player. What does he mean for the rest of the league? Probably that, a nice, solid, winning rotation player. But that's not somebody that's going to frontline a Giannis trade. Draymond Green, as far as that goes, as far as him being a trade piece still. Again, he's definitely in a different category than Steph or anybody else. But Draymond's one of the most unique players in the NBA. I think that other teams are going to see, man, yeah, it would be nice to have a Draymond on a certain night against a Wemby to see what he did against Kawhi, obviously, in the play-in, the way he matched up against Shea and KD and that little stretch he had there too. But I'm not sure if any other coach or franchise feels like they can bring in Draymond Green the way that the Warriors have with Steph Curry and with Steve Kerr. So it's not just a one-for-one contract or talent evaluation. Draymond Green is much bigger than that. We understand that, right? So I don't think that they have the goods for a Giannis trade. I think that Draymond knows that his future and his standing with the franchise is not the same that it always has been, but he is one of the more unique cases around the league. So it's really hard also to kind of figure out what exactly his trade value is. There is only one number 30, but for the Warriors, there's only 123 too. Draymond Green is a different case than we've ever seen.
Yeah, the Giannis idea seems like a pipe dream, but also the LeBron, plan or Kawhi seems like a pipe dream too. But do you think those are more feasible? And what do you think their plans are this offseason, not including those guys? Do you think it includes possibly trading the 11th overall pick?
I think everything's on the table. I think that that's probably a boring cop-out answer from me, but I really do think that this is the most important and crucial and critical offseason ever in the Joe Lacob era. I mean, you really think about this, bringing in Steve Kerr for another 2 years. A decade ago, they go from a 73-win team to a 37-win team, and all of a sudden going from light years ahead to feeling like, whoa, the league is passing us by. When Steve Kerr uses words like fading dynasty, when even at the podium when the season ends and he's talking about the talent around the league with the Oklahoma City Thunders of the world, the San Antonio Spurs of the world. The Warriors finished 10th in the West. should they feel like they have a better present and future than how many of the 9 teams ahead of them? Any? Like, that's hard to argue against, just like it's hard to argue against the power of Steph Curry. So I think that LeBron conversations are real. For a lot of people throughout last season, you would hear from other beat reporters going, oh, yeah, like this is the worst kept secret in the NBA as far as the Warriors and their interest in LeBron. Like, we all have had an idea for a while now. They've been in on LeBron. They've been in on Kawhi. They were in on KD not too long ago, obviously. KD's the one who shut that down. They're going to go hunting, no doubt about it. They have to be creative. This is a team that is not light years ahead anymore. They need pretty much every aspect to check so many boxes. They got to get younger and more athletic. They got to get bigger. They got to shoot the ball better. All of these things where balance to me is so key. They can't just sway one way or the other or have these one-trick specialist ponies. They still are a three-point shooting team, but they rank 20th in three-point percentage while being dead last in dunks. So everything's going to be on the table, but it needs to be a very creative offseason nonetheless, whether it is on the free agent market, whether it is in the trade market, or now having the number 11 pick. Mike Dunleavy is going to have to do his work for the Warriors this offseason.
Dalton Johnson, the voice you hear, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors, does a great job doing so. And we got some actual news. The Warriors got the 11th pick, and Steve Kerr is back for 2 more years. Dalton, I appreciate the time, man. Really, thanks so much, and we will talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dalton.
Of course, guys. A lot of fun. Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate it.
There you go. Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. That will all be available, thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. He's sort of on the side of you. He said kind of anything could happen after 1 year of Steve.
I think so.
Like, I don't think it's what I was saying is I don't think there's a big to-do about it like there was in the court at the end of this, but
right.
I don't think it's off the table. What you're saying that like I said, if the media money's there too, and this could be the exhausting.
It'll always be there.
And he knows what's in his heart. I mean, he wants to keep going, but maybe something changes this year. I mean, he pointed out the email that we bring up frequently.
Yeah, I mean,
circulated. That was terrible.
How could that not impact you when your boss goes public when someone criticizes him and he goes, "Yeah, I agree with you." Like I'm sure there's things.
The guy's like, check out what Lacob said to me.
Yeah, and I don't doubt for a second that everything that has been reported about Steve and Joe is true. I do think that Joe Lacob has told Steve Kerr, knock it off with some of the political stuff you're saying. And that gets to Steve. He's been outspoken for his whole career, and he has a right to. But also, I'm sure that gets to Steve in a way where it's like, is it worth, coaching Steph Curry and Draymond Green to put up with him? And I'm glad, I will say, I'm glad, because I've been critical of Joe, I'm glad Joe was not the catalyst for Steve leaving.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Or is it the reverse that Steph Curry's light shines brighter than the shade that,
of course it does.
Some of the Lacob stuff
Of course
casts?
it does.
Yeah, it has to.
So I don't doubt that maybe they put aside their differences for now. I would love to see what the changes will be, but I don't think there's going to be a lot. I think it's just going to be where let's run it back. Let's try to do it again. And I have my doubts that they'll do it, but I feel better about them contending with Steve Kerr than somebody else.
Frankly, I was upset to see he got a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Didn't like to see Steve back on the mic.
Yeah, I would love to hear his thoughts on that.
Dude, he checked in today on Fernando Mendoza. Indiana went to go see Trump at the White House today, and Mendoza didn't go. Remember we played the sound last week? He said, I don't think it's a good look for me to miss minicamp and all that. When I just got here, I have to earn my spot, and that isn't a good look to miss work if we've got minicamp. And Trump goes, Fernando Mendoza, he's not here, but he's a big fan of what we're doing. Because he's not here and I don't like it, but he's a big fan of what we're doing.
He's got more important things to do.
Speaking for him, dude.
He's got a Raiders season to get ready for.
I don't think there's enough time for that.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you. It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and text. Your thoughts. Do you feel more confident in the Warriors contending because they have Steve Kerr back? Does Steve Kerr give the Warriors the best chance to contend for a title next year? 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get to your thoughts on the matter, and then we'll check in with Susan Slusser at 5:30 a little bit later before the Giants and the Dodgers tonight at 6:10. Line them up. Your thoughts on Steve Kerr's return. Does it make a difference on The Sports Leader?
Steve Kerr signed a 2-year extension over the weekend to remain head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And the Warriors got no luck in the lottery, ending up with pick 11. For everything Warriors, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We got Giants baseball pregame in just over an hour at 6:10 for a 7:10 first pitch Roki Sasaki for the Dodgers against Trevor McDonald for the Giants, who's going to fill in for Logan Webb, who landed on the injured list. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. We just had a conversation with Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area about the 2-year contract that Steve Kerr has signed to return to the Warriors. I think we're all on the same page as far as this offseason. Like, if Giannis is available, sure, they'll be in on him. But I don't know that they have.
But what's in on him?
In on them is being willing to make a deal basically for whatever.
But you got to come with a really good offer.
My point is their whatever isn't as good as what I imagine several other teams' whatever would be.
Oh, no, dude. Like, let's be real here. The Warriors can't offer a whole hell of a lot. Like, yes, you can offer Draymond, but what does that mean to the Bucks?
Yeah, how is that helping their rebuild?
It's not.
You're going to give up. Here's the thing. If the Warriors are willing to give up multiple first-round picks into the future.
Yeah, but you need players with that, too.
Yeah, I'm saying you'd have to give up Draymond and multiple first-round picks, probably pods too, something like that.
No,
this is my point, though, is you'd have to give up the future because you'd be making Giannis your future. But the thing is we talked about this. Why would Giannis want to stay somewhere that's given away? He's in the same situation then.
Yeah.
That's what Milwaukee's problem is.
No, absolutely.
Is they didn't put enough around him. So then they went to put more around him, but they mortgaged their future to do so. And now they've got no first-rounders for a handful of years, I think.
It makes no sense for Giannis to go to the Warriors, to be perfectly honest. Like, there's other teams, like San Antonio, yes, but they would gut the roster, and they're a good team right now. The Minnesota Timberwolves make a lot of sense. With Jaden McDaniels, you can move somebody else. And Jaden McDaniels is a great player, so that would be a loss for the Timberwolves. But can they still be a playoff team with Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert, and Giannis? Absolutely. It just, like the Oklahoma City Thunder could trade for Giannis, but they don't need to because they're going to win another championship. Just stay young. So for the Warriors, what can you really offer? You can offer an aging Draymond Green. You can offer an injured Jimmy Butler. You can offer an injured Moses Moody.
Yeah.
I don't want any of those things if I'm the Milwaukee Bucks.
No, they want picks because this is about rebuilding their organization.
Of course, yes.
They're going to need draft picks and just players to offset the contract is really what it's about.
But that's also counterintuitive for what the Warriors want to do in the long run because they probably should draft at 11. They probably should get younger.
Well, yeah. You're absolutely right.
It doesn't make sense to go get Giannis. Yes, it does to win for Steph and Draymond, but really for Giannis, it makes no sense. And then for Joe Lacob, it makes no sense. Because, yes, Giannis will be here. You got a superstar, but are they really winning? No. So all these pipe dreams, really, like LeBron carried the Lakers to win against the Rockets in 6. There's value in LeBron James staying on the Lakers. I don't think if you're LeBron James too, if you pick a contract between the Lakers, Warriors, and Cavs, I'm sorry, I'm staying with the Lakers. You have the best chance to win with Luka.
Well, and Jimmy Butler is immovable, right? Is that how you see that? I mean, maybe a team like Milwaukee, if that worked in the contract because he's expiring, if that worked to move that, they might be willing to take him on. If you did that, like that might be a better contract to move.
Well, a report came out today saying that the Warriors could move Jimmy Butler, and yes, I would do that in a heartbeat.
It'd be to somebody who's an expiring. They would want the expiring contract.
Exactly, but at the same time, why would the Bucks want him? How old is he going to be? 36.
Again, they wouldn't be taking him because they want him. They don't care about anything right now unless it's a top young player that they think they can help build around. If anybody who takes Jimmy Butler is taking it to have the contract expire and open up space at the end of the year. That's not about, we want him. We're going to build with him. If they make this is the thing. They're in a different spot, right? Milwaukee is not competing, and they want to compete. And if they're going to do it without Giannis, they aren't in the market for things right now to help them do that.
Right, I got you.
They're in the market to reset because they've mortgaged that already in trying to help Giannis, and it's not worked out.
Well, the one thing that could stop this whole this whole trade idea is Giannis saying, I don't want to go there. Yep. Like it's just simple as that, where I think in years past he would jump at the opportunity to go play with Steph Curry. Now I'm not so sure. Because how long is that going to be? And the same thing that we're talking about, like it's the same thing with the Milwaukee Bucks right now. Once he leaves, who's there for Giannis to play with? And honestly, like there's other rumors out there, like him to go to the Heat. Who's he playing with on the Heat? You have to trade Bam Adebayo or Tyler Hero or Andrew Wiggins. Who's he playing with? So I think at the end, yes, it sounds like the Bucks are really going to trade Giannis when I thought at the trade deadline that this was all just kind of smoke and mirrors to get some trade interest and to show that they're making Giannis happy. But now that, did Giannis get shut down for the rest of the season? Like I remember that whole thing where he wanted to play, or I wasn't watching Milwaukee basketball enough.
I can't remember if he came back or not.
Regardless, it's clear now that they want to move off of him. And he just not going to sign a long-term extension.
He did come back and then they sat him down.
Yeah, exactly. So they're going to move him. It's just there's teams out there that can offer much more. the Thunder can offer more, the Spurs can offer more, the Timberwolves can offer more, and those teams are in a better position to win for Giannis than the Warriors are.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can't imagine they land anything substantial. Somebody here on the text line at 808 KNBR says, I would trade at 707 says, I would trade the number 11 pick for Anthony Davis.
Really?
It scares me. But I guess more to that point, is there somebody else out there that the Warriors could get for the 11th pick?
I don't really know.
I mean, somebody of that magnitude would also cost you a contract.
Anybody on the Pelicans, we've been talked about it for the last
I'm saying
years.
Anybody of that status, though, it's going to cost you contract as well. Like, you've got to give some, and I'm sure you'd say, okay, well, then give up Jimmy Butler or whatever, the expiring deal.
Yeah.
And the 11 pick and get Anthony. I mean, I don't know if that swaps or that works even at all. I don't know how Warrior fans would feel great about that. An aging roster that now adds another aging, constantly injured player.
And you already have that. You're trying to sign, Kristaps Porzingis. And Porzingis is a tradable asset this offseason. You could sign and trade him, but to make the contract work, no one's going to sign Kristaps for however much Giannis is making right now, $50 a year. Like, no chance in hell that's happening.
So the follow-up question is, what's the impact Steve Kerr has in these next 2 years? Are they more of a contender with him? I'd say they're about where they were, and I didn't think they were a contender anyway. So are they better off? Are they more likely to contend with him? Sure. I think he's a top 3 coach in the NBA.
Yeah.
I think anytime you have that, you're better suited when you have the talent. The problem is not really Steve Kerr, much like the problem isn't really Tony Vitello. The problem is the talent.
Yeah.
And they don't have enough of it, and it's aging.
Yeah. I don't think it'd be a question if this team was actually competing and losing in Western Conference Finals, then Steve would I'm coming back. But they're not. We saw it this year. I'm still not convinced. I know a lot of people are that if Steph Curry was healthy, they would have beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm not so sure about that. They're a much younger team. And we saw them beat up on the Nuggets. They were resilient last night in winning that game against the San Antonio Spurs. They're good. They're going to be good for quite some time. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Steph's healthy. They win that series. It could have gone longer, probably 7 games. But I think for Steve Kerr, it's what am I coming back for? It's to coach the Hall of Famers in Steph Curry and Draymond Green. But really, I think Steve knows what's the deal. I think Draymond knows what's the deal, too. He said it last week on Inside the NBA, where it's not about winning championships anymore. It's about still contending, but making sure you sell out every night.
Well, he didn't say it's not about winning championships. He said when you get to this age, you've got to define success in different ways. Like, we had the most nationally televised games and the most sellouts. And I'm like, is that how you measure success, Draymond? Really?
No, Draymond.
The 4-time NBA champion has been to the finals 7 times.
No chance in hell.
That's how you gauge success, or 6 times? That's what you do?
He does not gauge success that way. He gauges success by, am I going to opt out this offseason and get a better contract than what I have right now? That's how he manages success. He wants to be there because he doesn't want to move at this point in his career.
Then maybe someday he'll rip his kid and be like, yeah, it'd be nice if my dad just gave me $40 million. It'd be so nice to give it to my kids. Like, he was ripping Austin Rivers.
If you're watching Tony Hinchcliffe last night, people he was going in on Draymond's daughter.
Yeah, we'll get to
Jesus.
We'll get to some audio later from the Kevin Hart roast. By the way, my guy Krug just checked in. All he said, he just listened to the show, and love getting a Krug text. All it says is, just draft Lendenborg at 11.
Okay.
Yaxel Lendenborg.
I don't even know.
From Michigan. Just draft him at 11, dude.
Good to know.
Won the Natty this year.
That could be the answer.
You're not going to find a topic Krug doesn't have a take on.
No, I know. And I love that.
Yeah, dude, we're doing the show for him. He's like, yeah, nice. We're talking Dubs at 11. Let's just get Yaxel Lendenborg.
But honestly, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are like, let's contend this year. Let's trade away the 11th overall pick. And I don't want to do that.
You don't want to trade it away.
I mean,
so how about this, though? There's a huge contingency of Warrior fans that would say, what difference does it make? Steve's not going to develop him or play him anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
That's valid.
How big of an impact is the number 11 pick on this team?
I don't know yet.
That's what I'm saying, is they have to weigh, is there something more valuable that they're willing to get or can get for this number 11 pick, even if it means another first rounder in a couple of years? If you really are in on competing this year, the question is, as Draymond said, how is the organization measuring success now? I know Joe Lacob wants to win. The question is, what are you willing to pay in 2028 to get that now?
Right.
You know?
Well, yeah, I just don't think that any of the moves that have been mentioned, I think, yeah, if you got Giannis, that'd be great. But is it where you're going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Spurs, the Nuggets? I don't know. If you get LeBron, that's a huge deal for the Bay Area nationally. Like, the Warriors are the biggest ticket in all of sports with Steph Curry and LeBron James playing together. But is that realistically going to beat Oklahoma with all those young guys? I doubt it.
No, Oklahoma City, no.
Same thing with Kawhi Leonard.
I don't know. Out of the Spurs have enough. They got Wemby.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Are they competing with San Antonio?
So, again, I wanted Steve back. I don't feel any different where they were when the season ended about their ability to contend. I don't feel any different about it. But I feel better about Steve Kerr being there than opposed to, who's the guy, Todd Golden or anybody else that was mentioned. No, I'm glad that Steve Kerr's back because I just want, at this point as a Warriors fan, I just want the nostalgia of it. I want moments that bring me back to the better times because I don't think we're going to get better times. I think we're going to have moments like the win against the Phoenix Suns, which was awesome. But at the same time, it doesn't make me feel like they're going to contend.
The great play-in? The great play-in win that we'll all remember years from now?
It was all just about the nostalgia of
Like
it.
I said, dude, we'll look back, dude. My grandkids will say, "Grandfather," and you remember their English kids.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
They said,
"Why?
Tell us the story of Steph Curry in the play-in against the Suns." I'm like, it was incredible. Your Uncle Derek loved it. It's his favorite Steph moment of all time. Your Uncle Derek said this is a true Steph Curry moment.
I never said any of that.
Why don't you ever leave us alone with Uncle Derek, Daddy?
What the hell are you implying?
I don't know. What is it? Because we all, at one point, we said, who would you trust most to babysit your kids, me, you, or Tim?
Yeah.
And I think you were voted last.
Well, that's ridiculous. But I will say this.
Remember, you said you claimed to have raised kids.
I've raised kids.
You didn't raise your siblings,
Yeah,
dude.
basically.
I raised those kids.
My dad was off doing games. I raised all those kids.
You were off cutting Saddam Hussein masks out of your class
I had to
Time
make
magazine.
I had to make a living. I was coaching too. Thank you, too.
He was raising kids and he was coaching kids, dude.
Yeah, by the way, I'm meeting my buddy Stephen Langford's baby for the first time this weekend. But his wife texted me and said, "We'll see if you hold that baby." I was like, damn.
Hold on. She texted you separately?
No. It was part of a group chat because we're all going to the Oakland Greek Festival.
Okay.
And Jacob Violante texted being like, "So is the baby holdable?" And she goes, "Well, not for Derek, it is." And I was like, "Damn, come on, Jesse."
So, dude, in this group chat, even Derek is voted least trusted to hold a child.
I disagree on that one.
Have you dropped a baby before?
Never. Maybe like a play school baby, but no.
Like a toy baby.
Yeah, like a Cabbage Patch doll or something.
Yeah, but you've never held a baby in trip.
No.
Okay.
That would be a horrible
story.
story.
I'm just asking, dude.
No, never.
Just making sure.
No.
I don't know why she's got this.
I know how to hold babies.
I don't know why she's got
she's just messing with me.
She's got an anti-baby holding stance.
For me.
Yeah, I want to. She's like, "Why don't you sit down and wash your hands first, please?"
Well, yeah, of course.
You got to know how to hold a baby.
Yeah.
I mean, did you wish her a happy Mother's Day?
No.
Some friend, dude.
She's not my mother.
Yeah, you go with the
leave it at that.
Happy Mother's Day, you mother.
That.
By the way, Krug checked back in after he said, "Just draft Lendeborg at 11."
He's leading the Adriatic League right now in scoring.
He checked back in one more time. He goes, "I am sick." He goes, "I'm fired up about Larry Worth III signing today by the Niners." Yeah, you're a sicko.
I like that. Chris, like, I'm sick.
I had to look him up. Larry Worth III, Niners signed linebacker, Larry Worth III, 3-year deal. How about that?
Good for him.
And I'm sure you're also upset, Krug, that they released Milo Eifler.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
That was a
I'm
great
going to need
era.
an Eifler and a Worth breakdown, dude.
By the way, good news for you and Tim. I thought that the Niners were going to play on Thanksgiving Day against the Cowboys. Not the case. Eagles, Cowboys.
Ooh, got a break, dude.
Got a break.
Yeah, I wonder if they're throwing the Niners a bone since they're traveling to the moon to play the first game of the year.
The moon and back.
The moon and back, dude. And then they got to go to Mexico City later in the year.
Yeah, we'll find out on Thursday what the official date of that is. I'm assuming December. But, Niners, I guess Niner fans would love to watch them on Thanksgiving Day, but Niners employees or KBR employees grateful that they're not playing on Thanksgiving.
I went for Krug to give me a breakdown. Like, Larry Worth III only trains in the Alps, so he's good for the altitude in Colorado or in Mexico City.
What, like Rocky IV?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's just running in the snow. Let's get out.
Hearts on fire.
Trains with an oxygen deficiency.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Susan Slusser joins us at 5:30 to talk about the San Francisco Giants. And now, they won 2 of 3, but we get the lineup today. And again, Bryce Eldridge is not in the lineup.
Yeah, what's that about?
Buster and Vitello, what gives? Tony Vitello actually checked in after the fan frustration on Saturday. I was there, man. One of the worst games I've ever been to.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2-1 after the Eldridge home run, and then the wheels come off. Fans are booing. 13-3. The Giants are throwing balls away. They're getting hit in the head. It was a miserable game on Saturday. They bounced back with a fun win yesterday, but nobody believes this is consistent stuff. So we'll talk more about what Vitello had to say regarding the fan frustration. Were you out there on Saturday? Were you booing? 808 KMBR is the number to call and text. We'll get into Vitello next, and then Sluss at 5:30 before pregame at 6:10. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Great job, brother.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
God, you're sick.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Yeah, Larry Krueger checked in on our chat on Steve Kerr and what the Warriors could do this offseason. He's probably driving home.
Oh, yeah.
From Niner rookie minicamp. Is that still going on right now?
I
that was
believe
last week. But,
no. It was this weekend. But yeah, Krug's always tapped into the dirty work.
Yeah, but he checked in and he said they should just draft Lindeborg at 11.
For Michigan, for the Warriors?
Yeah, and he led the nation in rebounds per game, back-to-back years, not this past season, but the 2 previous years at UAB. He was a junior college player for 3 years, then 3 years at a 4-year.
All right.
3 years at a 4-year and 3 years at a 2-year. So he's experienced, to say the least, but did not put up the rebounding numbers this past year. 6'9", forward wing, can shoot it a little
59.
bit. Yeah, that's where we are with Lindeborg. But then Cruz said, basically, I'm sick. I'm a sicko. I'm fired up about Larry Worth III signing today by the 49ers. And he came back after and he said he transitioned from safety. He's got his own YouTube channel.
Nice.
There you go,
God,
Cruz.
I mean, Crew gets fired up for NFL stuff like I do. Just like that stuff, I'm like, that's so obscure. But I get fired up for we have the full schedule release on Thursday. I'm excited about that. Some of the free agency signed, like David Njoku signed with the Chargers. That's a pretty sweet pickup. So I don't get into the trenches like Krug does with some of these names, but I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, Krug does all the homework. So
yeah,
when you're looking for players that are on the waiver wire or just sitting out there to be signed as an undrafted guy,
yeah,
Krug's got thoughts.
And he needs something for Niners Nightly, I guess, next week.
Yeah, no Niners Nightly this week.
Oh man.
You're getting a Krug show. I'll tell you that.
You're damn right you are.
You think Krug's not talking Niners because the Giants are playing the Dodgers?
Krug was doing multiple Krug shows when the Patrick Bailey news popped up, and I'm like, oh, look at that. Oh, he's talking Niners, yeah.
Did he talk Niners? He jumped into the Giants.
I mean, Krug's always talking Niners, but when he does a Krug show, he'll talk a little Giants too.
He's a fan, dude. He was out there with Mayoko last week. Remember that?
Yeah,
Watching
exactly.
the Giants and the Pods.
Not to watch Eldridge tonight, though.
No Bryce Eldridge tonight. I for as frustrated and as upset as fans are, this is one where we're like, it's perplexing. We either want to see him sitting in the incubation chamber, down in AAA, swinging the bat, getting his licks, getting more experience, getting more at bats. Instead, he's just sitting on the bench for the Giants. He's played only a handful of games. He's not played. He didn't start yesterday. Started Saturday, hit a home run. Then they were like, "That's too good. Sit down. You're not fitting in. Like, this isn't what we do here.
Yeah.
You're not. You're striking out at the rate we'd like, but you're not. You're hitting too good so far. So I mean, he hasn't been tearing the cover off the ball, but he hasn't had any consistency in his at bats. Right.
Right.
So he's not in there again tonight against the righty, which begs the question: why is he in the majors? Or is there something else coming, or another move on the forefront or on the horizon?
I don't know. I mean, you would think that anything's on the table with the Giants right now, but you don't make this move a week ago just to be like, oh, we'll use him as a situational, pinch hitter. Like, no, like, bring him up. Like, that's why, like, a week ago, I was like, I don't know about this move where he's the savior of the offense. And right now, he's not anything for the offense. He's just a casual hitter for them. So I don't get it. I know that, there's a lot with lineups and lefty-righty and all that stuff, but tonight calls for it. So
why? It makes zero sense to anybody. There's not a good explanation for it because there's no reason to bring him up while he's hitting and he's hitting well.
Yeah.
And to sit him down because now if you put him in, if they do give him a week and throw him in there starting tomorrow and they're like, all right, you play every game this week. I'm like, yeah, but he was hot 2 weeks ago. He was hot coming into last week and you didn't play him really. He's played a total of 5 games. He came in yesterday in the 10th. He's had 16 total plate appearances, 14 at bats. He's got 5 strikeouts and 2 walks, which is kind of where he's at anyway at his normal rate. He did have the home run, and he had a single in his second game. That was back on Tuesday in the loss 5-10 to the Padres. So he played actually all 3 games against the Padres. Then they sat him, and he played 2 games against Pittsburgh. So they sat him on, they sat him on Friday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Friday night. And then he played Saturday, and then yesterday came in. So, I mean, I don't really understand.
Well, Susan Slusser spoke to Tony Vitello. She'll join us in about 6 minutes here.
She asked him about it yesterday, but we'll see if – I want to know, what's the plan?
Well, so she asked Tony Vitello, and she tweets us out just 10 minutes ago. Tony Vitello, without quite saying this is bluntly pretty clear that Eldridge most likely will come off the bench with Devers, the primary first baseman, and Schmidt, the team's most productive hitter all year. He will make some starts here and there, but most of his ABs will be pinch hitting spots. I asked if Eldridge is here for the long haul. Then top prospect not playing every day is unusual, and Vitello said he believes that Eldridge is here for the long haul. So that's the latest from Susan Slusser, who will join us in about 5 minutes.
So real quick, Susan Slusser asked Vitello today before the game, and she's going to join us, as you said, in just a couple of minutes here, why Bryce Eldridge hasn't been in the lineup or what the plan is for him. And his response, I just want to read this again myself.
He will make some starts here and there, but most of his ABs will be pitch hitting spots.
Yeah. Vitello, without quite saying it this bluntly, is pretty clear that Eldridge will mostly come off the bench with Devers as the primary first baseman and Schmidt, the team's most productive hitter all year. He will make some starts here and there, but most of his ABs will be pinch hitting spots. 808 KMBR feels perplexing to me. I don't understand. I mean, I'm happy it gives him something off the bench as a power bat potentially, but does anybody believe this is the way to develop the best prospect in the organization?
I mean, not to go crazy here, but it kind of signals to me like they're trying to move him.
I don't know. I don't really understand.
Just to showcase him here every now and then, but not really play him.
To follow that up, Susan, as you said, she said, I asked if Eldridge is here for the long haul. Top prospect not playing every day is unusual. And Vitello said he believes he's here for the long haul. And Susan says after that, to be honest, it's been evident that's how they're using Eldridge since he's been up over the last week. Not sure why anyone would think he's starting over Devers or Schmidt on a regular basis. But in my opinion, if he's not playing, he maybe should be getting regular at-bats in Sacramento. Susan says that's my opinion only. No, it's not, Susan. It's my opinion, too. How about Derek? What's your opinion?
No, that's my opinion as well.
Yeah. Tim, your opinion?
I think I'm in concert with you guys.
Yeah, I think we're all we're on the same page. It feels like a waste.
Am I wrong to think that they're kind of showcasing him a little bit every now and then and not wanting to play him?
Maybe. We could ask Susan about this. I mean, it does feel like the only way to get him in the lineup regularly is to have some of the guys who are here not be here. Right. Like if somebody gets hurt, if Schmidt pulls a hammy or something, then he's probably your DH regularly.
But that seems against everything that Buster would do at this point because he wants younger players. Why not have Bryce Eldridge playing on this team?
Well, I don't know that he said younger for sure, but I just don't understand. It doesn't seem to make any sense that you say these guys are coming up in Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, and some guys are going to start getting some rest. It makes no sense, he says, to punish Casey when he's been hitting. I think we're all like, yeah, keep the guys who are hitting in. But I also don't understand why you wouldn't try to get him in more consistently when there's been zero consistency with the lineup anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why is he here? Why couldn't this just be...
I don't know.
Why couldn't... If you needed a left-handed pinch hitter, I mean, I remember the year the Giants made the trade for Ricky Leday. I think it was like 2004, Tim. Like, Sabian was always making moves, always adding to whatever they needed, whether it was a starter, a reliever, Kenny Lofton in center field. Like, he made moves at the deadline to help fill holes that they needed to make a push. And in 2004, I'm like, man, they're trying to chase the Dodgers. It's going to be tough to get into the wild card. And the move they made was to get Ricky Leday from the Phillies. And I was pissed because I was like, their plan was to mostly have him be a pinch hitter. They needed a left-handed pinch hit bat. Yeah. I'm like, when has anybody ever made the playoffs because they got a pinch hitter? If that's the make or break for your team's more flawed than not, right?
Right.
He hit 113, Tim said, Ricky Leday. One of my least favorites. 6 for 53. So he barely, he didn't play all that much because he couldn't hit, but
right.
I don't know how this helps anybody in this situation. Sure, it gives you one more left-handed bat off the bench, but that's not the make or break for this team.
No.
And it's definitely not helping the future of this team.
No.
So I'm with you. I mean, I are they showcasing? But if you were showcasing, wouldn't you just let him keep hitting?
I don't know.
330 in the minor leagues?
You would think, but I don't understand what his value is as a pinch hitter right now. Like, yes, like you could use him, but you could also use him right now. You're playing the Dodgers. You need more offense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Let's ask Susan Slusser about this. She seems pretty perplexed. Again, if you're just joining us, Susan Slusser asked Tony Vitello basically about Eldridge not playing. And he said basically the plan with Eldridge is he will come off the bench behind Devers and Casey Schmidt for all of this season. He will be used mostly as a pinch hitter.
I don't know how he can make that judgment right now. Like the rest of the season, he's going to do that?
He says for the long haul, yeah, that's how we view this roster right now. And again, things change. I mean, if Arise were to get moved, then Casey Schmidt's in there at second base probably, and then you've got Eldridge as your DH. But this does not sit well with me. How about you guys? 808 KMBR is the number to call and text. Susan Slusser covers the Giants for the Chronicle. She's as perplexed as we are, as Eldridge being called up to be a pinch hitter. We'll talk more about this with Susan next. The Giants and the Dodgers at 7:10, pregame 6:10, right here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, talking tacos. Love talking tacos. We were eating tacos today. We were living Moss with Taco Bell this afternoon. You know, you can download the Taco Bell app and unlock exclusive access and rewards because you earn a point on every purchase and every dollar you spend in the app, on a kiosk, or in the drive-thru. And when you join the Taco Bell rewards, you can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. What's better than eating your Taco Bell favorites and getting rewarded for it? Not to mention, you get all that access, as I mentioned, to limited time offers and drops. You'll be the first to hear about new menu launches. And is there a better place than to redeem your points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? It's just off 3rd and Townsend in the city, a block from the ballpark. Perfect spot for a pregame bite and drink before heading over to the stadium. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for another beer. Keep the good times rolling. Or check out the brand new Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And as always, don't forget to live Moss.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday evening. By the way, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. The Giants start a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight at 7:10, pregame at 6:10. You can hear it all right here on The Sports Leader. Here to talk about it is Susan Slesser. She covers the Giants for the Chronicle. She is sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Susan's with us on the UMA guest line. Hey, Susan. How are you?
Hey, Susan.
I'm fine. How are you guys?
Doing well. We've been sort of perplexed all afternoon since the lineup came out, and I was like, man, we got to ask Susan if she's going to ask Tony again about why Eldridge isn't in the lineup against a righty. And we were just reading your tweets on air here. I'm kind of taken aback that he's, without saying it as bluntly as you said, they're basically planning to only use Eldridge off the bench and as a pinch hitter. And it sort of seems like counterintuitive how you develop specifically a top prospect.
Yeah. From the day he came up, we knew this was going to be a question because Rafael Devers is the first baseman. There's no doubt about that. Casey Schmidt has been really their best hitter. There's no doubt about that. Now, the idea initially seemed as if it would be Casey would bounce around the infield, give other guys days, and that has happened to some extent. But you're not going to rest Matt Chapman or Luis Ariz or Willie Adames twice a week. That's kind of even Devers. So we're just not seeing it happen quite as much as I thought. I even asked why, is he here for the long haul? Then, typically you want your top prospect getting regular at bats every day, not coming off the bench. I mean, I think that's sustainable for a few weeks, maybe. He was really a special talent. They love the threat that he provides on the bench, and that is not insignificant. But for Bryce, I think he needs to play every day. That's what you do with your top prospect. You don't have him come off the bench every day. So I don't know if that is really the plan, to mostly have him be a big left-handed bat off the bench. I would be a little bit surprised. So I don't know. He was pretty firm. That's the plan. He sees that going, unless there is something in place where they're thinking we're going to move one of the other infielders here at some point, and they're actively trying, or they think maybe somebody needs to be shut down for something at some point. There's no indications of that. I don't know quite how to respond to that. He's not quite a fit for this roster.
Yeah.
And we've been saying this since the spring, really. There's not really a spot unless it's the DH spot.
And Casey, to your point, has claimed that and deserves to continue to play in that spot. He's been their best hitter through the first quarter of the season. Sort of following up on what you said there, I wondered that, like, is there an ulterior motive potentially? And what does the Patrick Bailey trade this weekend tell us about how they view this roster? Now, should he have been the guy to, like I don't know that the spotlight should have been on him in that regard. I thought he was a good Giant. I really liked the defense that he brought, but when the other guys aren't performing, his lack of offense, I think, is more glaring. So they're trying to get more offense there. But, Buster made it sound like when they called up Eldridge last week that guys were going to get a breather, and then Luis Ariz got banged up. But do you think there's potentially more moves coming? It just doesn't seem like, with the construction of this roster being so odd, it just doesn't seem like there's much flexibility to do that anyway. Is that something we should think is on the horizon?
Well, I wrote last week, I wrote a story about Luis Ariz because he's just been so sensational, and both sides, really, the defense has been off the charts great. He's top second baseman in baseball right now.
Yeah.
But nobody would have predicted that. He is the one guy who you think, like, okay, well, extend him right now. He has said, I want to play in one place for a long time. I keep bouncing around. I'd love to. And so my initial thinking when I wrote that was, I'm going to write, extend this guy. And then you look at it and you go, wait, if they're out of it in July, this is a guy they're going to trade. I mean, everybody's going to want him. He's a free agent to be. The other contracts are tougher to move. They owe more than $500 million to Chapman, Adonis, and Devers, the guys that haven't really been producing. These are also great players. I know they have grossly underperformed here in the first 6 weeks of the season, but these are top big league players. So it would be surprising to move one of those guys. But maybe if you're thinking like, look, we're going to trade Ariz anyway in July, maybe you do that a little sooner and stick Casey there. This is incredible speculation on my part, by the way. I don't think any of that is going to happen. I think the most likely thing is that Bryce is here for a couple of weeks. He's to get some really interesting at-bats off the bench in big situations, which that's not necessarily a bad thing at all. And then he goes back and gets regular playing time at Sacramento, and whenever there's an opening, he comes up and he DHs.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, you mentioned, Susan, that you asked Tony Vitello, is he here for the long haul? And you also just said that he doesn't really fit on the roster. Is it possible, we've heard rumors in the past, is it possible that Buster could be looking to trade Bryce? Would you be surprised about that at all?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't do it right now. You don't trade top prospects in the middle of the season. I don't know why they would, unless, they really think that they are going for it this year, which would be hard-pressed to think that is what's uppermost on their mind right now. But, if somebody wants to offer them a number one type starter plus a great closer or something, they'd have to consider it. I don't think any of that kind of thing is happening right now.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. A lot of moves over the last few days, just in terms of call-ups, send-downs, the trade. Logan Webb lands on the injured list. I kind of thought that maybe after Daniel Susac caught yesterday, we'd see him activated today. Logan Porter sent down. We know Buster mentioned Susac this weekend, but do we know what the plan is for him or when they expect him back?
Yeah, Tony has sort of hinted that it's Sacramento, which that'll be fun for Susac. He's from up that way. But I thought that it would be sooner, especially when I saw Porter packing up his stuff after the game yesterday. I'm a little surprised, but they must just feel like there's some good reasons to keep giving him some more at-bats in Sacramento. That's fine. I did think it would be today.
By the way, he's 7 for 11. So I guess more at-bats is good. But he's 7 for 11, and I think he's had 12 plate appearances. So he's swinging the bat pretty well in his return, but maybe they want to see him behind the plate a little bit more. Any idea, again, with the roster crunch, what the plan would, like, I know Buster talked about maybe keeping a third catcher. Does Susac just slot back into the backup role? Is it a timeshare with he and Jesus Rodriguez? Would they try to get him in the lineup at the same time? I mean, there's so many questions about this stuff because none of it seems to plug in naturally or normally, but I kind of thought they'd want to see more of Susac behind the plate.
Yeah, it's really a question I think we're all asking. I'm not sure that they 100% have that all mapped out. One reason for keeping there are many reasons for keeping a third catcher, but especially when you've got two very young offensive-minded catchers, it's then so much easier to pinch hit for somebody.
Right.
You're not risking losing somebody on a foul tip and having no catchers. That's the obvious. The other thing is between them, Rodriguez and Susak have about 16 major league games of experience. I think you need an experienced catcher, which is Eric Haas, who's been quite good, by the way. So for me, I think that's a great thing. The problem is it's a 26-man roster, and man, it is hard to find any leeway on a 26-man roster. And it's only been 26 for the last few years. I can't fathom how in modern baseball there was 25-man rosters. I think they need to expand or do like healthy scratches like they do in hockey. Scratch two or three of your starters and
elevate
be
somebody.
able to have a third catcher. I think that would be great because this just doesn't work. And you know what? I don't think it's good for the health of the players. I don't think it's good for the health of the game. You could have a sort of a dedicated pinch runner type, which I think it makes the game more exciting. They want more excitement in the game. I think it's the whole roster thing is too restrictive. But even if they had a 28-man roster right now, I'm not sure where Bryce Eldridge would be playing.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, there are reports that Buster Posey grew frustrated with Patrick Bailey, and clearly former catcher Stephen Vogt values Patrick Bailey as a two-time Gold Glove winner. Did Buster Posey ever, in your opinion, Susan, did Buster Posey ever really value the aspect of his catching more than his disappointing offensive numbers?
Oh, I think he definitely valued his catching. I don't think there's any doubt that he did. I think there were some things that he did defensively that maybe quite weren't as high on Buster's priority list as maybe they were for some, maybe other GMs see, maybe the pitch framing wasn't quite. But nobody ever disputed, including Buster, what a great defensive catcher Patrick Bailey is. This was a team that has not performed well offensively, and they need more offense, and I think it's a good move for Bailey as well. It was clear when they brought up Jesus Rodriguez, which was a great move, and I've been saying for quite some time what a nice fit he is for this roster for many reasons, including the fact that you then can have a third catcher, whatever your catching alignment is. But they clearly just decided this is the way they're going to go. They're going to go with the young offensive catchers. Now, if they keep Ross around, I guess that Bailey you just don't want to have around as a, sort of your third start once a week kind of guys, which would not be fair for him. And he had trade value. Buster sort of hinted that the second he made it known that Bailey was available, there was a lot of interest. Not surprisingly.
No. What do you make of the narrative, though, that Patrick Bailey's pitch framing has been devalued since we started using the ABS system?
The numbers show that is not true. The numbers show that he is stealing as many strikes as he ever has.
I thought from you on Casey Schmidt in right field. Has there been any indication as to when that would happen or how close he is to that?
Well,
or outfield in
for
general?
me, and this is me talking only. If I'm trying to get Casey Schmidt ready to play in the outfield, I have him playing there during the spring to get used to it. Awfully hard to learn, essentially new positions on the fly in a big league season, especially when you're also playing all over the infield. He could do it. He's a good athlete. I think he right now would be an emergency only option out there, which he probably already was because he's a very good athlete. But I can't imagine starting him in the outfield anytime soon unless there's, an injury in the game. I can't see him out there at all, really.
And then one more for you on the bullpen on some rehabs. I saw Eric Miller was going to start in Sacramento yesterday. I think they said his rehab. And then also Jason Foley, who they signed this offseason in San Jose. I think they said he was going to begin his rehab. Any idea when those two guys could be back? I'd imagine Eric Miller would be near the top of the line in terms of who could close games. And I know Foley's got experience there as well.
Yeah, I can almost give you to the Dave about Foley because he's going to follow the Sam Hentges. They had the same surgery, the shoulder capsule, which is that's a tricky surgery. Coming back from it is an involved process. It's not necessarily a no-brainer like a Tommy John now sort of is seen as being. So he will have, my guess is the full 30 days of rehab assignment, which is the limit under the CBA. So he will be back. He will be here in 30 days.
Yeah.
Eric Miller, I think, I talked to him the other day. He sounded like what he has is more muscle spasms than anything else. It's not really a strain per se. Once he got kind of all of that out, just a matter of kind of getting freshened up. So I think he's going to be back very soon.
Nice. So Miller will be back soon, and then Foley on May 41st in 30 days. We'll be ready for him to make his Giants debut. Susan Slusser covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Susan, enjoy Game 1 tonight. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Susan.
Of course. Thanks, Tess.
Good deal there from Susan Slusser. Boy, odd stuff, man. This is absurd behavior in my mind by the Giants.
Yeah, I would say so.
With Bryce Eldridge. If you're just joining us, Susan Slusser telling us she tweeted this. She spoke to Tony Vitello asking him about, I guess, regular playing time or the plan for Bryce Eldridge, being that he's not in the lineup tonight. And Eldridge and Tony said pretty bluntly, she said, he's going to be coming off the bench.
Yeah.
That Rafael Devers is your first baseman. Casey Schmidt has been one of the best hitters, if not the best hitter on the team all year. He's going to stay in the lineup. And Eldridge will be there to fill in and to pinch hit. I'm baffled by this. It's angering and it's frustrating and it's confusing. I don't really understand it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. And I think that this goes back to a week ago where I was questioning bringing him up, but it was really just because of just the move itself and the desperation of it all. But this is not the way that Buster Posey wanted to do things for Bryce Eldridge. This is like he kept bringing up his path and how he was brought up, but like, no, you play every day. So I don't understand what they're doing. I mean, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they're shopping other guys or even shopping Eldridge at this point. So anything's on the table right now.
Yeah, the one thing, like I said, if things are going really poorly in July, but you're 2 months from that, then I think you move on from Arise and you put Casey Schmidt at second. You can get a couple of months of consistent at-bats for Eldridge if you like. But it's like 408 checks in here and says, do they want to win this year? They need to find a way to play Eldridge, Schmidt, Rodriguez, and Susak, or at least 3 of the 4 of them every day, and that means a tough reality for benching some starters. I don't know that means you want to win this year, though. That just means that you're trying to develop talent at the big league level and continue to watch it grow. Somebody else says Bryce Eldridge has 18 strikeouts and 42 career at-bats. They need to take him slowly, says the 408. I'm saying, hold on, I'm not going to count everything from last season as part of this year's development. He got a cup of coffee last year, so that this year he could compete for the job. He went down and did everything they asked of him. He's hitting over 300, like 330 maybe, an OPS over 1,000. He's hitting home runs. He was driving in runs. Strikeout rate was still like 30% or something, but he was walking more. He's got 5 Ks in 14 at-bats, I think is the number, or 14 plate appearances this year at the big league level. My point is, like, when he's played consistently in AAA, to this point, he's only 21. He did a pretty damn good job. Now you're asking him to not play consistently but develop? I don't know how you can take it slow with him, but that usually means marinating in the minors, not sitting on the bench in the majors. That's what taking it slow with him is.
And why did the plan change within a week? It was Buster Posey the day that he was called up, along with Jesus Rodriguez, saying he's going to be in the lineup, and we're going to have to mix and match the lineup every day and see who's going to sit in, who's going to be in. But yeah, now it's and again, like I want to hear from Buster, and hopefully we will soon, but I think Tony's in a bad spot to answer that question, so maybe that's not the case. Maybe he just said that today, but if it is where he's going to pinch hit for the rest of the year, why is he up then? That makes no sense.
That's exactly it. 650 says if they were going to do this, they should have just left him at AAA. 760 says Eldridge is not good and doesn't have it. Oh, you figured it out, huh? He's been here for a week. I'd love to find out, 760. I don't know how you can make a proclamation like that, but I'd love to find out. I mean, Matt Williams came up and went down several times. Couldn't hit a curveball. He ended up being awesome. You know what I mean? Was a great Giant, 47 homers and all that in 94. But there were growing pains. Not everybody comes up and sticks immediately. Also, there's been no consistent playing time. So I don't know how you can feel in the 5 games and 14 at-bats you've seen him play this year that he doesn't have it and can't figure it out. How about letting him go and taking the bubble wrap off? But if you're not going to let him play, it makes no sense to have him here. This feels like prospect malpractice to me. This is not how you develop top talent. Now, if Buster doesn't believe he's that guy that everybody else does, that he's 30 or 40 home run guy every year, then maybe you find somebody to replace that. Well, maybe you find something else. But I don't know. This doesn't seem like the way to go about it. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and text. Giants fans, are you pissed that they're telling you Bryce Eldridge will not be a starter this year and that he's strictly coming off the bench? Your reaction to Tony Vitello telling Susan Slusser that the plan is for him to come off of the bench and he's not going to get consistent playing time. 808 KMBR, your thoughts. We got pregame in about 20 minutes on the Sports Leader.
After a 3-3 homestand, the San Francisco Giants head to L.A. for a 4-game set against the Dodgers. L.A. has lost 3 of 5, but still share first place with the Padres at 24-16. Tonight it's Trevor McDonald versus Roki Sasaki. Pre-game at 6:10 right here on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Monday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you, getting ready to put the show to bed, but not for about 15 minutes. We got Giants pregame coming up at 6:10 tonight, 7:10 first pitch for the Giants and the Dodgers. Trevor McDonald against Roki Sasaki for tonight's game. But the frustration just hit another turn for Giants fans, and by Giants fans, I mean for me. I'm aggravated by this. Like, the more we talk about it, the more I'm reading about it, and what Vitello had to say about Bryce Eldridge not being in the lineup is preposterous to me.
Yeah.
It's outrageous. Why bring him up? They sent him down to AAA at the end of camp, and they say, he didn't kill the ball in spring training, and his job was to work on his K rate. Bless you, bro. Allergies getting you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hay fever?
You can kind of tell in the voice, too.
Yeah,
today.
I can tell I was getting you. Anyway, so they sent him down to work on his strikeout rate. He goes down and he mashes, tears the cover off the ball in AAA for about a month. Was playing first base. Strikeout rate was about the same, around 30%. They call him up after they go 0-6 and have a lifeless road trip to help spark the offense. Buster has the comments about how some guys are going to get a rest. There's going to be some uncomfortable or hard conversation. Whatever it was that he said, whatever his verbiage was there.
Right.
And then they play him he played in 5 of these 6. He started a handful of them at home. But now he's not starting against the Dodgers. And they're telling you, Giants fans, that not only is the number one prospect in the majors after he was killing it, and he's not going to play, he's going to come off the bench. He's not here to be a starter right now. And that was always the question, is when they traded for Devers, what about Eldridge? And my thought was, well, DH. You just DH him. And now instead of giving anybody any other breathers, Matt Chapman, he's hitting 0.97 in the month of May.
Yeah.
Or Willie Adames, who is hitting a little bit better, but not killing it, not making tons of hard contact. Arise isn't gonna sit. And Devers is starting to come around, and you traded for him and pay him $230 million more to play first base every day. So how do you navigate this? And instead of working to get them into the lineup, he's going to be a pinch hitter, according to Tony Vitello. Alex Pavlovic tweeted this as well. Tony Vitello said the plan is to find a pinch hit opportunity every day that Bryce does not start. They'll mix him in at first base, and DH starts as well. The Giants believe those late game appearances will be good for his development, and the bench needs his power. I'm not denying the bench needs his power. And I think you're telling me what's good for his development based on something that nobody believes. If you have to tell me that this is good for his development, it's not the way Connor Griffin's out there playing shortstop. And I know he's a high-end prospect. They took the reins off and said, let him go. Let's figure out what he's capable of. Can he help this team? Is he going to be a big factor for this team? And he is. We came into this year thinking Bryce is just about ready. And I don't know what else you could have asked him to do at AAA. Strike out less, but maybe that's just not who this guy is. Bottom line is, he's had 14 plate appearances. He struck out 5 times. He's walked twice. He's got 2 hits. One's a homer. So he's hitting $140 something or whatever. He's hitting 143 with a 607 OPS. But how does this help the team in the grand scheme of it? And how does it help his development? I mean, do you go into next year then with this guy here and you say, okay, now you have a chance to win a job again, but what's the job? What are you asking him to do?
I mean, he is young. He is only 21 years old, so he still has a ton of time to develop. At the same time, this only stunts his growth. Like, I don't understand why they would call him up then. I think, some people in the text line now are saying, this is like the Warriors not developing their players.
Kind of feels that way.
Well, a little bit, but much different in my opinion, where Kuminga's on the court with 5. And if he's not willing to play the offense, then he just stops it. With Bryce Eldridge, he's a man, standing alone there as a hitter, and you're going to bring him in situationals, later in innings and stuff like that.
He's going to face a different reliever throwing flames every game. How is that better for his development?
No.
In late tight situations where you're pinch hitting him in a clutch moment.
No,
what prepares him for those is going 2 for 3 in a game where he's already had a couple of bats for 3 weeks straight.
Honestly, he's better off playing, in the minors still and growing as a player. This makes no sense to me. It's weird to me that within a week's time that the plan has changed.
Yeah.
And again, we're waiting to hear from Buster Posey. We'll see when he speaks about this, but it's just baffling to me that last week at this time it was, well, we're not trying to punish Casey Schmidt. Guys will sit. Now we're punishing Bryce Eldridge because we don't have a place for him on this team.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Pregame coming up in about 10 minutes. Let's go out to Ray. Ray's in Washington, wants to talk about Buster as an executive. Ray, what's up, dude? You're on KNBR.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Let me first just say that I love your guys' show, Dirty Work.
Appreciate you, bro. Much love, Ray.
Thank you.
And I got to tell you what, that being said, I'm going to follow Buster Posey until the wheels fall off, brother. I'm going to. there's got to be something going on we don't know about. Obviously, I don't know, and you guys know more than I do, and I just
we don't know.
Hearing a little, some conjecture on that. It's kind of. At first, I was very frustrated. I mean, why is this guy not playing? And then I started thinking about it over the last hour or two. There's something else happening. There's something else must be going on. I'm gonna trust in Buster, and when things turn around, and they will turn around, there will be a place for this dude, and he'll be a Giant going forward. I don't know. I heard some bad rumors about him being traded. I kind of doubt that's going to happen. But I'm just going to trust in Buster Posey, and I'm not going to give up.
Appreciate the call, Ray. Thanks so much.
I mean, it's fair. It's fair to question, but again, guys, we can separate Buster Posey, the baseball player, from Buster Posey, the president of baseball operations. And again, I'm not saying this is 100% his fault, but it is part of his plan. I don't know what the rationale is here. So just to say, I'm going to support Buster Posey till the wheels fall off, I get that. You guys loved him as a player. Totally understand that. But it's a different deal when he's making Farhan-like moves.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go that far to say they're Farhan-like moves.
This one in particular.
Also, we can say we follow Buster till the wheels fall off. The bullpen wasn't addressed, right? I mean, Hench might be a nice piece. Jason Foley, by the way, they pushed his rehab stint I just saw per Pavlovic to Sacramento instead of in San Jose. So Susan Slusser said about a month till he is back. Also, Daniel Susak is going to continue his rehab in AAA for now. So no rush to get Susak back, apparently.
All right.
So, I mean, this is all just sort of peculiar. And maybe there's no rush because there is another move on the horizon. If there's another move on the horizon, then this all seems more like, okay, this is part of a box they're checking or a step they're taking to get to the next spot.
The Luis Horizon?
The Luis Horizon. Yeah, it's on the horizon. I mean, I don't know, because that, to me, again, seems like it's a couple months away. And I don't think they're folding on the season. Because if you were, you would just play Eldridge every day. Right? I don't know, man. This is perplexing to me. 808 KMBR is the number to call in to text. 747 checks in. It's Mason. He says, they brought up Eldridge from the minors just to sit on the bench. The Giants are being dumb. They're being stupid.
Yeah.
650 says, dude, did that call come from Oracle Park? Yeah, was that Buster? He's like, I'm backing him to the wheel. It was Casale, probably. He called
Kirk Casale?
Yeah, 415 checks in and says...
He's trying to become the new manager, as Krug always says.
What's that?
Kirk Casale's trying to be the new manager.
Well, dude, they could have just hired him if that was the case. 530 says, that guy sounded like Will Clark.
A little bit.
He did have a little bit. Will Clark. 209 checks in and says, 9 under, but the wheels haven't fallen off yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the wheels falling off?
I don't even know at this point, man. I mean, things get a lot worse, but I just don't understand this move right now. I understand the Patrick Bailey move. I understand the trade for Rafael Devers. I understand the moves that were made at the deadline a year ago with Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval. This is the first time where I don't understand a move that Buster Posey has done. You could question some of the moves he's done in the past because they haven't panned out. This is the first one I'm like, I don't get this one. I don't understand.
Well, and again, the Giants do not have a track record of developing talent. How long? I mean, we talked about it. How many years was it that they went without developing an all-star outfielder? Like 30 years?
Yeah.
Or something until Elliot Ramos made the all-star game a couple of years back. 747 checks in. It's Mason again. He says, dude, here we go again. Time to stunt the growth and mess up another young player. I mean, that's part of the frustration here. Giants fans, myself included, have this fear that you're like, we have one piece now for the first time that looks like it could be a huge power bat piece, somebody who's going to play at Oracle Park, 21 years old, the best prospect seemingly the Giants have had on offense in a long time.
Yeah.
In a long time. And Baseball America tells you that. And MLB and MILB tell you that this guy's one of the top prospects. Then he starts doing what top prospects do in AAA. And you bring him up and you don't continue to develop him. I think that's a lot of Giants fans' fear, is we watched this happen with the Warriors, with Kuminga, right? Where they played themselves out of the value, and Kuminga himself too helps sink that value. But prospects are prospects until they're there, and they either perform or they don't perform. But I don't know. I mean, when was the last time we saw a top prospect in baseball come up? The team says he's our pinch hitter extraordinaire in late game situations.
That's rare.
And then he turns into an all-star in 3 years. How often does that happen? That's why it's like you can say you trust Buster, and he knows better than us, but he don't know better than the history of baseball.
No.
You know what I mean? He doesn't know better than what the track is to normally get guys there, which is why I'm like, it can't be this. How could you be so obtuse, Buster?
We're going Shawshank?
How could you be so obtuse? By the way, Tony Vitello went Shawshank. You hear that this weekend?
Yes, it did.
Maybe this is us crawling through however much crap. He's like, even Andy Dufresne had to crawl through all that crap and come out on the other end.
He said poo.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
He called the S poo.
I didn't like that. 530 says, this is the first time since Cohan's still on the Warriors that I feel like one of my teams is a punchline.
Yeah.
It's kind of becoming that way.
It kind of feels that way of late. So let me ask you something. Do you think something's up here? Like it's not just straight up or they're going to have Eldridge be a pinch hitter? Like
you Buster, you can't be this obtuse, right?
How can you be so obtuse?
Yes. No, I mean, it kind of feels like there's something
we'll
else.
Have ourselves a little season burning in the yard.
God,
that speech is
ultimate
incredible.
Ultimate villain, that warden.
Yeah, one of the best, dude, the warden.
Oh, Miss Fuzzy Britches over here just hanging out in your cell, huh?
Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. I'm just like, do I think there's
Up and
something
left like a fart in the wind?
Do I think there's something else brewing? I'm like, there's too many. It's weird. If there's not, I'm totally at a loss because I'm like, why not bring up Susak
today?
Like,
yeah.
why is he staying down? I mean, they can say they want to get him more at bats, but he wasn't starting before he went down.
Yeah,
he wasn't the starter anyway.
Something smells here.
He's 7 for 11 or 7 for 12 right now. I mean, maybe something else is out there. Maybe they are working to do something and move some. I have no idea because I can't imagine what it would be. So if there is something that's on the horizon or another big move or something like that coming, it's the only thing that would make sense. But what move could they make that would then allow Eldridge to play almost every day? Would it be? I mean, that's the thing. Is to me, it's only a rise because then you put Casey at second and that's it.
God,
and
you want to move off the horizon that quickly?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Also, they have 16 wins.
Yeah.
You know what
what if it is Chapman? And I know that sounds crazy, but what if it is where you were saying it before, Copes? He's not performing well.
He has a no trade clause, so
I know,
I can't imagine it is because there'd be more noise around that. I feel like because I feel like we'd have like if that were on the horizon, that's something that's really close. He would be like not that everybody would just know about it, but he has to approve anything like that.
I know
he chose to come here, chose to extend here, and asked for a no trade.
Right.
If a guy asks for a no trade, and apparently that was one of the hang-ups with negotiating with Farhan, was I don't think Farhan wanted to give him a no trade, and Buster was willing to do that.
That I can't. I don't.
And I know that Farhan was still here when he signed that,
Yeah.
but I think that was one of the points of contention.
I doubt that Willie Adames would be moved. I doubt about Devers. I don't know. I don't know who else they would move where it would give you an opportunity for Casey Schmidt to play every day and leaves things open for Bryce Eldridge at first base.
805
I don't
says,
know.
805 says don't, or a DH, really, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
805 says, don't forget the Warriors also blew James Wiseman. Yeah, they did. Good knowledge. Thanks for that, dude.
Yes and no, but yeah.
Anyway, 808 KMBR is the number to call and text always. I don't know why I'm giving it again. We're about to sign off here. Giants pregame coming up at 6:10. Why don't we get out of here with a little note to self, Tim? What you got for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Even with everything going on today, all I can think about is Mr. Negative's fantasy team.
Now all I have is my fantasy team, and they're in 10th place out of 12.
Yeah, all right, you got it.
No, that's good.
What you got, Derek?
Note to self.
Note to self. No one wants me to hold their babies.
Yeah, dude. Derek getting told by his buddy's wife that she'll have to see if it's okay if Derek is allowed to hold the newborn baby.
Well,
she doesn't trust you.
Yeah, I mean, my hands might be slippery from the Lucamades and the spanakopita I'm going to eat at the Greek festival, but I still have time for that baby, but okay, I guess not.
Derek's got plenty of time for that baby. See if it latches on. All right, note to self.
Note to self.
Buster, how could you be so obtuse? How could you be so obtuse? Bryce Eldridge off the bench? What are we doing, man?
Yeah.
What are we doing, Buster? You're going all in on these big money players, and then you won't even play the potential, the top prospect that was left in your lap? Why not? Why not? I just don't get it. We got Giants pregame coming up. Eldridge isn't in the lineup, but hey, if there's a pinch hit opportunity, you know where it's going.
Trade tomorrow?
Yeah, dude. Watch, he gets in there in the 9th or in the 8th or something. It's like Vesia, just pumping on his hands, dude.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. All right, we'll take we're not going to break. We're going to sign off. Thanks. Great job on the board today, Tim. Thanks to our guests today. Who did we have? We had Ned Coletti, Dalton Johnson, Susan Slusser. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. The Giants and the Dodgers, game 1 start now.
I'm a fool.